Hello everyone, and welcome back to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and I'm really glad you're here with me tonight. Before we begin, take a moment to settle in. Wherever you are, I hope you're feeling safe, calm, and comfortable. Maybe your day was busy. Maybe your mind is still carrying a few thoughts you haven't been able to put down yet. But now, you can let them rest for a while. Tonight is a quiet space for you to slow down, breathe a little easier, and leave the noise of the day behind. The world outside can keep moving, but here, for the next few hours, you don't have to chase anything. Today is June 14th, and wherever you're listening from tonight, thank you for spending this time with me. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is where you are. I always love seeing how many different places gather here in the dark. And tonight, after each story, there will be a fun little riddle for you to answer. So stay with me. Listen closely and see if you can figure them out before the answer is revealed. Now, dim the lights. Get comfortable. Maybe turn on a fan for a soft background hum, and let the weight of the day slowly fade away. For now, it's just you, the quiet night, a few strange stories, and a little mystery waiting after each one. So take a deep breath, and let's step quietly into the darkness together. Story 1. By the time Calvin Rusk saw the motel sign, the rain had stopped falling like weather and started falling like a verdict. It came down in hard silver lines across the interstate, beating against the windshield of his Subaru with such steady force that the wipers seemed less like a solution than a ritual. Left, right, left, right, smearing the road into black water, then briefly revealing it again. The white lane markers appeared in pieces, broken and trembling beneath the headlights, and beyond them there was nothing but farmland, darkness, and the occasional sodium glow of a distant service station slipping past like a thought he had no intention of finishing. He had been driving since Topeka. The claim in Davenport could wait until morning. That was what he told himself when his right hand began cramping around the steering wheel and the coffee in the cup holder went cold and bitter. A collapsed garage roof. Storm-related damage. Possible fraud. Ordinary work. Ordinary ruin. Calvin had spent 21 years walking through other people's misfortunes with a clipboard in his hand, taking photographs of cracked walls, soaked carpets, burned kitchens, buckled siding. He knew how to look concerned without becoming involved. He knew how to say, "I understand this is difficult," in a voice that closed the conversation rather than opened it. The motel appeared at the edge of the exit ramp, half hidden behind a curtain of rain. Starling Rest Motel blinked in weak red letters above a gravel lot silvered with puddles. The sign had once included a painted bird, though most of it had flaked away, leaving only a black wing and a pointed beak aimed toward the rooms. Vacancy glowed beneath it, though the V kept flickering out, so that every few seconds the sign read only vacancy, a word that looked less like an invitation than a diagnosis. Calvin almost kept driving. Then his phone buzzed in the passenger seat. He glanced down just long enough to see his daughter's name on the screen. Mara calling. His foot eased off the gas. For 1 second, the car drifted toward the shoulder, tires hissing over standing water. Then the call ended. Not declined. Not answered. Simply gone. Calvin stared at the black screen. Mara rarely called. At 22, she preferred short messages. if she contacted him at all. 3 words at Christmas. A thumbs up on her birthday when he sent money. Once. After 3 months of silence. A photograph of a cracked mug with no explanation. He had typed times, "Is everything okay?" and then deleted it because the question sounded like a door he did not want to open. The phone remained dark. A horn blared behind him. Calvin jerked the wheel, corrected too sharply, and guided the car down the exit ramp toward the motel. The Starling Rest had 12 rooms in a single low row facing the parking lot. Their doors were painted a dull green, each with a brass number screwed crookedly at eye level. A narrow office stood at one end beneath a buzzing porch light. Rainwater spilled steadily from a broken gutter and struck the concrete in a rhythm almost like knocking. He parked beneath the office awning and sat for a moment with both hands still on the wheel. The dashboard clock read 11:47 p.m. He looked at his phone again. No missed call notification. No record of Mara's name. For a few seconds he felt the small, cold unease of a man discovering not danger, but inconvenience in the shape of memory. He was tired. The storm was interfering with reception. That was all. Inside, the office smelled of wet carpet, old coffee, and something faintly metallic, like coins left in a sink. A box fan turned slowly behind the counter, though the air was already cold. On the wall above it hung a framed print of a lake at sunset, faded nearly gray. The receptionist sat behind the desk with her hands folded over a ledger. She was elderly, or seemed elderly at first glance, with white hair pinned close to her scalp and a face so still it took Calvin a second to decide she was awake. Her name tag read Nora, though the plastic was scratched across the middle. "Need a room?" she asked. "For the night. Storm caught you. Looks that way." She turned the ledger toward him. No computer, no card reader, just paper, ruled lines, and a fountain pen resting beside a brass bell. Calvin hesitated before signing. He preferred systems that left clean records, timestamps, confirmations. Paper could be misplaced, altered, denied. Still, he wrote his name, Calvin Rusk. The ink spread slightly into the page, feathering at the edges. Nora watched his hand. "Long way from home," she said. "Work. Most people say that." He waited for her to smile. She did not. "How much?" he asked. "Paid already." Calvin looked up. "No, I haven't." Nora opened a small drawer and removed a key attached to a heavy black plastic tag. The number on it was stamped in white. Joe. The metal lay across her palm. Old-fashioned and blunt-toothed, not the kind of key motels used anymore. For some reason, Calvin noticed that it was dry. Everything else in the office seemed touched by damp: the counter, the ledger paper, the cuffs of his jacket, but the key looked untouched by the storm. When he took it, warmth passed into his fingers. Not room temperature warmth, body warmth. The lingering heat of something recently held tight in a fist. "Room 9 is at the end," Nora said. "There are only 12 rooms? There are as many as people need." He frowned, but she had already turned the ledger back toward herself. Outside, the rain hit harder. Calvin crossed the walkway with his overnight bag tucked under one arm, shoes splashing through shallow puddles. The motel doors watched him in a row. San, Se, Wu. Their brass numbers shone when lightning moved behind the clouds. Room 9 stood near the far end, between 8 and 10, exactly where it should be. He inserted the key. Before he could turn it, a sound came from behind him, a soft click. Calvin looked over his shoulder. Room 6, 3 doors back, had opened an inch. No one stood there. No hand on the knob. Only a narrow blade of darkness between the green door and the frame. He waited. The rain kept knocking from the broken gutter. "Hello?" he called. No answer. Calvin told himself it was the wind. Poor maintenance. Pressure change from the storm. The kind of thing a person could explain if he cared enough to try. He pulled the key from room 9 and walked back to room 6. The door had no key in its lock, no light beneath it. The brass number looked tarnished, nearly black. Calvin should have returned to his own room. He knew that. He was tired, wet, and in no mood to involve himself in some stranger's problem. But the key was still warm in his hand, almost pulsing. He slid it into the lock of room 6. It fit perfectly, and when the door opened, Calvin did not see a motel room. He saw the hallway of the house where he had lived when he was 8 years old, with rain dripping from his father's coat onto the floorboards and a suitcase waiting by the front door. For several seconds, Calvin did not move. The hallway beyond room 6 smelled of rainwater, floor polish, and the old radiator heat of winter evenings. It was impossible how quickly his body recognized it. Not his mind. His mind was already assembling objections, listing explanations like items in a claim report, reflection in glass, bad lighting, a themed room, a trick of exhaustion. But his body knew the narrow hall before he did the shallow dip in the floorboard near the umbrella stand. The faint tobacco stain above the coat hooks. The wallpaper patterned with small brown leaves that had looked, when he was young, like insects crawling upward in orderly lines. At the far end, beside the front door, stood a brown suitcase. His father's suitcase. Calvin closed room 6, so hard the motel door rattled in its frame. He stood outside in the rain, breathing through his nose, one hand flat against the green-painted wood, as if holding the past inside by force. Water ran from his hair down the back of his neck. His shirt clung coldly beneath his jacket. Behind him, the row of motel doors remained ordinary and shut, their numbers dull under the flickering porch light. He told himself he had not seen what he had seen. That was something Calvin was good at. In his work, he had learned that damage always looked worse before language tidied it. A living room was not ruined. It had sustained water intrusion. A burned nursery was not a burned nursery. It was a structural loss with smoke contamination. A family was not devastated. They were claimants. Give a thing the correct name, and it became manageable. Give it a number, and it could be settled. He returned to room 9 and forced the key into the lock. This time it opened normally. The room beyond was exactly what a roadside motel room should have been. Low ceiling. 2 lamps with yellow shades. A bedspread patterned in burgundy squares. A small television mounted across from the bed. A Gideon Bible in the drawer. And carpet the color of old oatmeal. The air smelled faintly of bleach over dampness. The heater beneath the window clicked without producing heat. Calvin shut the door, locked it, and set the key on the nightstand. Then he stood still until his breathing slowed. His overnight bag contained 2 shirts, a folded pair of jeans, a toiletry kit, a stack of claim folders, and a photograph he had not meant to keep. It had been tucked into the back pocket of his laptop sleeve for months, long enough that the corner had bent white. Mara at 12, sitting on the hood of his old truck with her knees pulled up, grinning through a missing front tooth. Behind her, somewhere in Colorado, mountains rose blue and impossible beneath a clear sky. It had been the last trip before the divorce became formal, before Mara began asking questions with too much quiet behind them, before his ex-wife, Leanh, stopped arguing and started speaking to him like someone reading weather warnings to a man determined to sail anyway. "You don't stay." "Calvin," she had said once. He had laughed, not because it was funny, but because anger would have required confession. "I'm here." "Aren't I?" "No," Leanh had replied. "You occupy rooms. You don't stay in them." At the time, he had considered that melodramatic. Now, standing in room 9 with rain hammering the window, Calvin realized he had spent years proving her right in ways so consistent they looked almost principled. He left after arguments, before apologies became necessary. He sent money instead of making calls. He took assignments in other states during birthdays, recitals, holidays, hospital visits. He kept a go-bag in the trunk and called it preparedness. He knew the best exits in every building without ever admitting that he was always looking for one. His phone lay on the bed. He picked it up and opened the call log. No missed call from Mara. The last message from her was 11 days old. "Can you not do this right now?" He had not answered because he had not known which part of himself she was refusing. The money, the apology he had typed and deleted, the offer to meet for lunch after 3 years of cancellations. He remembered placing the phone face down on his kitchen counter and making coffee instead. Calvin sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress gave a long, tired sigh beneath him. For years, he had told himself that leaving was a form of mercy. His father had left loudly, with slammed drawers and a suitcase and rain on the floor. Calvin had learned to leave quietly. No scenes, no cruelty, no shouting from the doorway. Just distance placed carefully between himself and whatever wanted too much from him. Surely that counted for something. The television clicked on. Calvin looked up sharply. The screen showed only static at first. Black and white grains shifting in restless patterns. Then the image trembled, rolled, and steadied into a room he knew too well, his apartment in Des Moines. 6 years earlier, the night Leanh stood beside the kitchen table with divorce papers in one hand and Mara's school photograph in the other. There was no sound. Only the image of Leanh speaking, her mouth forming words Calvin remembered refusing to hear. He reached for the remote on the nightstand and pressed power. The television went black. In the sudden silence, something small struck the carpet beside his shoe. The key to room 9 lay there, wet and warm. Calvin turned slowly toward the nightstand. The place where he had left it was empty. Calvin did not pick up the key immediately. He stared at it as if distance might restore sense to the room. The black plastic tag rested against the carpet, its white number catching the lamplight. Joe, a plain motel key. No blood, no engraving, no secret mechanism. Only rainwater darkening the fibers around it, spreading in a small, uneven circle. The nightstand remained empty. He checked his pockets. Jacket, trousers, shirt. Then, with mounting irritation, he checked the nightstand drawer. Under the pillow, beneath the folded blanket, at the foot of the bed, as if the key might exist in two places if he searched hard enough. It did not. The television screen reflected him as a dim, narrow shape, standing in the middle of the room. Behind his reflection, for 1 second, there seemed to be another doorway. Calvin turned. Only the bathroom. He laughed once, dryly, and the sound came out wrong in the cheap motel air. He was tired. Too much coffee. Too many hours of highway. His mind had placed old images over new surfaces. The way water damage made shapes on ceilings. A person saw faces because the brain wanted patterns. A person heard voices in static because silence was difficult to endure. He picked up the key. Warm. Still warm. That was harder to explain. Calvin dried it with the corner of a towel, set it deliberately in the center of the nightstand, and placed his phone on top of it. Then he stood back and watched. Nothing moved. No door opened. No voice spoke from the television. The rain kept falling. He removed his wet jacket and draped it over the desk chair. He unlaced his shoes, then stopped halfway through the second knot because he noticed the carpet near the door. Wet footprints, not his own. His shoes had left broad, dark marks from the entrance to the bed. These were smaller, bare, and narrow, pressed heel to toe from the door toward the television. A child's footprints, perhaps, or a woman's. They ended directly in front of the blank screen. Calvin looked toward the bathroom again. "Hello?" His voice had less authority than he intended. No answer came. He went to the door, opened it, and looked out into the motel walkway. Rain blew in at an angle beneath the awning. The parking lot lay almost empty, except for his Subaru and a long beige sedan parked near the office. Its windows blind with water. The green doors stood in a row. Room 6 remained shut. Calvin should have closed his door. He should have called the office, requested another room, perhaps driven on to the next town despite the storm. Instead, he stepped outside with the key in his hand. The door to room 6 looked the same as before, except now he noticed something scratched into the paint just below the brass number. Not words, lines, short vertical marks grouped in sets, like someone counting days. He touched one. The groove was fresh enough to show pale wood beneath the green. The key entered the lock with the same smooth, intimate fit. This time, Calvin opened the door slowly. The childhood hallway waited beyond it. No transition, no clever construction, no motel bed dressed up as memory. The door did not open into a room decorated to resemble his past. It opened into the exact front hall of the house on Briar Lane where he had lived until the summer before 3rd grade. Rain tapped against the window beside the front door. That was wrong. In Calvin's memory, the night his father left had happened in winter. He remembered snow gathered against the porch steps. He remembered his mother standing barefoot on the cold floor, arms folded tightly across her robe. He remembered his father saying very little. The suitcase, the smell of cigarettes, the sound of the car starting after 3 tries. But here the window was open. Rain breathed through the screen, carrying the scent of wet asphalt and cut grass. From somewhere deeper in the house came his mother's voice. "Don't wake him." Calvin's hand tightened around the doorknob. He knew those words. He had carried them for 38 years. Though he had never been certain whether he had truly heard them or built them later from what adults told him. His mother had said his father left quietly so Calvin would not have to watch. That had become the shape of the story. His father's cowardice had at least been discreet. But the voice came again, clearer now. Don't wake him. Warren, if he sees you leave, he'll think he can stop you. Calvin stepped inside. The floorboard dipped beneath his weight exactly where it should have. A lamp burned in the living room to the left, the one with the amber shade shaped like a bell. Shadows trembled along the wall. He moved toward them, not because he wanted to, but because the house seemed to remember the path for his feet. His father stood near the sofa, younger than Calvin had ever allowed himself to picture him. Warren Rusk wore his gray work coat, rain shining on the shoulders. The suitcase stood open on the floor, not packed neatly as Calvin remembered, but half empty, shirts spilling out. A framed photograph face down beside them. His mother stood opposite him, not crying. That was wrong too. In Calvin's memory, she had been destroyed by the leaving, softened and broken by it. Here her face was pale but steady. She held a folded envelope in one hand. You don't get to make him your excuse, she said. Warren looked toward the hallway. For one terrible second, Calvin thought his father saw him. Then Warren said, "He'll be better if I'm gone." Calvin knew that sentence. He had used versions of it all his life. The room seemed to tilt. He backed away before either of them could turn fully toward him. His heel struck the raised edge of the hallway rug. He stumbled, caught himself, and pulled the motel door shut with both hands. The green door slammed. Rain and cold concrete returned. Calvin bent forward, breathing hard. Room 6 was closed. Room 9 waited behind him. The office light buzzed at the far end of the walkway. But the motel hallway was longer now. The row of rooms no longer ended at 12. Beyond room 12, stretching into the rain-dark distance, were more green doors than Calvin could count. Calvin stood in the rain and counted the doors because counting was something the mind could do when belief became dangerous. 12 rooms. That was what he had seen when he arrived. 12 green doors in a single row. The office at one end, darkness at the other. A motel small enough to feel temporary. Now the walkway stretched beyond room 12, past the cone of the porch light, past the gutter's steady knocking, into a darkness where numbers glinted wetly whenever lightning moved behind the clouds. Shasan, Shasu, Shawu. The doors continued until rain swallowed them. Calvin turned back toward the parking lot. His Subaru sat where he had left it beneath the slanting silver rain, close enough that he could see the adjuster's clipboard on the passenger seat and the pale square of his phone charger plugged into the dash. Real objects, practical objects, evidence for an ordinary world. If he walked to the car now, he could leave. He could call the state police from the next gas station. He could tell himself this place had been miscounted in the dark. But when he looked again toward the office, he saw no one behind the glass. Nora was gone. The bell on the counter sat beneath the yellow light, alone beside the ledger. Stress, Calvin said aloud. The word sounded foolish, but useful. Stress could do strange things. He had read enough reports. Drivers saw pedestrians who were not there after long hours on rural roads. People heard dead relatives during storms. He had been awake too long, drinking bad coffee, ignoring calls, entering unfamiliar spaces at midnight. His father had been on his mind because the motel smelled like wet carpet and old tobacco. Leanh had been on the television because guilt chose its own images. Mara's vanished call was a service glitch. The explanation was thin, but Calvin was used to thin explanations. If placed correctly, they could carry remarkable weight. He went back into room 9, shut the door, and placed the chain across it. The motel room had changed in small ways. The bedspread was now blue, not burgundy. The lamp on the desk had a cracked shade. The Gideon Bible lay open on the nightstand, though he had not touched it. His phone still sat where he had placed it over the key. But the key was gone again. The television turned on by itself. Calvin did not move. The screen filled with static, then settled into a hospital room washed in fluorescent light. The image had the washed-out look of old security footage, though the angle was impossible, as if the camera had been mounted just above the bed. His mother lay beneath a thin blanket, her face narrow and yellowed by illness. Machines stood beside her with green lines moving across black screens. A plastic cup of water rested untouched on the tray table. Rain ticked against the hospital window. Calvin remembered that rain. Cedar Rapids. 14 years ago. End-stage pancreatic cancer. A private room with beige curtains and a chair so uncomfortable he had stood more than sat. He had been 32, newly married, already spending most weeks on the road. His mother had called him 3 times before he came. He had arrived with a rolling suitcase and a folder of work documents because he had a claim review the next morning and deadlines did not care about dying. On the television, younger Calvin stood near the door in a navy coat. His mother turned her head slightly. There was sound now, low and grainy beneath the static. "Stay until morning," she said. Calvin reached for the remote, but his hand stopped inches above it. On screen, his younger self looked at his watch. "I'll come back early," the younger Calvin said. That was how he remembered it. A necessary departure. A hotel nearby. One night of rest. He had returned the next morning to find her already gone. That had been the tragedy of timing, not character. His mother's eyes moved toward the camera. No, not the camera. Toward him. The older Calvin, standing in room 9, felt his stomach tighten. On screen, his mother said, "You said that when you were 8. The television cut to black. Calvin grabbed the remote and hurled it at the screen. It struck the glass with a plastic crack and fell to the carpet. The television remained unbroken, reflecting the room behind him. In that reflection, the door to room 9 stood open. He spun around. The door was closed. Chain still latched. Something knocked from the other side. 3 soft taps. Then the key slid under the door. It came through slowly. Metal teeth first, scraping over the carpet fibers. Water followed it, soaking into the oatmeal-colored floor in a widening line. Calvin stared until anger rose to cover fear. He snatched the key from the carpet, undid the chain, and stepped outside. The rain had softened to a mist, but the air felt colder. His shoes sank slightly into the wet walkway as though the concrete had begun to absorb water. Room 10 stood beside him. A normal motel door, green paint, brass number, cheap lock. He should have gone to the office. He should have gone to the car. Instead, Calvin inserted the key. The door opened into his old apartment in Des Moines. He knew it at once from the slanted kitchen light. The narrow table pushed too close to the wall. The smell of burnt coffee and lemon dish soap. Lillian stood near the counter in a gray sweater, younger than she was now. Hair tied loosely at the back of her neck. Divorce papers lay on the table between them. This was 6 years ago. But not exactly. Mara was there. Calvin had always remembered Mara being asleep in her room that night. He had repeated that detail for years because it made everything cleaner. Adults arguing quietly. A child spared the worst of it. Here, she sat on the hallway floor in pajamas, knees against her chest. Listening, Lillian's voice shook with exhaustion. Just tell her the truth. Younger Calvin stood by the door with his overnight bag in one hand. There's no reason to make this harder. She thinks you're leaving because of her. That's ridiculous. Then say it to her. The younger Calvin looked toward the hall. For 1 second, the two Calvins saw Mara at the same time. She was 12, too thin, too still. Her missing front tooth had grown back by then. But her mouth had the same guarded shape as in the photograph tucked inside his laptop sleeve. She looked less like a child overhearing divorce and more like someone learning the structure of a future silence. Younger Calvin turned away. I have a flight in the morning, he said. The older Calvin stepped backward out of the apartment, unable to breathe around the smell of burnt coffee. The motel door shut by itself. He stood again on the walkway. The row of doors stretched farther now. Room numbers glistening in the rain. Behind him, from inside room 9, the television came back on, through the closed door. Calvin heard his own voice saying a sentence he had no memory of ever speaking. Sometimes people are easier to love after you leave them. Calvin stood outside room 9 with the rain misting his face and listened to his own voice come through the closed door. It was not the voice he heard in his head. That voice was cleaner, firmer, edited by use. This one sounded tired and defensive, the voice of a man speaking from a kitchen doorway while holding car keys. Already halfway gone. There was a pause after the sentence. Then Lillian's reply came softly through the motel wall. No, Calvin. They're easier for you to love after they stop needing you. The television hissed into static. He backed away from the door. The key lay in his palm, warm as before. But now the warmth had begun to feel less like body heat and more like fever. Rain gathered in the creases of his hand and ran beneath the black plastic tag. The number stamped on it was no longer 9. It was blank. Calvin rubbed it with his thumb. The white paint had not worn away. It had simply never been there. From somewhere beyond room 12. A door opened. He turned. The motel walkway stretched so far into the dark that its end disappeared in rain. Green doors lined both sides now, though that was impossible. When he had arrived, the rooms had faced only the parking lot. Now another row stood opposite them where the gravel lot should have been, their windows black, their brass numbers shining in brief flashes of lightning. She, Shirar, Shisan, Shisu, Shiwu, Shileo. The numbers did not follow order anymore. Calvin walked toward the office. He did not run. Running would admit something. He kept one hand against the wall, feeling damp paint slide beneath his fingertips, and counted his breaths the way he counted damaged roof shingles after a hailstorm. 10 steps, 20, 30. The office light remained ahead, buzzing yellow behind rain-blurred glass. But it did not come closer. He passed room 4 3 times. The first time, the door was closed. The second time, water seeped from beneath it in a thin black line. The third time, someone inside was crying. Not loudly, not theatrically. A restrained, exhausted sound. Familiar enough that Calvin slowed despite himself. He knew the discipline in that crying. The effort not to wake a child. the effort not to make a scene. His mother had cried that way only after his father left, or so he had believed. Calvin kept walking. "You don't have to open every door," he said aloud. The motel gave no answer. But the rain changed. It had been outside a moment before, striking the awning, hissing across the parking lot, tapping at windows. Now it sounded closer, above him, around him, beneath him, a heavy, layered rainfall, as though water were pouring inside the walls. The carpet runner along the walkway there had not been a carpet runner before, squelched under his shoes. He looked down. The concrete had become carpet. The same old oatmeal-colored motel carpet from room 9 stretched along the open-air walkway, soaked dark around his feet. Every step pressed water upward. It smelled of mildew, cigarettes, and old air conditioning. It smelled like every room he had ever rented on business trips where he had told himself one more night away did not matter. A telephone rang behind one of the doors. Calvin flinched. Then another rang. Then another. Soon the whole impossible hallway was filled with muffled ringing, motel phones, kitchen phones, hospital phones, cell phones buzzing against wood, all slightly out of rhythm, all waiting for someone to pick up. He covered his ears, but the sound came through his palms. Room 18 opened on his left. Inside was a roadside diner in Nebraska. 6 years before the divorce, Calvin saw himself in a booth with Mara across from him. 13 then, pushing fries through ketchup with a plastic fork. He had forgotten the place completely, but remembered, with sudden physical clarity, the red vinyl sticking to the backs of his legs and the rain streaking sideways across the diner windows. Mara was saying something. The younger Calvin was looking at his phone. "I don't want to go back yet," she said. "Mom's going to ask if I told you." "Told me what?" She stared at the table. The phone in younger Calvin's hand vibrated. He checked it. "I've got to take this." Older Calvin stepped toward the doorway, throat tightening. Mara looked up, not at the man in the booth, but toward the motel hall where Calvin stood. "You always do," she said. The door slammed shut. Calvin stumbled back, almost falling against the opposite wall. His hand struck another door. Room 2, then room 41. Then no number at all. The brass plaques flickered and changed as he watched, rearranging themselves like dates in a record he could no longer falsify. He no longer knew which way led to room 9. He no longer knew which way led out. At the far end of the corridor, beneath the buzzing office light that never grew nearer, Nora appeared behind the glass. She stood very still, one hand resting on the guest ledger, even through the rain-streaked distance. Calvin could see her looking directly at him. He shouted, "What is this?" Her lips moved. The hallway swallowed her voice. A moment later, the motel speakers crackled overhead, though Calvin had seen no speakers when he arrived. Static moved through them like breath. Then Nora's voice came thinly down the corridor. "Not where you've been. Mr. Rusk." Every door latch clicked at once. The sound moved down the hall in sequence. Lock after lock after lock, like something counting him. Nora's voice returned. "What you left unsaid." The door nearest Calvin opened. Inside, in the dark beyond the frame, his daughter's phone was ringing. The phone rang from inside the dark room. It was not a motel phone. Calvin knew that before he saw it. Motel phones had a dull, institutional sound. A flat electric bell designed to wake strangers without belonging to anyone. This was smaller, personal, a vibration trapped under glass. The sound of a cell phone left face down on a table while someone waited for a person who had already decided not to answer. Mara's ringtone. Calvin stood at the threshold with the key hot in his fist. The room beyond the door was too dark to enter, but the ringing illuminated nothing. There was no blue glow, no rectangle of screen light, only blackness and the sound. Repeating with patient accusation, he did not go in. For once, refusal felt less like cowardice than instinct. Calvin stepped back, and the door closed softly by itself, cutting off the ring in the middle of a note. The hallway went quiet. Every door around him remained slightly open now. Not enough to see inside. Just enough to suggest attention. Rain pressed down from nowhere. The soaked carpet sucked at his shoes. The office still glowed far away. But Nora was no longer behind the glass. Her absence frightened him more than her presence had. Calvin began walking toward it. He kept one shoulder nearly brushing the wall, refusing to look too long into any opening. Still, fragments reached him. From room 23 came the smell of burnt coffee. From room 5. His mother's hospital monitor beeped once, then flattened into silence. From a door marked M, he heard Lillian say, "She waited for you in the driveway." From a door with no number, a child's voice whispered, "If I don't ask him to stay, maybe he won't leave." Calvin's jaw ached from clenching. "I didn't know," he said. The motel absorbed the words without answering. But that was the problem. He had known enough. Not everything. Maybe. Not the exact shape of every wound, but enough to hear the strain in a voice. See the hesitation before a question. Recognize when someone was giving him one final chance to remain in the room. He had mistaken silence for permission because silence was easier to survive than pleading. By the time he reached the office door, the rain had stopped on the walkway. Inside, it was still raining. Water fell from the ceiling in thin, vertical lines, though the plaster above showed no cracks. It streamed over the counter, ran through the open ledger, and dripped from the brass bell in steady drops. The box fan turned behind the desk, pushing damp air in slow circles. The faded lake print on the wall had changed. The sunset was gone. The lake was black now, and in the center of it floated a motel key on a plastic tag. "Nora?" Calvin called. No answer. He went behind the counter. The space smelled of wet paper and old coins. Beneath the desk were shelves stacked with towels, receipt books, and cardboard boxes labeled by year in handwriting that looked similar to Nora's but not identical. Some boxes were swollen from damp. Others looked new. The ledger lay open. Calvin turned it toward himself. His signature filled the page. Not once. Not only the line he had written less than an hour ago. Page after page carried his name in slight variations. Each one recognizable. Each one wrong in a different way. Calvin Rusk, May 14. Leanh. He had been in Cedar Rapids that week. His mother had still been alive. Calvin Rusk, November 3rd. Leanh. 2 days after Lillian filed for divorce. Calvin Rusk, August 22nd. Leanh. Mara's 21st birthday. He had sent money and claimed he was snowed in at Denver, though the weather had been clear. His finger moved down the page. Calvin Rusk, June Kadex Antoista. Leanh Arshaba. He stopped. The date had not happened yet. The line beneath it read, Calvin Rusk, December 2. Leanh Senshi. Then, Calvin Rusk, April, Devate. Leanh Senshid Joe. The signatures changed as the years moved forward. The letters grew shakier. The pressure weakened. In one entry, the surname dragged downward as though the writer's hand had slipped before finishing. Beside each name was a room number. Joe. Sure. She. Sure. M. No vacancy. Calvin stepped back from the desk. Behind the office, where a filing cabinet had stood when he checked in, there was now a narrow service door painted the same green as the motel rooms. No handle, only a keyhole and a small metal sign screwed at eye level. No vacancy. From behind it came a knock. Not loud. 3 soft taps. Calvin's hand went numb around the key. The ledger pages fluttered, though there was no wind. One wet page lifted and settled open to the line he had signed that night. Beneath his name, in ink that was still spreading, someone had added a note. Guest has not yet checked out. The knocking came again. This time, from the other side of the service door. Calvin heard his own voice whisper, "You took long enough." Calvin did not answer the voice behind the service door. For one suspended moment, he could only stare at the painted green wood and listen to the rain falling inside the office. The sound was wrong in its patience. It did not splash or scatter. It descended in straight lines, soaking the ledger, the countertop, the cuffs of his trousers, as though the motel had decided everything in the room needed to be preserved underwater. The voice came again, softer. "You always make people wait." Calvin stepped backward until his hip struck the desk. The key in his hand was no longer warm. It was burning. He dropped it onto the ledger with a sharp metallic sound. It landed across his own signature, smearing the wet ink. For a moment, the letters shifted beneath it, not dissolving, not fading, but rearranging, as if trying to become another name. Calvin grabbed the nearest cardboard box from the lower shelf and pulled it open because looking at paper was easier than looking at the door. Inside were receipts, hundreds of them, old motel receipts, gas station receipts, dinner bills, toll slips, credit card carbons, yellowed with age. Each was clipped into bundles with rubber bands that had gone brittle. Calvin lifted one from the top. Starling, Rest Motel, Room 9, May 14. Leanh Isha R. 1 occupant, paid in full. His name was printed beneath it. He remembered May 14. Leanh Isha R. He had driven to Cedar Rapids after his mother's third call. He had stopped twice for coffee, once for gas, once at a rest area where he sat in the car for 20 minutes before going in. He had not stopped at a motel. He knew that. He had gone straight to the hospital. He had arrived before midnight, or near midnight. He had always said before midnight. The next receipt was from November 2019, the week the divorce papers became real. Then another from August 2024, Mara's birthday. Then another dated 3 months earlier, when Lillian had left him a voicemail about Mara dropping out of graduate school and not speaking to anyone. Calvin had been in Kansas City that night. He had told himself it was not his place to interfere. Mara was an adult. Lillian had wanted him to fix a damage he had not been present to see. He unfolded the receipt. On the back, in his own handwriting, were 4 words: "Call her tomorrow morning." He had no memory of writing them. Beneath the receipts lay transcript pages. Calvin knew the format. He had seen them in litigation files: date, time, caller, duration, message content. These were voicemail transcripts, printed in neat columns, each page carrying a small header: unanswered, unreturned. His stomach turned before he read the first one. Caller, Mara Rusk. Date, August 2021. Leanh Chenling Arshase. Time, 10:13 p.m. Duration, 0:47. Dad, I know you're probably working. I'm not trying to make this dramatic. I just wanted to hear your voice today. I don't know why. Mom says I shouldn't expect things from you if I don't ask clearly. So I'm asking clearly. Could you call me back? Just tonight? Calvin stared at the page until the words loosened from meaning. He had never received that voicemail. He had sent money that morning. $500 with a note. Happy birthday. Proud of you. He had considered that generous, clean, useful. Calls were uncertain. Calls could become anything. Money stayed exactly what it was. He turned the next transcript. Caller, Lillian Rusk. Date, March 2. Lanseling Archeleu. Time, 1:32 a.m. Duration, 1:8. Calvin, I know you don't want me calling, but she asked for you. She won't say it twice. She's outside the apartment and she won't come in. I don't know what happened tonight. Please, if you are ever going to show up, let it be now. March 2. Calvin remembered that night with sudden, ugly clarity. He had been in Wichita, sitting in a motel parking lot with the heater running, watching freezing rain bead on the windshield. Lillian's name had lit up his phone. He had let it ring because it was after 1 in the morning and nothing good came from old voices at that hour. Later, he had texted, in meetings all morning. What's going on? She had never answered. He set the transcript down, but more pages clung to his damp fingers. Messages from his mother, from Lillian, from Mara, from a former colleague whose name he barely remembered, from a neighbor asking if he could check on a leaking ceiling because the old woman upstairs trusted him. Small emergencies, ordinary requests, human needs disguised as interruptions. In the bottom of the box was a folded sheet of construction paper. Calvin knew what it was before he opened it. The paper was blue, softened at the creases, the edges worn from being handled. A drawing in crayon filled the page, a motel under heavy rain, green doors in a long row. A red car parked outside, though Calvin had never owned a red car. In front of room 9 stood a tall man with no face. Beside him was a little girl holding a yellow umbrella. At the top, in uneven child letters, Mara had written, "Dad's room when he goes away." Calvin's breath caught. On the back was a note in Lillian's handwriting. She made this after Denver. I thought you should see what she thinks work means. He had never seen the drawing. He had never received it. He had never wanted to ask what else had been sent. The office lights flickered all around him. The boxes on the shelves began to tremble. One by one, their lids lifted. Inside were more receipts, more transcripts, more photographs, more folded papers. evidence not of one crime, but of a habit so old it had learned to look like personality. The motel had not invented his guilt. It had kept the paperwork. Behind the service door, the knocking stopped. The key slid across the ledger by itself, leaving a black, wet line through the ink. It came to rest, pointing toward the door marked NO vacancy. From the other side, his own voice spoke again. "You're reading the wrong file." "Calvin." A pause. Then the lock turned from the inside. The lock turned once. Then again. Calvin backed away until the backs of his legs struck the counter. The ledger slid beneath his elbow, pages sticking wetly to his sleeve. All around him the open boxes shivered on their shelves, the receipts and transcript pages lifting in the indoor rain as if stirred by breath. The service door opened inward. There was no storage closet behind it, no utility sink, no stacked linen, no breaker panel humming in the dark. Beyond the green door was a motel room. Room 9. Not the room 9 Calvin had entered from the walkway, though it wore the same furniture like a poor disguise, the same bed, the same lamp, the same television, the same carpet swollen with damp. This room was older. The walls looked yellowed by years of cigarette smoke. The ceiling bowed under invisible weight. Rain moved down the inside of the window in thick streams, though outside the glass there was no parking lot, no office, no interstate, only darkness. A man sat on the edge of the bed. For one impossible second, Calvin thought it was his father, not because of the face, but because of the posture. Shoulders slightly forward, hands loose between the knees, coat still on, body angled toward departure, even while sitting still. Then the man lifted his head. Calvin saw himself, not a reflection, not an older version exactly. The man on the bed was near his own age, perhaps a little thinner, his face hollowed by sleeplessness. His hair was damp. His shirt clung at the collar. His hands were red around the knuckles as if he had spent a long time knocking on doors that would not open. The other Calvin smiled with no relief in it. "You finally read enough to come in." Calvin could not speak. He had seen his own face in mirrors every morning with increasing indifference. But this was different. Mirrors reversed and flattened. Photographs lied kindly if taken at the right angle. This man had the private ugliness of the real. The small downward pull at the mouth. The lines made not by age but by excuses repeated until they became anatomy. "You're not real," Calvin said. The other man nodded toward the key in Calvin's hand. "That's what we always say first." Calvin looked down. He had not realized he was holding it again. The black tag was no longer blank. Its white number had returned, but it did not read 9. It read "No vacancy." The other Calvin stood. The room seemed to contract around him. The lamp buzzed. The television clicked on behind his shoulder, filling the room with static light. In that broken glow, Calvin saw the bedspread was stained dark in one corner, not with blood, but with water. A suitcase lay open on the floor, his own overnight bag, his own work folders, his own shirts folded with the careless precision of a man who never stayed long enough to unpack. "What is this place?" Calvin asked. The other Calvin laughed softly. "You still want the name of the damage before you'll admit the house is burning." The television steadied. This time it showed no hospital room, no apartment, no childhood hallway. It showed a motel parking lot at night. Freezing rain instead of summer rain. A Subaru idling beneath an awning. Calvin inside it, 6 years younger than he was now. Phone glowing in his hand. March 2. Leanh Chen Ling Arshileo. Lillian calling. Calvin remembered the call. He remembered letting it ring. He remembered the clean silence after it stopped. He remembered telling himself that an ex-wife's panic at 1 a.m. was not automatically his emergency. On the screen, his younger self stared at the phone. The call ended. Then Mara's name appeared. Not a call this time. A message. Dad, please. I don't want Mom. I want you. Calvin stepped toward the television. No. The other Calvin said nothing. On screen, younger Calvin typed 3 words. I'm driving now. He never sent them. Instead, he erased the message, put the phone face down, and leaned back against the driver's seat, through the windshield, across the rain-lashed lot. The Starling Rest Motel sign blinked red. Vacancy. A cancy. Vacancy. Then the image changed. A different room. Not a motel room. Mara's apartment building hallway. Lillian kneeling beside their daughter outside a closed door. Mara's face hidden in her arms. No blood. No dramatic wound. Nothing clean enough to be called an accident. Just a young woman folded around a grief so old it had finally become too heavy to carry. Lillian held the phone to Mara's ear. No answer. Mara whispered something. The television sound crackled, then sharpened. He said he was driving. Calvin's chest tightened until he could barely breathe. I didn't know, he said. The other Calvin's face changed then. Not anger. Worse. Recognition. You knew, she asked. Calvin shook his head. You knew enough to choose not to know. The rain inside the room grew louder. The other Calvin pointed toward the key. It never opened rooms. Calvin looked at the doors reflected in the television screen. Childhood hallway. Hospital room. Apartment. Diener. All of them layered behind him like evidence in glass. It opens consequences. The other man said, every place where you left before the sentence ended. Every call you let become silence. Every room where someone needed you to stay human for 5 more minutes. Calvin's hand closed around the key until the teeth bit his palm. And you? He asked. The other Calvin looked toward the window, where darkness pressed against the glass like deep water. I'm the one who didn't leave that night. Calvin stared at him. The other man touched the damp collar of his shirt. I stayed in the car until morning. I listened to the phone ring. I listened to her stop asking. I never went forward from it. That doesn't make sense. No, the other Calvin said. It makes a life. The television went black. In its reflection, Calvin saw both of them standing in room 9. But only one reflection reached the floor. The other Calvin stepped closer. The motel has been collecting us, he said. Not ghosts. Not memories. Choices. Every version that walked away. Every version that almost turned back. Every version that told himself leaving was mercy. The office behind Calvin had vanished. There was only room 9 now, and its door stood open onto a hallway lined with hundreds of green doors. The other Calvin held out his hand. The question isn't how to get out. From somewhere down the hall, Mara's phone began ringing again. The other Calvin's voice lowered. The question is, which one of us has been pretending to be real? Mara's phone rang somewhere down the impossible hallway. The sound was small at first, almost lost beneath the rain inside the walls. Then it grew clearer. Not louder exactly, but nearer, as if the motel were carrying it from room to room, placing it gently against every door Calvin had refused to open. It rang once, paused, rang again, patient, human, terrible. The other Calvin kept his hand extended. "You can still leave," he said. Calvin looked at the open door behind him. The hallway outside room 9 was lined with green doors on both sides, their brass numbers shifting in the wet light. Some showed dates instead of numbers. Some showed initials. One had Mara's name scratched into the paint in a child's uneven letters. Another bore no sign at all. Only a keyhole dark as an eye. At the far end, beyond all the rooms, he could see the motel parking lot. His Subaru waited beneath the awning. Its headlights were on. The driver's door stood open. Rain moved through the beams in silver lines. And beyond the lot, the interstate curved away into darkness, offering the same promise it always had: distance. 8. Motion. A place where no one could ask a question quickly enough to stop him. Calvin felt the old reflex rise in him. Go. Not because he wanted freedom. Freedom had never been the right word. He wanted the temporary cleanliness of leaving before the consequences became visible. He wanted the road, the engine, the white lane markers vanishing beneath him. He wanted a motel in another town where no one knew his name and no room remembered him. The key in his palm gave one slow pulse. The other Calvin watched him with exhausted pity. "That door leads out," he said. "It always has." "And you?" Calvin asked. "I stay." "Why?" The other man's face tightened. "Because someone had to." The ringing continued. Calvin stepped into the hallway. The carpet was soaked ankle-deep now, though it did not splash. It accepted each step silently, the way old grief accepts more weight. Doors opened as he passed. Not fully, just enough to reveal fragments. His mother's hand reaching toward an empty chair. Lillian standing in the driveway with her arms folded against the cold. Mara at 13, watching him leave a diner booth to take a work call. Mara at 22, sitting in a hallway outside her apartment. Phone pressed between both hands, as if warmth alone might make him answer. Calvin stopped before the door marked with her name. The ringing came from inside. The key lifted in his hand, tugging toward the lock. "No," Calvin whispered. Behind him, the other Calvin said, "That's the one." The door was not green now. It was the color of cheap apartment paint, off-white and scuffed near the bottom. A peephole sat at eye level. A strip of weak fluorescent light showed beneath it. Calvin knew, with an awful certainty, that this door did not open onto memory alone. It opened onto the moment from which all his later explanations had been built. March 2, Leanh, the night he had told himself he was driving. The key slid into the lock. Before turning it, Calvin looked back. The other Calvin stood in the motel hallway several yards away, in the shifting door light. He seemed less solid than before, his outline thinning at the shoulders. Not vanishing, waiting. "What happens if I go in?" Calvin asked. "You answer. And if I leave?" The other man smiled faintly. "Then you become better at it." Calvin almost laughed. The sound caught in his throat. The motel had given him many rooms, but this was the first one that felt less like punishment than offer. Not forgiveness, not repair, He was too old for the childish belief that one answered call could unmake years of absence. Mara would not become 12 again. His mother would not wake in the hospital room. Leanh would not forget the kitchen doorway, the packed bags, the measured sentences. But perhaps there was a difference between being too late and choosing lateness as a home. Calvin turned the key. The apartment hallway opened before him. Cold fluorescent light, gray carpet, a row of doors, the smell of damp wool, old takeout, and winter rain. Leanh knelt on the floor beside Mara, one arm around her shoulders, the other holding a phone with Calvin's name glowing across the screen. Mara was older than the diner child, older than the girl in the drawing. But in that hallway, she looked unbearably young. Her hair stuck to her wet cheeks. Her hands shook around the phone. She was listening to it ring, not speaking now, waiting. Calvin stood in the doorway between Motel and memory, unable to step forward. Then his younger voice came faintly from somewhere else, from a car in another rainstorm, from a phone left face down on a passenger seat. "I'm driving now." The lie was there, still unsent, still waiting to become the shape of a life. Leanh looked up. This time she saw him. Not the younger Calvin who had failed to come. Him. The man from after the damage. The man with wet shoes and gray at his temples and a motel key cutting into his palm. Her expression changed, not into surprise, but into the exhausted recognition of someone who had known all along that absence had a body. "Then say something," she said. Mara lifted her face. Calvin tried to speak. Nothing came. The hallway behind him roared with rain. The motel doors rattled in their frames. The other Calvin called from somewhere far away, though his voice sounded closer to sorrow than warning. "Don't make silence choose for you again." Calvin crossed the threshold. The key tore cold from his hand and remained in the motel lock behind him. The door began to close. For 1 second, panic seized him. He turned and saw the impossible motel hallway narrowing. The other Calvin standing at its center. The Subaru waited beyond him, headlights burning. The road still existed. It would always exist. Calvin could still reach it if he moved quickly enough. Mara whispered. "Dad?" The words struck him more violently than any accusation. Calvin faced her. "I heard you," he said. It was not enough. It was almost nothing. But it was the first true sentence he had spoken all night. Behind him, the apartment door clicked shut. The ringing stopped. On the other side of the door, in the Starling Rest Motel, someone picked up the key from the carpet and began walking toward the parking lot. Morning came to the Starling Rest Motel without drama. The storm moved east before sunrise, leaving the interstate shining under a pale sky the color of unwashed glass. Water stood in the gravel lot in shallow pools. The gutters dripped at patient intervals. A few semi-trucks passed on the highway beyond the field, their engines low and distant, and none of the drivers looked twice at the small roadside motel with 12 green doors, a red sign, and a painted bird whose wing had almost entirely flaked away. By daylight, the place seemed too ordinary to remember. The office smelled of coffee and damp carpet. Nora stood behind the counter, turning the pages of the guest ledger with one careful finger. Her name tag was polished clean now. The scratches across the plastic had vanished. Beside her, the brass bell reflected the weak morning light. At Chapter, Shashprizecha, M. The door opened. A man stepped inside carrying an overnight bag. He looked like Calvin Rusk, He had Calvin's navy coat, Calvin's graying hair, Calvin's narrow face made more severe by poor sleep. His shoes were wet, though the rain had stopped nearly 2 hours earlier. In one hand he held a black plastic key tag. The metal key attached to it looked old, blunt-toothed, and warm from use. "Checking out?" Nora asked. The man placed the key on the counter. "Yes." His voice was Calvin's voice. But something in it had changed. Not softened exactly. It had the careful steadiness of a person imitating calm from memory. He did not look at the ledger right away. His eyes moved once toward the hallway behind the office, toward the place where there was no service door now. Only a filing cabinet and a wall calendar turned to June. "Sleep well?" Nora asked. The man smiled faintly. "Well enough." She turned the ledger toward him. He signed, Calvin Rusk. The letters were almost perfect. The C had the same narrow hook. The R leaned at the same angle. But the pressure was different. The signature did not press downward into the paper the way Calvin's usually did, as if trying to make the page accept responsibility. This one barely touched the line. Nora studied it. Then she closed the ledger. "Long way to go?" The man glanced through the office window at the Subaru waiting outside. "I think so. Most people do." He nodded, as if he understood more than he wanted to say. Then he lifted the overnight bag, stepped back into the washed-out morning, and crossed the gravel lot. The car started on the first try. For a moment, it sat beneath the motel sign, exhaust thinning into the cool air. Then it pulled onto the frontage road and turned toward the interstate. The painted bird on the sign watched it go with its one remaining wing. In room 9, the curtains were drawn. The room had been cleaned already, though no maid had entered. The bedspread lay smooth. The wet carpet was dry. The television was off, reflecting nothing but the opposite wall. On the dresser sat the motel key. Its black tag once again bore a white number. Joe. No one had returned it there. Adopt Treya. M. In an apartment 2 states away. Mara Rusk woke from a dream of rain. For a few seconds she did not know where she was. Her room was gray with morning. The radiator clicked. A mug sat on the windowsill beside a plant she kept forgetting to water. Her phone lay on the floor near the bed, where it must have fallen during the night. It was ringing. She reached down, still half asleep, and saw her father's name on the screen. Mara stared at it until the call nearly ended. Then she answered. Neither of them spoke immediately. On the other end, there was highway noise. A turn signal. The faint, hollow sound of someone breathing inside a moving car. "Dad?" The silence after the word was so long that she almost pulled the phone away to see if the call had dropped. Then Calvin said, "I heard you." Mara sat up. Her hand tightened around the phone. "What?" "I heard you," he said again. His voice was her father's, but not completely. There was something strange in it. A gap under the words, as if each one had been carried a long distance before reaching her. He sounded tired. He sounded frightened. He sounded, impossibly, like someone trying not to disappear while speaking. Mara looked toward her bedroom door. "Are you okay?" A soft laugh came through the line. It was almost right. Almost the laugh she remembered from childhood, before it became a polite sound sent from far away. "I don't know," he said. She waited for the familiar correction, the quick reassurance, the sentence that would make the moment smaller. He would say he was driving. or busy, or that they should talk later when things were clearer. He did not. Instead, he said, "Can you stay on the phone with me for a while?" Mara closed her eyes. The question should have comforted her. It almost did. Outside her apartment, rain began tapping lightly against the window, though the weather report had promised clear skies. Back at the Starling Rest Motel, Nora entered room 9 and stood beside the dresser. The key waited there, dry and warm. She picked it up, turned it once in her palm, and looked toward the television. For a moment, the dark screen reflected not one room, but two, the clean motel room behind her, and somewhere deeper, a narrow apartment hallway where a man sat on the floor beside his daughter. Speaking too late, but speaking, Nora placed the key back on the dresser. Then she opened the guest ledger to a blank page. At the top of the page, in wet ink, a new line appeared by itself. Calvin Rusk checked out. Beneath it, after a pause, another line slowly formed. Calvin Rusk, still occupying room 9. Outside, the motel sign flickered in the daylight. Vacancy. A can't see. Vacancy. And inside room 9, the television clicked on to static, waiting for the next voice to speak. Some doors do not lead to places. They lead to the moments we have spent years avoiding. Calvin's horror is not simply that the motel remembers him, but that it remembers with more honesty than he does. Every unanswered call, every unfinished apology, every convenient departure becomes a room waiting to be opened. Maybe the question is not whether Calvin escaped, or whether another version took his place. Maybe the real question is this: when someone finally says the words they should have said years ago, is that redemption or just another room in the same motel? Story 2. By the time Alistair Wren found the radio, the tide had already climbed higher than it should have. He noticed it first through the attic window. A small square of warped glass looking down over Brackmere Bay. The old harbor wall was slick and black beneath the evening rain, and the sea pressed against it with the patient weight of something leaning in to listen. Water should not have reached the lower steps until after midnight. Alistair knew that without checking the tide chart pinned beside the kitchen door. He had spent 40 years reading water, wind, and pressure. He trusted the sea more than he trusted most people. Still, the white foam was already licking the third step. He stood in the attic with one hand braced against a roof beam, breathing in dust, salt, and old insulation. Rain ticked against the slates above him, somewhere below. Pipes knocked in the walls as if the house were clearing its throat. He had come up for blankets. That was what he told himself, though he had not used the spare blankets in years. The house stayed cold no matter how much coal he fed the stove. And Alistair had grown used to wearing 2 jumpers indoors, his wrists thin inside the cuffs. But that afternoon, while making tea, he had noticed a brown stain spreading across the ceiling near the back bedroom. A slow, damp bloom. Not fresh rainwater. Exactly. Darker than that. Almost brackish. So he had taken the attic key from the blue china dish Moira once used for earrings, climbed the narrow ladder, and entered the part of the house he had avoided since she died. Moira had kept things up here in careful boxes, Christmas ornaments wrapped in newspaper, their daughter's school drawings, cracked lampshades she always meant to mend, jars of buttons, 3 broken clocks, and the red suitcase she had brought with her when they married. Alistair did not touch those. He had learned that grief could sleep for months if left undisturbed. But if handled carelessly, it woke with teeth. The radio sat beneath a gray sheet near the chimney breast. He recognized its shape before he uncovered it. A Robert set, cream and green, with a leather handle stiff from age. Moira's radio, the one she used to carry from room to room, turning the dial with her thumb while she cooked. Painted window sills, or sat at the kitchen table writing letters she rarely posted. She had liked local stations, shipping forecasts, late-night call-in shows, anything with voices. The last winter of her life, when silence between them had become a third person in the house. She had kept it beside her chair and let strangers speak into the room. Alistair pulled the sheet away. Dust lifted in a soft cloud. The radio's grill was furred with it, but the tuning window still showed the faint names of stations: Dover, Lille, North Sea, Brackmere Local. The volume knob was turned all the way down. He should have covered it again. Instead, he picked it up. Something shifted inside. Not loose, but wet. A soft internal slosh, like water moving in a sealed jar. Alistair frowned and turned the radio over. The battery compartment was empty. No corrosion, no batteries. Only a dry, hollow space smelling faintly of tin and mildew. The power cord had been wrapped around the handle and secured with Moira's old hair elastic. He remembered doing that himself after the funeral, though he could not remember bringing the radio upstairs. Thunder rolled far out at sea. The radio clicked. Alistair nearly dropped it. A thin line of orange light appeared behind the tuning window. It did not glow steadily. It pulsed, weak and warm, like a coal under ash. Static breathed through the speaker. Low at first, then swelling until the attic seemed full of rain that was not falling from the roof. He turned the volume knob down by instinct. Though it was already down, the static sharpened. Then a man's voice spoke. "This is Brackmere Local News, broadcasting at 6 o'clock on Thursday, the 17th of October. Alistair looked toward the attic window. Outside, beyond the rain-streaked glass, the harbor clock showed Wednesday evening. The voice continued with the bored precision of regional radio. Emergency services were called shortly after 8 this morning to a minor collision on Cormorant Lane. No serious injuries were reported. In other news, residents near the East Quay have been advised to avoid the lower promenade after unusually high water damaged several railings overnight. Alistair stood perfectly still. It was a recording, he thought. Some old cassette signal. A frequency overlap, a prank, a fault in the set picking up archived material. He had known radios to do strange things in coastal weather. Once, in 1983, he had heard a French weather bulletin through a disconnected receiver during a lightning storm. The announcer paused. Static filled the gap. Then the voice returned. Lower now, as if the man had leaned closer to the microphone. And finally, a private notice for Mr. Alistair Wren of Gull House, North Cliff Road. The radio felt suddenly cold in his hands. Mr. Wren is advised not to boil water in the blue enamel kettle tomorrow morning. Below him, in the kitchen, something metal shifted on the stove. Alistair did not move. The announcer finished in the same calm voice. The wedding ring will be found inside. Alistair did not sleep with the radio in the house. That was how he phrased it to himself. Though, of course, the radio remained upstairs, sitting in the attic where he had left it. Beneath the low beam and the slanted window and the smell of old rain, he had not thrown it away. He had not carried it outside. He had not even covered it again with the gray sheet. He had simply closed the attic hatch, turned the key, and decided that whatever had spoken from Moira's old radio belonged to the part of the house he no longer used. In the morning, Brackmere looked washed and innocent. Sunlight lay weakly across the bay. The storm had dragged seaweed onto the lower promenade and left a line of black grit against the harbor wall. But the town was already returning to itself. Gulls screamed above the fish market. A delivery van reversed outside Hobbs and Son Bakery. 2 children in yellow raincoats jumped over puddles while their mother told them not to. Alistair watched from the kitchen window with a mug of tea cooling in his hand. The blue enamel kettle sat on the stove. He had bought it for Moira in Penzance 33 years earlier because she had admired the color in a shop window and then walked away without asking for it. He remembered that clearly. He remembered the shop bell, the rain on her hair, the way she had smiled when he presented it to her later, as if the small act proved he understood her. Now the kettle looked ordinary, a little chipped around the spout, a little browned on the bottom, empty. He did not open it. Instead, he boiled water in a saucepan and told himself it was because the kettle needed descaling. His days had become a system of small avoidances. Breakfast at 7. Toast cut once diagonally. Never twice. Because Moira had cut it twice. Tide chart checked at 7:30. Coal scuttle filled before 9. Walked to the post office only on Tuesdays and Fridays. When Mrs. Elvish was less likely to be behind the counter asking after his health in the tone people used for old dogs. Groceries delivered every Thursday. Supper at 6. 1 lamp on in the sitting room. 1 glass of whiskey. Never 2. He preserved Moira's things with the devotion of a curator and the cowardice of a man afraid of dust. Her raincoat still hung by the back door. Her gardening gloves lay folded on the shelf above the boots. Her reading glasses remained beside the armchair. 1 lens faintly scratched, as if she might return, irritated that he had moved them. He had not cleared her wardrobe. He had not changed the sheets on her side of the bed. He had not opened the biscuit tin where she kept letters. People called this love. Alistair allowed them to. By noon, he had nearly convinced himself that the broadcast had been a trick of storm electricity and age. At 76, a man could be forgiven a moment of confusion in an attic, thick with dust and memory. Radios did not announce tomorrow. Dead women did not send private notices through local news. Wedding rings did not appear in kettles. At 2:30, the telephone rang. He let it ring 4 times before answering. "Mr. Wren," said a woman's voice. "It's Lorna Price. From next door." Not exactly next door. Lorna lived 3 houses down, in the white cottage with blue shutters and too many hanging baskets. Moira had liked her. "Yes? I'm sorry to trouble you. I wondered if you'd seen our Finn, the little gray terrier." Alistair looked through the window toward the cliff path. No. He slipped the gate again. Silly thing. He usually heads toward the old lifeboat slip. "If you see him, would you mind giving me a ring?" Alistair's grip tightened around the receiver. The radio's voice came back to him, not the private notice, but the first ordinary item before it. Emergency services were called shortly after 8 this morning to a minor collision on Cormorant Lane. Cormorant Lane ran behind the old lifeboat slip. It was narrow. blind at the bend, dangerous when delivery vans came too fast down the hill. "What time did he get out?" Alistair asked. "Oh, 10 minutes ago. Perhaps." Why? But he had already set the receiver down. He put on his coat without fastening it and stepped into air sharp with salt. The town looked too bright, too normal. As he hurried past wet garden walls and bins, left crooked from collection, his knees complained on the slope. His breath rasped. Halfway down Cormorant Lane, he heard barking. Finn stood in the road, trembling and pleased with himself, nose deep in a torn paper bag from the bakery. At the top of the hill, a white delivery van appeared. Alistair stepped into the lane, waving both arms. The van braked hard. Its horn blared. Finn bolted between Alistair's legs, and the van stopped so close he could feel engine heat through his trousers. The driver leaned out, pale and furious. "You trying to get yourself killed?" Alistair did not answer. He was looking at the van's front bumper, untouched, and at Finn, alive beside the wall, barking at him as if the whole thing were a game. That evening, at 6 o'clock exactly, the locked attic filled with static. Alistair heard it through the ceiling. Then the radio spoke again. Brackmere Local News. Broadcasting Thursday, the 17th of October. A pause. Emergency services were called this afternoon after a delivery van avoided a loose dog on Cormorant Lane and struck the eastern bus shelter. One pedestrian remains in critical condition. Downstairs, Alistair stood beneath the attic hatch, behind the locked door above him. Through the static, something small and metal began rolling slowly across the floorboards. The thing rolling across the attic floorboards stopped directly above the kitchen. Alistair stood below it, one hand on the banister, listening to the house settle around the sound. For several seconds there was only static, thin and distant now, as if the radio had turned its face toward another room. Then came a final click, clean and small, and silence dropped through the ceiling. He did not go upstairs. That became his second rule. The first was not to open the blue kettle. By morning, both rules felt childish. Sunlight through the kitchen window made the house look stern rather than haunted. The ceiling stain had dried to a brown-edged oval. The saucepan sat in the sink. The kettle remained on the stove, its chipped blue enamel catching a square of light. Alistair made tea in the saucepan again. At 8, he turned on the television. He almost never watched morning news. He disliked the polished sympathy of presenters and the habit they had of making every human disaster feel rehearsed. But he stood with his tea untouched beside him while the local segment began. An elderly woman remains in critical condition after a road traffic incident in Brackmere yesterday afternoon. The presenter said. Emergency services were called to Cormorant Lane after a delivery van swerved to avoid a loose dog and struck a bus shelter near the old lifeboat slip. Alistair felt the words enter him slowly, like cold water poured through cloth. The report showed the bus shelter. Its glass side had collapsed into glittering fragments. A bouquet of early flowers lay against the curb, though no one had died yet. Police tape moved in the wind. Behind it, the white delivery van stood with its nose crumpled and one headlight hanging loose. He waited for the woman's name. The presenter gave it. Mrs. Agnes Pell, 82. Alistair knew her by sight. Small, upright, always in a maroon hat. Always at the bus stop on Thursdays because she visited her sister at the nursing home inland. Moira had once described Agnes Pell as one of those women the weather apologizes to. He turned the television off. The room did not become quieter. It became more exact. Every small sound arrived with cruel importance. The tick of the cooling stove. Gulls dragging their cries along the glass. A drip somewhere in the back of the house, though no tap was running. Alistair sat at the kitchen table and placed both hands flat on the wood. The grain beneath his palms felt swollen, as if the table had spent the night absorbing seawater. He had saved the dog. That was what he had done. He had stepped into the lane, stopped the van, prevented the broadcast from happening as announced. A minor collision. No serious injuries. That had been the original shape of tomorrow. A cracked bumper. Perhaps a frightened driver. Finn carried home under Lorna Price's arm while everyone complained and laughed. Instead, Agnes Pell was in hospital with her skull broken because Alistair had interfered. By late afternoon, Brackmere had begun discussing the accident in the delicate, hungry way small towns discuss harm. Lorna Price came to the gate with Finn on a lead and tears on her cheeks. She thanked Alistair for trying. She said the driver had been going too fast. She said no one could have known. Alistair nodded at each sentence as though each one were a stone being placed into his coat pockets. After she left, he stood at the garden gate until the light thinned and the tide drew back from the harbor wall, leaving weed and foam trembling on the steps. At 6 o'clock, the attic radio clicked on. He was already standing beneath the hatch. This time, the static began with a low rush like waves under floorboards. The announcer's voice emerged from it, clearer than before. Brackmere Local News. Broadcasting Friday. The 18th of October. Alistair closed his eyes. Hospital officials have confirmed that Agnes Pell remains in critical condition following yesterday's collision on Cormorant Lane. Police are appealing for witnesses. A pause. In other news, the annual harvest supper at St. Bartholomew's Church Hall has been postponed after a gas leak was discovered shortly before lighting the ovens. Residents are advised that the matter was resolved without injury. Alistair opened his eyes. St. Bartholomew's. The harvest supper was tomorrow evening. Moira had baked for it every year until her hands became too stiff for pastry. She had known which widowers needed extra portions wrapped in foil and which children stole sugared peel from the kitchen bowls. The announcer continued. Listeners are reminded that the smell will not be strongest near the stove. Alistair's skin tightened. No broadcaster would say that. The static deepened. Something beneath it shifted into a second voice. Not speaking yet. Only breathing through the signal. Soft. Familiar. Almost hidden beneath the crackle. Then the man on the radio said, Mr. Wren is advised not to enter by the front door. The kitchen seemed to lean around him. From the speaker upstairs came a whisper so faint he might have mistaken it for Rain if Rain had ever known his name. Ali. Moira's voice said through the static, You're listening too late again. Alistair did not answer the whisper. He stood under the attic hatch until his neck ached from looking up. One hand pressed against the newel post. The other curled so tightly around the banister that the joints turned white. Above him, the radio continued hissing in the darkness, then gave a soft electrical pop and fell silent. Moira had called him Ali. No one else did. Not anymore. He slept that night in the sitting room with every lamp on, though he would not have called it sleep. The fire collapsed into red caves of coal. The tide moved somewhere beyond the windows. Each time the wind found a gap in the frames. The house gave a low wooden sigh, and Alistair woke with his heart already racing. By morning, he had assembled his explanations like tools on a bench. Faulty wiring, though the radio had no batteries. Storm interference, though the storm had passed. An old marine frequency bouncing strangely through wet air, though no coastal signal should know his name. Grief, which was perhaps the most sensible explanation, and therefore the one he hated most. At 10, he carried a stepladder to the hall and examined the attic hatch. The keyhole was clean. No damp, no scoachmark, no sign that anything above had been alive in the dark except mice and old timber. He almost unlocked it. Then he thought of the metal object rolling across the boards after the broadcast, and of the blue kettle downstairs, and climbed carefully back down. Instead, he telephoned Calder Finch, who had once maintained the transmitters at the harbor signal station and now spent most mornings repairing televisions from a shed behind his bungalow. Marine band can do peculiar things, Calder said when Alistair described the radio without describing enough, particularly in weather. Can it pick up tomorrow? There was a pause. Beg pardon? Interference. Alistair said quickly. Old recordings. Delayed signals. Recordings. Yes. Tomorrow? No. Alistair thanked him and hung up before Calder could ask whether he was all right. That afternoon, he went to St. Bartholomew's. He had not entered the church hall since Moira's funeral tea. The place smelled of floor polish, damp hymn books, and onions being chopped in the kitchen. Paper pumpkins hung from string over the trestle tables. Mrs. Jory, who organized everything with the severity of a naval campaign, greeted him as though his appearance were both a miracle and an inconvenience. Alistair, we weren't expecting you. I heard there might be trouble with the gas. Her smile tightened. What kind of trouble? A leak? In the kitchen? Not strongest near the stove, he said before he could stop himself. Mrs. Jory stared at him. Behind her, two volunteers paused with boxes of tinned peaches in their hands. Alistair felt heat crawl up his throat. Old buildings, he said. Best to check. By 6. He had bullied them into calling a plumber. The man arrived, irritated, and left looking pale. There was a split in a corroded pipe beneath the hall floor. Not near the ovens at all, but under the front entry where people would have queued with raffle tickets and casserole dishes. Mrs. Jory thanked Alistair in a changed voice, as if gratitude had made him suspicious. No one was hurt. The supper was postponed. For 3 hours, Alistair believed he had done it properly this time. Then, at 6 o'clock, the attic radio turned on. He had moved a chair into the hall and was sitting beneath the hatch with a notebook open on his knee. His handwriting, usually precise, had gone cramped and old-looking. Brackmere Local News, said a woman's voice, not the man from before. Alistair knew this voice, Evelyn Marsh. She had read the evening bulletins when he was young and still working nights at the signal station. She had died in 1996 after a stroke. Broadcasting Saturday, the 19th of October, Evelyn Marsh said warmly, as if time had not touched her. Tonight's harvest supper at St. Bartholomew's was postponed after a gas fault was discovered in the church hall. However, emergency services were later called to the Methodist rooms on King Street, where the displaced supper was being prepared by volunteers. 3 people were treated for smoke inhalation following an electrical fire. Alistair shut his eyes. The notebook slid from his knee. Evelyn Marsh continued. Fire officials believe the blaze began in a warming cabinet donated to the church in memory of Moira Wren. The hall seemed to lengthen around him. Above, through the floorboards, the static changed pitch. Another voice surfaced, brisk and nasal. Leonard Pike, the weekend reporter who had drowned off Blackhead before Alistair turned 50. In coastal news, Leonard said, a warning has been issued after unusual tide marks were found inside several properties on North Cliff Road. Then a third voice, dry as paper. Then a fourth. Reporters from decades of Brackmere radio. Some retired, some buried, some whose names Alistair had not thought of in years, each taking turns with tomorrow's disasters. At last, beneath them all, Moira whispered again. You always wanted the warning to arrive in the proper form. Something wet touched Alistair's sock. He looked down. A thin line of seawater was creeping under the kitchen door. The seawater stopped before it reached the sitting room. Alistair watched it from the hall chair, knees drawn up like a child's, while the thin line widened across the kitchen tiles and settled there, shining beneath the yellow light. It was not rainwater blown under a door. Rainwater spread quickly and found low places. This moved with intention. It crept in a straight line from the back door to the center of the kitchen, paused beneath the table, then withdrew as slowly as it had come. When it was gone, it left salt. A white crust marked the tile grout by morning. Alistair scraped it with his thumbnail and tasted the air without meaning to. Brine, rotting weed, old harbor chains. He had lived above the sea for nearly 50 years. Damp was part of the bargain. It swelled cupboards, spotted mirrors, softened wallpaper behind picture frames. But this was different. This damp had memory. By breakfast, a tide mark had appeared along the kitchen wall. It ran 6 inches above the skirting board in a brown wavering line, darker at the corners, as if the room had once been filled and drained. Alistair found another in the hall, then another in the sitting room behind Moira's chair. By noon, he saw one climbing the stairwell. Each mark was higher than the last. He told himself the storm had forced water through unseen cracks. He told himself old houses held moisture. He told himself many things, and each sounded smaller than the sound of the radio waiting above him. The attic smelled of seawater now. He could smell it without opening the hatch. It gathered at the ceiling in the hall and drifted down the stairs after dusk, thick with silt and rust, bringing with it a faint undertone of something sweetly spoiled, like flowers left too long in a vase. At 6 o'clock, he was ready with his notebook. The radio began with static, then music, 3 seconds of an old station jingle, cheerful and warped, followed by the voice of Evelyn Marsh. Brackmere Local News, broadcasting Sunday, the 20th of October. Alistair wrote the date. 3 people remain under observation after last night's electrical fire at the Methodist rooms on King Street. Authorities have praised the quick response of local volunteers. He pressed the pencil so hard the point snapped. In other news, retired electrician Calder Finch was treated this afternoon after falling from a ladder while repairing an aerial at his home on Menwith Terrace. Neighbors say Mr. Finch had recently received an unusual number of calls regarding old radio equipment. Alistair stopped writing. Calder, not Agnes Pell, who had simply been at the wrong bus stop. Not church volunteers displaced by his interference. Calder Finch had entered the pattern because Alistair had called him. The radio clicked, and a man's voice took over. Younger, bright, a little smug. Alistair recognized Roland Keane, who used to do weekend interviews on Brackmere Local before leaving for a larger station in Exeter. Roland had died of a heart attack on air 10 years earlier. Listeners may remember Mr. Finch's long service maintaining communications equipment at the former Harbor Signal Station. Roland said, "The station, closed since 2008, has been the subject of renewed local interest following unexplained signal interference reported along the coast." Alistair's mouth went dry. Renewed local interest. He had not mentioned the signal station to anyone except Calder. He had not even said enough on the telephone to justify that phrase. Yet the broadcast moved around him with the dreadful confidence of something that understood not only events, but their roots. "Mr. Wren," Roland Keane said pleasantly, "is advised not to ask old friends for answers he does not want recorded." The static rose. Then Moira's voice slipped beneath it, tired and close. "You always made witnesses of other people." Alistair stood so abruptly that the chair scraped the floor. "No," he said. The word sounded absurd in the empty hall. He put on his coat and walked to Menwith Terrace before he could think better of it. The evening had gone sharp and violet. Chimneys breathed coal smoke into the damp air. At the harbor, masts ticked against one another like teeth. Calder Finch's bungalow was lit in the back. Alistair knocked until Calder answered, wearing carpet slippers and a cardigan with one elbow patched in brown leather. "For God's sake, Alistair, what's wrong with you? Don't go up any ladders tomorrow." Calder blinked. "What? Your aerial? Leave it. My aerial's fine. Promise me. Have you been drinking?" Alistair grabbed his sleeve. Calder looked down at the hand on his cardigan, then up at Alistair's face. Whatever he saw there made irritation drain from him. "All right," Calder said slowly. "No ladders." But the next afternoon, Calder did not fall from a ladder. At Patru, Zecha, a loose chimney pot dropped from his roof in a sudden gust and struck him in the shoulder as he stepped into his back garden to feed the gulls he claimed to hate. It broke his collarbone and knocked him unconscious against the bins. Alistair heard the ambulance from his kitchen. He did not need the 6 o'clock broadcast to know. Still, when the radio came on, he stood beneath it. This time, the voice was Leonard Pike's, hollow, as if recorded underwater. "Retired electrician Calder Finch is recovering after an accident at his home. Doctors say the injury may have been far worse had he been on a ladder at the time." A pause. "Tomorrow. Attention turns to Dr. Celia Harrow, formerly of Brackmere Surgery, after records are discovered relating to the night of Moira Wren's final call." Alistair's pencil fell from his hand. The attic above him gave a long, wet creak. Then, from behind the locked hatch, something that sounded like a woman began to cough seawater from her lungs. Alistair did not open the attic hatch after the coughing began. He stood beneath it with one hand pressed over his mouth, listening while the sound above him dragged itself through the darkness. It was not a dramatic choking. It was worse than that. It was small, tired, repetitive, the kind of cough a person made when they had been ill too long and no longer expected anyone to come. Water dripped through the seam of the hatch. One drop struck his wrist. It was warm. Alistair stepped back, wiping his skin on his trouser leg as if the warmth had burned him. Above, the coughing stopped. The radio gave a soft burst of static. Then Moira's voice came through once, almost kindly. "Go where you kept the weather." By morning, the tide marks had climbed to the framed photographs in the sitting room. Alistair found brown lines crossing Moira's face in the wedding picture. Their daughter's school portrait. The old black and white print of the harbor signal station where he had stood at 32 in a heavy coat. Clean-shaven and certain of his usefulness, he took that photograph down last. Salt had gathered under the glass. Go where you kept the weather. There was only one place she could mean. The harbor signal station had been closed for 18 years and forgotten badly. It sat at the far end of the East Quay, a squat stone building with narrow windows and a roof shaped to throw off storms. Tourists thought it picturesque. Children called it the Dead Lighthouse, though it had never held a lamp. In Alistair's working years, it had been filled with radios, tide boards, maps, logbooks, emergency phones, thermos flasks, damp coats, cigarette smoke. And men who believed information became truth only after they wrote it down. The council had locked it after automation made them unnecessary. Alistair still had a key. He kept it in a tobacco tin at the back of the pantry behind unopened jars of crab paste. Moira had once asked why he kept keys to places he no longer needed. For records, he had said. For hiding, she had replied. Now, with the key cold in his palm, he walked down North Cliff Road under a sky the color of wet wool. Brackmere seemed unusually quiet. At the bakery, people lowered their voices when he passed. Outside the chemist, Lorna Price gave him a brief, nervous nod and drew Finn closer to her ankle. News traveled even when radios were silent. The signal station smelled exactly as he remembered, stone damp, old paper, rust, and salt pressed deep into wood. The main room was empty except for a broken chair and a wall map of the bay. Its coast faded to a bruise-colored outline. A gull struck the roof and screamed. Beneath the rear stairs was the storage room. Its door had been sealed with a council padlock and a strip of yellowed tape printed "Archive material do not remove." Alistair had signed forms about those materials when the station closed. He had sorted them into boxes himself. Weather logs, incident reports, transmission ledgers, retired cassette tapes from emergency channels. Most towns kept history in museums or plaques. Brackmere kept it in damp cardboard beneath a building no one visited. The padlock resisted at first, then opened with a grudging snap. Inside, the air was colder. Alistair pulled the cord for the bare bulb. Nothing happened. He used the small torch from his coat pocket and stepped down 2 shallow stone steps into a room barely high enough to stand in. Shelves lined the walls. Boxes sagged beneath handwritten labels, gale warnings 1989, 1994, lifeboat relays, fog signal complaints, local broadcast patches, drownings confirmed, drownings unconfirmed. His torch beam found a box on the lowest shelf. Vren. A. Final winter duty logs. His name was written in his own hand. Alistair stared at it until the letters seemed to rearrange themselves into accusation. He dragged the box free. Damp had softened the bottom, and for one sickening moment he thought it would split open across the floor. It held. Inside were ledgers, cassette keys, folded tide charts, and a sealed envelope marked February 12 Night Watch. Moira had died on February 13. The official story was simple. A winter storm, a flooded lower road, her car found near the old causeway after she tried to drive home from Dr. Bass. Celia Harrow's surgery. By the time the Coast Guard recovered the vehicle, the sea had taken what it wanted. Alistair had repeated that story so often it had become smooth. Bad weather. No warning. Nothing anyone could have done. He opened the envelope. Inside was a transmission log with the familiar columns: time, source, message, action taken. The entries began at 1810. Gale warning upgraded. Sherbat Sifen. South Buoy offline. Shijodanling Senfen. Police advised lower causeway passable with caution. Et Noas Prezice, Doazich Shishase. In handwriting that was not his. Someone had written, call received from M. Ren via surgery line. Reports water over causeway. Requests, relay to a Ren. Message held. Alistair felt the room narrow. There were more entries beneath it. Shijoden Sanjifen. Second call. M. Ren states road unsafe. Asks why Alistair, not responding. Shijoden Sanshijofen. Third call interrupted by static. Female voice distressed. Advised line clear. Shijoden Susha Erfen. A. Ren informed. No action recorded. His torch trembled. At the bottom of the envelope lay a cassette tape. The label had peeled at one corner, but the ink remained legible. Moira, Ren. Do not archive as weather. Alistair found the tape player in the second cabinet. For a few minutes, he searched badly, pulling open drawers with one hand while holding the cassette in the other as though it were warm. The storage room seemed to dislike his hurry. Cardboard softened beneath his shoes. Damp paper clung to his sleeves. The torch beam shook over labels in his own handwriting, each one more accusatory than the last. Misstayed relays. Flood warnings. Private calls not for broadcast. He did not remember writing that one. The tape player was a portable black Sony with a cracked plastic lid and a strip of masking tape across its side reading property of Brackmere Signal Station. There were batteries inside, furred white at the ends. Alistair scraped the contacts with his penknife until rust powdered onto his fingers. When he pressed play, nothing happened. He laughed once. It was a terrible sound in that low room. Then the machine clicked by itself. The reels turned. For several seconds there was only hiss, old magnetic static, wind distortion, the thin electronic breath of a recording that had survived when it should have rotted. Then came a woman's voice. Distant, but unmistakable. Alistair, can you hear me? Moira. Not Moira through the attic radio. Not the drowned whisper that had seeped through static and floorboards. This was Moira alive, breathless, angry, afraid, standing somewhere with a telephone pressed too hard to her ear. Tell him I'm at Harrow's, she said. Not to him, but to someone near her. Tell him the lower road is already washing over. Don't let him wait for the official update. A second voice answered, younger, clinical. Dr. Celia Harrow. Moira. Sit down. You're shaking. I know what I saw. I'm sure you do. No. Don't use that voice with me. The tape crackled, then steadied. Alistair stood bent beneath the low ceiling, his back aching, his whole body listening. Moira spoke again. Closer now. Alistair, if this gets through, Close the causeway. Not in an hour. Not when the tide board confirms it. Now, the water's coming over from the marsh side first. You won't see it from the station window. Alistair shut his eyes. He remembered that evening as fragments he had polished over time until they no longer cut him. Rain on the glass. Men laughing too loudly over tea. A police constable asking whether the causeway should be closed. Alistair saying, "Not yet. We wait for proper confirmation." Proper confirmation. Moira had hated that phrase. The tape clicked, then jumped forward. A man's voice entered, his own, younger and harder. "She's overwrought." "Younger," Alistair said. "Doctor," Harrow answered. "She says she drove through water. She says many things when frightened." "Alistair, she is your wife. And I'm on duty." The words landed in the room without mercy. He saw himself then, as he had been, coat buttoned. Jow set. Other men watching. He had feared being made foolish by his wife's nerves. Feared closing the causeway too early. Sending police to block a road that might be safe. Having the fishermen laugh and the council complain, and the younger operators whisper that Wren had let domestic panic enter the log. He had not feared the sea enough. On the tape, Moira's voice returned, broken by static. "Ali, please, I know you're there." There was a pause, a long one, then younger Alistair. "Quieter. Do not patch private distress into the public channel." Someone in the background said, "Should we log it?" And he answered, "Log it as weather uncertainty." The tape kept turning. Alistair lowered himself onto an overturned crate because his legs had gone unreliable. His torch lay on the floor now, casting light sideways across the shelves. In that sideways light, the archive looked less like storage and more like a drowned courtroom. Moira's final call came at 1939. This time, there was no anger in her voice. Only wind, only water. "I can't reverse," she said. "The engine's gone. The water's inside the footwell." Static tore through the sentence. "Tell him," she said. The tape warped. "Tell him I was not making weather." Alistair covered his ears. The player grew louder. "Tell him I was asking to be believed." A click. Silence. Then another recording began. One he had never heard, and yet somehow expected. The attic radio's announcer, clear and calm across years that had not happened yet. Brackmere, local news. Broadcasting Friday, the 13th of February. A woman has died after her vehicle was taken by floodwater on the lower causeway. Officials state no warning was received in time. Alistair stared at the tape player. It spoke in Moira's voice last. "Mercy would have let you keep calling it a storm." Behind him, every archive box on the shelves began to leak seawater. The archive did not flood quickly. That was what made it unbearable. Water slipped first from the seams of the cardboard boxes, darkening their bottoms, gathering along the stone floor in narrow threads. Then it began to drip from the shelves themselves, from ledgers that should have held only ink and dust. Transmission logs swelled, cassette labels blurred. Old weather charts curled at their corners as though the sea had been stored inside them for years, waiting for permission to come out. Alistair backed toward the door with the tape player still speaking in the silence after Moira's voice. He expected panic. Instead, he felt the old professional part of himself rise first, observe, classify, Respond. Water source unknown. Archive at risk. Electrical hazard possible. Evacuate materials if safe. Even now, he wanted to manage it. The realization struck him harder than the cold water around his shoes. He had managed Moira's fear, managed the log, managed the story after her death until grief became a sequence of acceptable facts. Storm, causeway, no warning in time. He had reduced a woman's final terror to weather uncertainty because weather uncertainty could not accuse him across a breakfast table. The tape player clicked again. This time the voice that came through was not Moira's and not any dead reporter's. It was Alistair's own voice, older than the one on the recording, close to the voice he had now. Brackmere Local News, it said. Alistair stopped moving. Broadcasting Wednesday, the 16th of October, the day he had found the radio. His hand tightened around the machine. The broadcast continued. An elderly widower in Northcliffe Road discovers an old radio in the attic of his seaside home. Sources suggest the device may be connected to a series of incidents across Brackmere, though no official explanation has been offered. No, Alistair whispered. His own recorded voice ignored him. The first bulletin concerns a minor collision on Cormorant Lane. The listener intervenes, altering the event. A more serious injury follows. Further attempts to prevent predicted incidents result in displaced harm affecting St. Bartholomew's Church Hall, the Methodist rooms, and retired electrician Calder Finch. The water reached his ankles. Alistair understood then that the radio had never offered him rescue. It had offered him a familiar position, the man with the message before everyone else, the man who decided what mattered, the man who controlled the timing of other people's fear. The same temptation, dressed as Mercy. He saw Moira in Dr. Harrow's surgery, soaked at the hem, furious because she had seen the road dying before the instruments admitted it. He saw himself at the signal station, surrounded by men and protocols, choosing the version of events that made him look steady, not cruel, not frightened, steady. The radio had not played tomorrow's news to Moira. It had played warnings to him from the future he refused to believe in. Had there been a broadcast that night? A crackle in the signal? A report dated February 13 before February 13 arrived? He remembered dismissing something. A fault in the line. A woman's panic. A voice too broken to be trusted because it came in the wrong form. You always wanted the warning to arrive in the proper form. His own voice on the tape grew softer. The listener will continue to mistake knowledge for responsibility and responsibility for control. Each intervention will preserve his belief that disaster can be managed without confession. The shelves groaned. A box marked local broadcast patches split open. Cassette tapes spilled into the water like black shells. One bobbed against Alistair's shin. Its label read Agnes Pell. Another, Calder Finch. Another, Moira First Warning. He bent, seized the tape marked Moira, and wiped slime from the plastic with his thumb. The handwriting was not his, it was Moira's. For a moment, the storage room dissolved into memory. Moira at the kitchen table 2 weeks before her death, listening to her green and cream radio while rain pressed against the windows. She had turned the volume up when static swallowed a voice. Alistair had been at the sink, scraping burnt porridge from a pan. "Ali," she had said, "listen to this." He had not turned around. "I've got an early watch," it said tomorrow. He had laughed. Not kindly. Stations replay bulletins all the time. No. It said, a car on the causeway. You hear weather and make omens. She had switched the radio off then. Slowly. Not angry. Worse. Smaller. The memory ended. Alistair stood in the archive with water climbing his shins and finally understood that Moira had heard the warning first. She had tried to give it to him in every form available, through the radio, through the surgery line, through fear, through love, through the simple human plea to be believed. He had made her prove it properly. Now the radio was making him prove every warning the same way. Not to save anyone. To show him what proof cost. The tape player hissed. Moira's voice entered. Clear as if she stood behind him in the dark storage room. Do you understand now? Alistair turned. At the bottom of the stone steps, where the doorway should have led back into the signal station, there was only the lower causeway at night, rain slanting white through headlights, black water moving across the road, and a car stalled where no car should fit inside a room. Inside it, a woman lifted her hand to the glass. The radio, somewhere in the drowned archive, announced what it wanted from him. Mr. Wren is advised to answer before the line goes dead. Alistair did not answer at first. He stood in the drowned storage room with the tape player clutched against his chest and watched the impossible causeway fill the doorway. Rain fell inside the opening without wetting the stone steps. Headlights shone through black water. Beyond them, the stalled car trembled under the force of the tide. Small and ordinary and doomed, Moira's hand remained against the glass. It was not a ghostly hand. That would have been easier. It looked alive, pale, flattened at the fingertips. Wedding ring catching one brief thread of light. Her sleeve was dark with water. Her face behind the window was blurred by rain and reflected dashboard glow. But Alistair knew the angle of her jaw, the furrow between her brows when she was trying not to cry. The terrible restraint of a woman who had spent too many years making herself understandable to a man committed to misunderstanding her. The tape player hissed. Mr. Wren is advised to answer before the line goes dead. A telephone began ringing. Not in the archive. In the car. The old black receiver from the signal station hung impossibly beneath the dashboard, its cord trailing into the rising water around Moira's knees. Each ring struck the air like a buoy bell in fog. Alistair stepped down from the final stone step. Cold seized his ankles. The storage room vanished behind him. He was on the causeway now. Rain needling his face. Wind flattening his coat against his ribs. The sea crossed the road from both sides. Not waves. Exactly. Sheets of water. Quick and muscular. Sliding over tarmac with the dark shine of oil. Moira! He shouted. She looked toward him. For one moment her expression changed. Not relief. Not forgiveness. Recognition. Perhaps. Or disappointment surviving beyond death. He tried to move toward the car, but the water pulled at his legs. He had been old for years, but never so old as in that moment. Each step was a negotiation with the tide. The car was only 20 yards away, then 15. Then, impossibly, 20 again. The radio crackled from inside his coat pocket. He looked down. Moira's green and cream radio was there now, though he had left it locked in the attic. Its orange dial glowed through the wet fabric. A voice spoke from it. Not Evelyn Marsh. Not Leonard Pike. Not Roland Keene. himself. Brackmere Local News. Broadcasting Monday, the 21st of October. The body of retired signal operator Alistair Wren is recovered from his home on Northcliffe Road after severe internal flooding. Authorities report no structural breach sufficient to explain the water level inside the property. The causeway dissolved. He was back in his own hall. Water crashed down the staircase. For a few seconds, Alistair thought the roof had opened. Then he saw that the water was coming from the attic. It poured through the hatch seam, down the walls, over the framed photographs, along the banister. The tide marks that had climbed the house all week had not been stains. They had been measurements. The final level was waiting above his head. The attic hatch shook. The radio continued from somewhere beyond it. Neighbors state Mr. Wren had recently been acting strangely, making uninvited calls and raising concerns over unrelated local accidents. Water reached his knees. Alistair stumbled into the kitchen. Chairs floated sideways. The blue enamel kettle knocked gently against a cabinet door. Rocking with the motion of the water, he seized it without thinking. It was heavy. He carried it to the table and opened the lid. Inside lay Moira's wedding ring. Not clean, not shining, darkened with silt, tangled in a strand of gray hair, resting at the bottom as though it had been boiled there for years. Alistair made a sound that was not speech. The attic hatch burst open. From the darkness above came static, rushing loud as surf. The radio sat at the top of the ladder, glowing orange, untouched by the water cascading around it. Its speaker cloth pulsed inward and outward like a throat. Destroy it, he thought. The thought was clear, practical, immediate. He saw himself climbing the ladder, gripping the set by its leather handle, smashing it against the stair rail until the casing split and the old circuit spilled out. No more bulletins, no more voices, no more tomorrow sharpening itself against yesterday. He could end the sound. Perhaps that had always been his instinct. End the signal. Preserve the log. Moira's voice came through the radio before he moved. Ali. He stopped with one foot on the first rung. Some things cannot be saved, she said. Water rose around his thighs. He gripped the ladder, only understood too late. His breath broke. I heard you, he whispered. The radio gave a small burst of static. It sounded almost like a sigh. No, Moira said. You received me. The distinction passed through him cleanly, cruelly. Finally, he had received weather reports, distress calls, complaints, warnings, message, please. He had received Moira for decades, her silences, her corrections, her small requests, her tired jokes, her fear on storm nights, her voice saying, listen. But receiving was not listening. Receiving was what a machine did. Listening required surrender. It required allowing another person's reality to alter your own. Alistair stepped down from the ladder. The radio waited above him, still whole. He turned from it and waded back to the kitchen table, where the kettle floated against his hip. He took Moira's ring from inside and held it in his palm beneath the rising water. Then he sat in her chair. At 6 o'clock, though every clock in the house had stopped, the final bulletin began, and this time, Alistair did not try to prevent it. The final bulletin began with no music, only static, It filled the house from above and below, from the radio in the attic and the water moving through the walls, from the dead sockets and the silent television and the old telephone whose cord floated like weed in the hall. It was not loud at first. It was patient. It gathered itself around Alistair where he sat in Moira's chair. Her wedding ring closed inside his fist. The water had reached his waist. It was cold enough to hurt. But after a while, the hurt became distant, almost orderly. His slippers had gone. One of Moira's gardening gloves drifted past the doorway, fingers open as if asking for something. The tide lifted framed photographs from the sideboard and turned them face down. Alistair watched them go. He had spent years keeping everything exactly where she left it, believing that stillness honored love. Now he understood that he had not preserved Moira. He had preserved the version of her that did not interrupt him. A coat on a hook, glasses beside a chair, a radio under a sheet. Things were easy to keep. Voices were harder. The bulletin sharpened. Brackmere local news. Broadcasting Monday, the 21st of October. The voice was his own again, but changed. Not younger, not older. Simply stripped of all the habits that had once made him sound certain. At approximately 6 o'clock this evening, retired harbor signal operator Alistair Wren remained inside his home on Northcliffe Road despite rising internal floodwater. Prior to his death, Mr. Wren recorded a statement concerning the events of February 12th and 13th, 1998. A cassette recorder sat suddenly on the table. It had not been there before, not the tape player from the signal station, but the small silver recorder Moira had once used for shopping lists after arthritis made writing painful. Its red button waited beneath a clear plastic cover. Alistair stared at it. The water nudged the table legs. The blue kettle bumped softly against his knee. Above him, the radio clicked. Moira did not speak. That was her final mercy. Alistair reached for the recorder and pressed the button. For a moment he could not find words. His mouth opened. Only breath came out. He thought of all the reports he had completed in clean blue ink. All the times he had reduced panic to message received. No action required. He thought confession should feel like a speech. It did not. It felt like learning. Too late. How to say one true sentence without defending it. My name is Alistair Wren, he said. The recorder turned. On the night my wife died, I received warnings from her, from Dr. Celia Harrow. From the weather itself, perhaps I did not act. I called it uncertainty because uncertainty was easier to live with than being wrong in front of other men. Water climbed his chest. He kept speaking. Moira knew the causeway was unsafe. She asked me to close it. She asked me to believe her. I delayed. Afterward, I allowed the record to say no warning came in time. The house groaned. In the hall, the attic ladder lowered by itself, each rung slick and shining. I have spent the rest of my life saying nothing could have been done. Alistair said, that was not grief. That was cowardice wearing grief's coat. The radio above him gave a soft crackle. The water reached his shoulders. Alistair lifted Moira's ring and placed it on the table beside the recorder. It rolled once in a small circle, then settled around the red recording light as if marking it. I am sorry, he said. He did not know whether the dead wanted apologies. Perhaps they wanted only accuracy. Perhaps accuracy was the last kindness the living could offer them. Static filled the room. Then, beneath it. Moira's voice came not from the radio, but from the recorder on the table, layered under his confession. Now you're listening. The tide entered his mouth before he could answer. By morning, Gull House stood dry. That was what everyone said afterward. There had been rain. Certainly. And an unusually high tide. But no flood severe enough to explain the damage found inside the waterline at the top of the sitting room walls. The salt crystals in upstairs drawers. The seaweed tangled around the attic beams. Alistair Wren's body was found in Moira's chair. The official report called it heart failure, but Brackmere changed the older story, quietly at first, then permanently. People began saying Moira Wren had warned them. They said the causeway should have been closed. They said records had been misfiled, misunderstood, perhaps hidden. Dr. Celia Harrow gave one interview before leaving town, and afterward, the council installed a plaque near the lower road. It did not mention Alistair. Years passed. The signal station became a heritage office with clean windows and laminated displays about maritime safety. Gull House was sold twice, then rented by a woman named Nora Vale, who wrote weather features for regional radio and liked the sound of rain on old roofs. One October evening, while unpacking boxes in the attic, Nora found a cream and green radio beneath a gray sheet. The battery compartment was empty, still. At 6 o'clock, the dial warmed orange. Static breathed through the speaker. Then a calm voice announced tomorrow's news. And at the end of the broadcast, after the accidents, after the tide warnings, after the names of the dead and nearly dead, an old man whispered through the crackle, "Please, listen before you understand. Some hauntings do not begin with ghosts. They begin with a warning someone refused to hear. Alistair's tragedy is not only that he failed Moira once, but that he spent years protecting the version of events that made him innocent. The radio does not offer him power over the future. It gives him the same choice again and again, until he finally understands the difference between receiving a message and truly listening to it. Maybe the most frightening thing in this story is not tomorrow's news, but the possibility that the truth was spoken clearly long ago, and we trained ourselves not to hear it. Story 3. On Harriet Vale's first Monday at Lark and Bellamy Solutions, she was given a laptop, a security badge, a gray notebook embossed with the company values, and a plant. The laptop came in a cardboard sleeve. The badge hung from a blue lanyard printed with the phrase, "We grow together." The notebook was waiting on her desk, beside a mug she had not requested. The plant, however, was not on her desk. It stood in the far corner of Conference Room 3, beneath a frosted glass wall that faced no window and received no sunlight. "This is Basil," said Monique from People Operations. Harriet looked at the plant. It was not basil. It was waist-high, broad-leafed, glossy, and darkly green in a way that felt almost lacquered. Its leaves were oval and thick, with pale veins running through them like lines under skin. The pot was ceramic, matte black, and too large for the room. It sat beside the presentation screen, half hidden behind a rolling whiteboard covered in old marker ghosts. Harriet smiled because smiling was part of surviving first days. "Basil," she repeated. "Not actually basil," Monique said, laughing too quickly. That's just what the team calls him. Or it. We try not to overthink it. Conference room 3 still smelled faintly of coffee, dry erase ink, and recently cleaned carpet. Underneath that, there was another smell Harriet could not place at first. Warm metal. Maybe, like coins held too long in a closed fist. Monique handed her a laminated card. Water every Wednesday, she said. Never on Fridays. Don't move the pot. Don't trim it unless facilities approves it. If a leaf drops, place it in the soil. Don't throw it away. Harriet waited for the joke to finish. Monique's smile remained exactly where it was. Neat and fixed. Right, Harriet said. Is this a company tradition? Sort of. The last person who handled it left unexpectedly. So, it's been reassigned. There was a careful pause after the word left. Harriet noticed these things. Her job depended on noticing them. The soft substitutions. The polished edges. The way companies avoided certain words by placing friendlier ones nearby. Fired became transitioned. Complaints became concerns. Retaliation became misalignment. People did not disappear. They moved on. I'm happy to help, Harriet said. Monique looked relieved in a way that made Harriet less comfortable. That's great. Really great. The plant does better when someone consistent looks after it. Harriet glanced back at the corner. The leaves did not move. Still, she had the strange impression that the plant had been listening to them with the patience of something that did not need ears. Her official title was Internal Communications Manager. She had taken the job because the salary was better than anything she had been offered in 2 years. Because her rent had increased. And because Lark and Bellamy had used words like ethical, transparent, and people first so often during the interview process that she had almost believed them. The office occupied 3 floors of a renovated insurance building near the river. Everything inside had been designed to appear honest. Glass meeting rooms, exposed beams, soft seating areas, plants on every surface, inspirational phrases in brushed steel letters. There were no private offices, only focus rooms, no HR department, only people operations, no complaints portal, only speak kindly. By 10:30, Harriet had learned where the coffee machines were, which restroom had the broken lock, and that no one booked conference room 3 unless the other rooms were unavailable. Bad acoustics, said a product analyst named Dev. Screen glitches, said someone from finance. Too cold, said an account manager. But when Harriet looked at the booking calendar, conference room 3 was reserved almost every afternoon. The meeting titles were vague. Alignment review, role clarity, next steps, values conversation. At noon, Harriet returned to the room with the laminated care card folded inside her notebook. The office outside hummed with keyboards and restrained laughter. Through the frosted glass, moving figures blurred into pale shapes without faces. She crouched beside the pot. The soil was black and packed smooth, except around the base of the stem, where it rose in small, uneven lumps. Harriet touched it with one finger and found it warm. Not room warm, body warm. She pulled her hand back and rubbed her fingertip against her thumb. Something dark clung beneath her nail. The metallic smell sharpened. At first, she thought the small white thing between 2 lower leaves was a pebble, or a piece of perlite from the soil. Then she leaned closer. It was curved, smooth, slightly translucent near the edge. A tiny tooth. It hung from the underside of the leaf by a pink thread of root, no larger than a child's first lost incisor, glistening as if it had only just come in. Behind her, the conference room door clicked shut by itself, and from the corner, very softly, something in the soil shifted. The door had not latched properly, Harriet told herself. That was all. Conference room 3 was old by office standards, which meant nothing in it had been old for more than 8 years. The hinges were probably misaligned. The air system probably changed pressure when someone opened the stairwell. The soil had probably shifted because she had touched the pot. The small white thing under the leaf was probably not a tooth, because office plants did not grow teeth. And Harriet Vale had built an adult life on respecting the difference between what a thing felt like and what could be put in writing. She stood too quickly, tucked the laminated card into her notebook, and left the room without looking back. At her desk, her first assignment was waiting. The email came from Garrett Pike, Senior Director of Client Delivery, a man whose profile photo showed him smiling with all the warmth of a locked drawer. Need comms support on this. Make it sound less severe. Beneath that was a draft announcement regarding a restructuring of the implementation team. It used the words redundancy, underperformance, negative client exposure, and immediate separation. Harriet read it once, then again. By the third reading, her hands had stopped shaking. This was work she understood. She replaced redundancy with role consolidation. Underperformance became evolving business needs. Immediate separation became a transition effective today. By the time she finished, the message no longer sounded like anything had happened to anyone. It sounded like weather. Unfortunate. External. Nobody's fault. Garrett replied within 6 minutes. Perfect. Much cleaner. Harriet stared at the word cleaner until the letters began to look unfamiliar. Across the open floor, people spoke in low, careful voices around standing desks and monitor arms. The office had that particular corporate sound she knew too well, not silence, but sound pressed flat. Keyboard taps, slippery mouse clicks, the hiss of espresso machines, laughter that rose brightly, then cut itself off before becoming too human. She had worked in places like this before. Not identical, but close enough. Different logos, same glass walls, different values, same careful avoidance of nouns. At Redfern Media, 3 years earlier, Harriet had been the youngest person ever trusted to write company-wide messages without supervision. She had been proud of that then, proud of being calm in crisis, discreet in conflict, good with tone. When people panicked, Harriet polished. When executives spoke too honestly, Harriet softened. When someone cried in a meeting room, Harriet knew how to write the follow-up email so it sounded like mutual understanding had been reached. The investigation had started in winter. A junior strategist named Alice Keene had filed a complaint against Harriet's manager. Not harassment exactly. Everyone had said, not discrimination exactly, not bullying. Because bullying sounded childish and legal did not like childish words. Harriet had been asked whether she had ever witnessed a pattern of conduct inconsistent with Redfern's collaboration principles. She had. Everyone had. Alice had been given impossible timelines, mocked in meetings, excluded from client calls. and once left standing outside a restaurant in the rain after a team dinner moved locations without telling her. Harriet remembered Alice coming back to the office the next morning with damp hair and a smile that looked stapled on. But when HR asked, Harriet had said she lacked context. It was a phrase she regretted and relied on in equal measure. Alice resigned 2 weeks later, voluntarily. According to the internal announcement Harriet had drafted, the announcement had been praised for its sensitivity. Now, at Lark, Bellamy, Harriet opened a shared folder called People Templates and found dozens of files with names like Departure, Neutral, Performance, Conversation, Follow-up, Values, Misalignment, Manager, Talking, Points, and Voluntary. Exit, Standard Language. Her stomach tightened at the last one. At Doi, 0 p.m. She was invited to observe an alignment review in Conference Room 3. The plant stood in the corner exactly as before. Harriet did not look directly at its lower leaves. She took the chair nearest the door. Notebook open, pen ready. Garrett Pike led the meeting. Beside him sat Monique from People Operations, her hands folded around a paper cup she never drank from. Across the table was a data specialist named Owen Marsh, pale and rigid in a navy sweater. "This is not disciplinary," Garrett said. Owen looked down at the table. "It's just a conversation about fit." Harriet wrote the phrase automatically. Garrett continued. Voice smooth as laminate. "No decision has been made." From the corner came a tiny wet sound. Not loud, not dramatic. A soft click, like a fingernail pressing through fruit skin. Harriet's pen stopped moving. The plant's leaves trembled once, though the air in the room was still. Between two glossy stems, something pale pushed outward. It emerged slowly, slick and white, parting a seam in the green flesh. A second tooth, larger than the first. Monique did not look over. Garrett kept speaking. "We value transparency here," he said. The tooth lengthened. Root pink at the base, shining under the fluorescent light. Owen whispered. "Am I being fired?" Garrett smiled with his mouth closed. "No," he said. The plant gave another small click, and a third tooth began to show. The third tooth did not fully emerge during the meeting. It stayed half buried in the green seam between two leaves, a small white ridge pressing outward like something trying to smile from inside the plant. Harriet kept her eyes on her notebook. There were professional ways to survive impossible moments. She had learned them young, before offices, before policies, before words like stakeholder and calibration had entered her vocabulary. You narrowed the world to the next acceptable action. You nodded. You wrote. You did not stare at the thing everyone else had agreed not to see. Garrett spoke for another 20 minutes. Owen Marsh was not being fired. Garrett said he was being offered an opportunity to separate from the organization with dignity. The company was not dissatisfied with him. It was simply moving in a direction that required different energies. There was no formal complaint. There had only been feedback, not negative feedback. Exactly. Developmental feedback. Cultural feedback? Leadership had noticed a recurring misalignment between Owen's communication style and the company's growth environment. Owen's face changed very little, but Harriet watched his hands under the table. They were pressed together so hard that the knuckles shone. "I hit all my targets," he said. No one is questioning your output, Monique replied. Then, what is this? A transition conversation, Garrett said. Harriet wrote that down because she was expected to. The plant clicked again. The sound was delicate and obscene. Harriet's eyes moved without her permission. The third tooth pushed out another millimeter. A bead of clear fluid gathered along its edge, then slipped down the leaf and vanished into the soil. Garrett slid a folder across the table. This is a voluntary resignation agreement, he said. Owen stared at it. I didn't resign. Not yet, Garrett said gently. But this option allows you to control the narrative. There it was. A phrase so familiar that Harriet felt it in her throat before anyone finished saying it. Control the narrative. As if narrative were a room with one door and one person holding the key. As if truth were not what had happened. But what could be safely circulated afterward? Owen looked at Monique. Do I have a choice? Monique's expression softened by one careful degree. You always have a choice. The third tooth came free. It opened from the plant with a wet little snap and hung beneath the leaf. Root exposed, glistening pink at the base. Harriet stopped breathing. It was not a thorn, not a growth, not a seed casing. The shape was too familiar, too intimate. A human tooth, small and perfect, with a shallow line across the enamel. She could see where it narrowed toward the root. She could see a faint smear of red in the translucent membrane that attached it to the leaf. Her pen slipped from her fingers and struck the table. Everyone looked at her. For one foolish second, Harriet thought they had all heard it too. Sorry, she said. I'm sorry. Garrett's eyes rested on her notebook. You getting what you need? The correct answer was yes. In every company Harriet had ever worked for, the correct answer was yes. Yes, she said. I'm capturing the key points. Owen gave a small laugh. It contained no humor at all. Key points, he repeated. Monique's mouth tightened. Garrett closed the folder with one finger. Owen, we understand this is emotional. I'm not emotional. Of course, I'm asking what happens if I don't sign. The room went very quiet. Outside the frosted glass, office shapes moved past without faces. Someone laughed in the distance. Bright and careless. The overhead lights hummed softly. Flattening the air, Garrett leaned back. If you choose not to move forward voluntarily, he said, we may need to document the concerns that brought us here. Owen's skin went gray around the mouth. Harriet knew that sentence. She knew its machinery. It did not threaten directly. It only opened a door and let the person imagine what might be waiting there. References lost. Severance withdrawn. Reputation stained by records written in calm language by people like Harriet. People who captured the key points. Owen picked up the pen. The plant's leaves tilted toward him. He signed the first page without reading it. Then the second, then the third. Monique witnessed. Garrett countersigned. Harriet stared at the plant and watched the third tooth tremble faintly, as if tasting the room. When the meeting ended, Owen did not stand immediately. He looked at the pot in the corner for the first time. Harriet saw recognition pass over his face, not surprise, not confusion, but a tired, private understanding. You should ask what happened to the woman before you, he said. Monique's head turned sharply. Garrett smiled. Owen, he said, let's keep this constructive. Owen pushed back his chair. "That's what you called it when she screamed." No one spoke. Then Owen left the room with his folder under one arm, moving carefully, like a man carrying something already broken inside him. Harriet remained seated while Monique gathered the paper cups and Garrett checked his phone. The plant stood in the corner, brighter than before. Its leaves looked fuller, Vaxia, beneath the lowest stem. The 3 teeth hung in a neat white row. On the table in front of Owen's empty chair, where no one had placed it, lay a security badge. Harriet recognized the blue lanyard, but the name printed under the company logo was not Owen Marsh. It read, Evelyn Shaw, Internal Communications Manager. Harriet did not touch the badge. For several seconds, she only looked at it. The lanyard lay in a loose blue curve on the table, its plastic card angled toward her as if deliberately presented. Evelyn Shaw, Internal Communications Manager. The same title Harriet had signed for that morning. The same department. The same clean company font. Monique saw it next. Her face changed, but only briefly. The change was small enough that Harriet might have missed it if she had not spent years learning how panic looked when someone tried to fold it into professionalism. "Oh," Monique said. Garrett glanced up from his phone. His smile thinned. "That shouldn't be here." Harriet waited for more. None came. Monique picked up the badge with 2 fingers, the way someone might lift a dead insect from a windowsill. "I'll take care of it." "Who is Evelyn Shaw?" Harriet asked. The question entered the room too plainly. Garrett slid his phone into his pocket. "Former employee." "In my role? For a time." "What happened to her?" Monique's fingers tightened around the badge. The plastic clicked softly against her ring. "She moved on," she said. "Moved on." Harriet almost laughed. Not because it was funny, but because her body had recognized the phrase before her mind could reject it. "Did she quit?" Garrett opened the conference room door. "We don't discuss personnel matters," he said. "You'll learn that quickly here." The office beyond looked painfully normal. People at desks, someone microwaving soup in the kitchenette, 2 developers laughing over a screen, a wall-mounted sign near the elevators reminding everyone to assume positive intent. Harriet returned to her desk with the smell of metal still caught somewhere behind her teeth. For the rest of the afternoon, she tried to make the facts rearrange themselves into something acceptable. The teeth could be plant structures. There were strange plants in the world. Carnivorous plants. Plants with pale growths. Plants that trapped insects. Mimicked stones. Smelled like rotting meat. She searched discreetly between assignments, typing phrases into a private browser window. Office plant, white tooth-like growth. Fungus looks like human teeth plant. Houseplant root enamel appearance. Pink root growth leaf seam. The results were useless. Mushrooms. Scale insect. Mineral buildup. Novelty planters shaped like mouths. Nothing about teeth hanging in neat rows from leaves after people lied. Not lied. Harriet corrected herself. Misspoke. Framed. Managed. She closed the browser. At Treyzichi. Conference room 3 was booked again. This time the meeting title was Culture Fit Follow-Up. Harriet was not invited. But the room's frosted glass wall faced her desk, and she could see the shapes inside. Garrett's square shoulders, Monique's folded posture. Another employee seated alone on the far side of the table, a woman from sales named Priya. Harriet thought, She had introduced herself that morning with a firm handshake and tired eyes. Harriet tried not to watch. She edited a memo about the new wellness portal. She adjusted a sentence about mental health resources. She changed employees must complete to team members are encouraged to engage with. Her cursor blinked patiently. Through the glass, Priya's silhouette leaned forward. Garrett's remained still. Harriet heard nothing. Only the hum of the office and the faint squeak of someone's chair nearby. But after several minutes, she smelled metal, warm, wet, clothes. She stood before she knew she had decided to move. At the kitchenette, she filled a glass of water she did not want and looked toward conference room 3. The plant was partly visible through the narrow, clear strip beside the door. Its leaves pressed outward, glossy and dark. While Harriet watched, one leaf curled back by itself. A white point slid through the green, not all at once. Slowly, like a tooth breaking through a gum, Harriet gripped the water glass until her fingers hurt. The door opened 15 minutes later. Priya came out first. Her face was composed in the terrible way faces become composed when people know the office is watching. Garrett followed, speaking quietly. "We appreciate your ownership," he said. Priya nodded without looking at him. Monique carried another folder. Harriet went to the restroom and locked herself in the stall farthest from the door. For a minute, she did nothing but breathe through her mouth. It was a prank, she thought. An onboarding prank. A cruel one. But corporate people became strange around rituals. Maybe Evelyn Shaw had been fired and someone had left her badge to unsettle the replacement. Maybe the plant was artificial, rigged somehow, with fake teeth pushed through by tiny mechanisms. A joke passed down from team to team. A test to see whether Harriet was the sort of person who could keep calm. By 5, she almost believed it. Then the company-wide email arrived. Subject, Priya Nair. Harriet opened it with cold hands. The message was short. Priya had chosen to step away from Lark and Bellamy to pursue opportunities more aligned with her personal goals. The company thanked her for her contributions and wished her continued growth. Harriet read it twice. Then she noticed the author listed at the bottom. Not Garrett. Not Munich. Her. The message had been sent from Harriet's account at 4:47 p.m. while she had been in the restroom with both hands pressed over her mouth. At Chinch, Doi. Another calendar invitation appeared. Voluntary Exit Language Review Conference Room 3. Required attendees, Garrett Pike, Monique Hale, Harriet Vale. Attached document, Evelyn Shaw. Final statement, Draft 6. Harriet opened the attachment. The first line read, "Evelyn Shaw has voluntarily resigned following a constructive conversation about role alignment." From conference room 3 came a soft, eager clicking, like many small teeth meeting in the dark. The clicking stopped the moment Harriet opened the document. That was worse than if it had continued. Silence had intention. She sat at her desk long after the office began thinning around her, staring at Evelyn Shaw's final statement while the city outside the windows darkened from blue to reflective black in the glass. Lark and Bellamy's open floor doubled itself, rows of desks, pendant lights, meeting rooms, the faint outlines of people collecting bags and shrugging into coats. For a few seconds, Harriet saw conference room 3 reflected behind her, though from her desk it should not have been visible at that angle. The plant was a dark blur in the glass. Its leaves seemed turned toward her. She minimized the document. A message from Garrett appeared. Need this cleaned up before tomorrow. Keep it neutral. No emotional language. A second message followed from Monique. We know this is a lot on your first day, but you're doing great. Evelyn's situation was sensitive. Best handled with care. Best handled with care. Harriet stood, took her coat from the back of her chair, and left without shutting down her laptop. At the elevator, she found Priya Nair waiting. For one wild second, relief struck Harriet so hard, she nearly spoke Priya's name too loudly. Priya was not gone. The announcement had been a mistake. A draft. A scheduling error. She still wore her cream cardigan and gold hoop earrings. Her ID badge hung from her neck. Then Harriet noticed the badge had no photograph. Only a blank white square above Priya's name. Priya stared at the elevator doors. Are you all right? Harriet asked. Priya blinked slowly, as if hearing her from very far away. They said I chose it. What? Priya's lips moved before any sound came out. They said I chose to step away. The elevator chimed. The doors opened on an empty car bright with mirrored steel. Priya did not get in. Harriet looked down once, adjusting the strap of her bag. And when she looked up again, Priya was gone. Not walking away, not around the corner. Gone, leaving only the faintest smell of warm metal where she had stood. The next morning, Harriet arrived early with a plan. She would behave normally. She would keep records. She would print everything. She would ask discreet questions. She would not let herself become the sort of person who whispered about cursed plants in corporate meeting rooms. Adopt. Dois prezecha. The printer produced 3 resignation announcements before she sent anything to it. One for Priya. One for Owen. One for a software engineer Harriet had seen crying in the stairwell 10 minutes earlier. His name was Leon Voss. Harriet had met him at the coffee machine, where he had dropped 2 sugar packets because his hands would not stay still. He had said, "First week," and tried to smile. His eyes were red. At Zech, 0. Leon entered conference room 3 with Garrett and Monique. At Zecha, Patruzet Shudoi. Harriet's inbox received a draft. Subject, Leon Voss. The language was almost perfect already. Leon Voss has voluntarily resigned to pursue personal priorities outside Lark and Bellamy. We are grateful for his contributions and wish him success in his continued journey. There was only one highlighted note in the margin. Harriet to polish. She opened the document, and the plant turned. Not dramatically, not like an animal. One moment its broad leaves faced the room. The next they angled toward the glass, toward the open floor, toward Harriet's desk. The movement was slow enough that no one else would have noticed it, slow enough to become deniable. Harriet's throat tightened. She deleted voluntarily. The word reappeared. She deleted it again. It returned before she lifted her finger from the key. The plant's leaves pressed closer to the glass wall, inside the meeting room. Leon sat folded over himself, shoulders shaking silently. Garrett spoke with one palm flat on the table. Monique nodded at measured intervals. None of them looked at the plant, though its lowest leaves now showed 5 white teeth, maybe 6, each hanging by a thin red root. Harriet changed voluntarily, resigned to has left the company. The cursor froze. A faint clicking came through the glass. Her screen flickered once. The sentence changed by itself. Leon Voss has voluntarily resigned following a constructive conversation about role alignment. The office seemed to grow warmer. Harriet pressed the back of her hand to her neck. Sweat had gathered beneath her collar. Around her, coworkers typed, drank coffee, adjusted headphones. No one else appeared uncomfortable, but Conference Room 3's glass had begun to fog from inside, a pale moisture spreading outward from the corners. At noon, the room was booked again. At 1:30, again. By late afternoon, the plant looked larger. Harriet could not prove it. Its pot had not moved. Its stems had not visibly lengthened. But the corner seemed too small for it now. Leaves brushed the rolling whiteboard. One stem pressed against the wall-mounted screen, leaving a dark smear like sap or old blood. Every meeting title changed after it ended. Alignment review became voluntary exit. Values conversation became mutual separation. Role clarity became growth transition. And every time Harriet softened a sentence, the plant fed. She felt it begin to understand her rhythm. When she replaced, terminated with transitioned, the leaves lifted. When she changed complaint to concern, a tooth clicked against another tooth. When she turned retaliation claim into miscommunication around expectations, something moved in the soil with a pleased, muscular shift. At chasse, opsprezeche p. M. Garrett appeared beside her desk. "You're adapting quickly," he said. Harriet looked up. His smile reflected in her dark monitor. "I need to know what happened to Evelyn Shaw." Garrett's smile did not vanish. It simply stopped pretending to be warm. Evelyn struggled with boundaries. "What boundaries?" He leaned slightly closer. "The kind that keep a workplace healthy." From Conference Room 3 came a sound like a mouth opening in wet soil. Garrett placed a hand on the back of Harriet's chair. "We have one more meeting tonight," he said. "This one concerns you." Garrett said it quietly enough that no one nearby looked up. Harriet's first instinct was to stand, gather her notebook, and follow him into Conference Room 3 like any reasonable employee invited to any reasonable meeting by a senior director. That instinct frightened her more than the plant did. It revealed how deep the training went, how easily the body obeyed before the mind understood danger. She glanced toward the room. The glass was fully fogged now, white with trapped heat. Behind it, the plant was only a heavy darkness in the corner, pressed too close to the walls. Several leaves dragged slowly across the inside of the glass, leaving clear streaks like fingers through condensation. 5 minutes, Harriet said. Garrett's hand remained on her chair. "Now would be better. I need the restroom." A small pause. Then Garrett smiled. "Of course." She walked away slowly, not toward the restroom, but past it, toward the elevators. She did not run until she reached the stairwell. The emergency stairs smelled of concrete dust, old paint, and damp paper. Harriet descended one floor, then another, listening for the door above to open. Nothing followed except the dull vibration of the building's air system and her own breath. Ragged in her ears, people, operations occupied the floor below, though no one called it HR. By day, it was all soft chairs, frosted partitions, wellness posters, and small bowls of wrapped peppermint candies. By night, with most lights turned off, it looked less like a workplace than a clinic after visiting hours. Harriet used her badge at the glass door. The reader flashed red. She tried again. Red. For one irrational second, she imagined her access had already been removed, her name already separating from her job from her life. Then the door clicked open by itself. Inside, the air was colder than upstairs. Her shoes made small, guilty sounds against the polished floor. She passed empty interview rooms and unoccupied phone booths. On one wall, framed posters offered gentle slogans in lowercase font. Hard conversations can be kind. Clarity is care. Growth requires pruning. At the end of the corridor was a matte gray door Harriet had noticed during orientation only because Monique had walked past it too quickly. No sign. No window. Only a keypad and a card reader. This time, Harriet's badge worked before it touched the sensor. The lock released with a soft internal sigh. The room beyond was not large, but it seemed to contain the building's discarded conscience. Metal shelves lined the walls. Bankers' boxes were stacked from floor to ceiling, each labeled with department names, dates, employee numbers, legal holds, and retention codes. Some boxes were new, with printed labels and clean white lids. Others had yellowed tape and handwritten warnings. A single motion light blinked awake overhead. Harriet stepped inside and closed the door behind her. The smell hit first, not the metallic wetness of the plant, but something drier. Old folders, cardboard, dust, and a faint sweetness underneath, like flowers left too long in warm water. She found Evelyn Shaw's name after 12 minutes. It was on a shelf marked Legacy Personnel Restricted Review. The box had been sealed with red tape and stamped twice. Do not digitize. Harriet pulled it down. Her hands left clean marks in the dust. Inside were file folders packed so tightly that removing the first one bent the tab. Evelyn's folder was thick. Too thick for someone who had simply moved on. There were performance reviews, all excellent, internal awards, a promotion recommendation, a handwritten note from someone named Celia Roundtree. Evelyn is the only person in comms who will say no when the language becomes dishonest. Harriet read that line 3 times. Beneath the reviews was a maintenance request. Conference room 3 plant exhibiting unusual growth after employee relations meetings. White calcified protrusions observed. Soil odor unacceptable. Request removal. The ticket had been submitted by Evelyn. The resolution field read, no action taken. Plant is executive property. Care responsibilities reassigned as needed. Harriet found more maintenance logs, more names. Marcus Bell, Facilities Coordinator. Janine Ketter, Office Experience Lead. Thomas Rook, Legal Operations Assistant. Evelyn Shaw, Internal Communications Manager. Each had reported the plant. Each had later resigned voluntarily. Each file ended with a final statement written in the same clean language Harriet had been asked to polish. At the bottom of the box was a key card with a strip of black tape across the photograph. Harriet turned it over and found a note written in faded blue ink. If they ask you to water it, they have already chosen you. Something shifted on the shelf behind her. Harriet spun around. A second box had slid forward by itself. It was older than Evelyn's. Its cardboard darkened at the bottom, as if it had once sat in something wet. The label was typed, not printed. The letters slightly uneven. Conference room. 3. Organic disposal. Harriet did not want to open it. Her hands did it anyway. Inside were sealed plastic evidence bags, employee badges, broken lanyards, pants, rings, a cracked pair of glasses, a lipstick tube, several small paper envelopes marked dental unmatched, and beneath all of it, half buried in dry black soil, was a laminated plant care card, the same as Harriet's, except the name handwritten across the top was not Evelyn Shaw. It was Harriet Vale. The date beside it was tomorrow. Tomorrow. Harriet stared at the date until the numbers stopped behaving like numbers. The plant care card lay in her hands, laminated, clean, and new, not aged like the files around it, not dust-filmed or bent at the corners. Someone had written her name across the top in black marker with the same rounded pressure she used herself when labeling folders. The handwriting was not merely similar, it was hers. She dropped the card back into the box. It landed on the black soil with a soft, damp sound. The motion light clicked off. Darkness filled the storage room all at once. Harriet stood perfectly still, afraid to move, afraid the shelves had shifted closer in the dark. Somewhere behind the boxes, something made a faint tapping noise. Not footsteps, not pipes. A patient, irregular tap, like fingernails against enamel. She lifted her phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam caught labels, cardboard, dust, red tape. Then it caught a pale oval shape on the floor beside her shoe. A tooth. Harriet backed into the shelves. The tooth was larger than the ones on the plant. An adult molar. Roots exposed, glossy with moisture. It had not been there when she entered. A thin, dark thread clung to one root and trailed back under the storage shelf. She did not touch it. Instead, she forced herself to keep reading. Evidence, she thought. That was the word that steadied her. Evidence was not fear. Evidence was something with edges, something that could be copied, photographed, attached, forwarded. Evidence could leave a room even when people could not. She photographed the plant care card, the disposal box, the employee badges, the dental envelopes, Evelyn Shaw's maintenance request, every final statement, every resignation form. Her phone shook so badly that some images blurred, and she had to retake them. Then she found the exit files. They were stored in a locked gray cabinet at the back of the room. The cabinet key was taped beneath Evelyn's folder, wrapped in a note. Records are the only teeth they fear. Harriet unlocked the drawer. Inside, the files were arranged by year. Each folder contained the same sequence of documents: meeting invitation, HR talking points, voluntary resignation agreement, vinyl communication, badge deactivation notice, benefits closure form, no forwarding addresses. That detail appeared again and again in the off-boarding forms. Forwarding address, not provided. Emergency contact, no response. Personal items, disposed after retention window. Dental insurance, terminated effective date of separation. Dental. Harriet pulled one of the paper envelopes from the disposal box and held it in her flashlight beam. Dental unmatched. Case 19CT3. Inside was a photocopied chart marked with red circles. Missing incisors, extracted molars, A note from an external examiner stated that comparison could not be completed because the individual had not been located. The individual. Not employee. Not person. Not Priya. Owen. Marcus. Janine. Thomas. Evelyn. The language had eaten even the nouns. Harriet found Evelyn's final folder near the back of the drawer. It was thicker than the others and had not been properly sealed. Loose pages slid free when Harriet opened it. First was a printed email Evelyn had sent to legal. Facilities and people operations. Subject: Immediate Risk Conference Room 3. The message was blunt in a way Harriet had almost forgotten workplace language could be. Evelyn had written that the plant responded to false statements made in employee relations meetings. She listed dates, names, witnesses, tooth counts. She attached photographs. She requested the room be closed and the plant destroyed or removed by a biological hazard team. The reply came from Garrett Pike. Evelyn, I want to be careful about the framing here. Words like hazard, destroy, and false statements create unnecessary exposure. Let's discuss constructively. The meeting invitation followed. Values Conversation Conference Room 3. Required attendees: Garrett Pike, Monique Hale, Evelyn Shaw. After that came Evelyn's resignation statement. Harriet read the first line and felt something in her chest go cold. Evelyn Shaw has voluntarily resigned following a constructive conversation about role alignment. The document had 6 drafts. In the first, the sentence was awkward, almost resisting itself. In the second, someone had softened reported concerns into raised questions. In the third, investigation became dialogue. By the final version, Evelyn had not reported anything. She had simply chosen to leave. At the bottom of draft 6, the author field was visible. Not Garrett, not Monique, Harriet Vale. She whispered. No, the storage room answered with a low rustle. A printer began running somewhere outside the locked room. Harriet stepped into the corridor, phone still lit, and followed the sound past the darkened people operations desks. The printer beside Monique's office spat out page after page, each warm sheet sliding into the tray. They were emails, all from Harriet's account, all dated tomorrow, all addressed to the entire company. Each subject line contained her name. Harriet Vale, transition update. Harriet Vale, departure note. Harriet Vale, voluntary resignation. The final page printed slower than the rest. At the top, in clean corporate font, it read, Harriet Vale has chosen not to continue with Lark and Bellamy following a constructive conversation about trust, discretion, and organizational fit. Below the text, where a signature should have been, the printer had left a wet, black smear of soil. In the smear were 4 tiny white teeth. The teeth in the smear were not arranged randomly. Harriet saw that before she allowed herself to understand anything else. 4 small white points pressed into the wet black soil at the bottom of the printed page, evenly spaced, like punctuation. Not a signature, not a stain, a bite mark. She backed away from the printer with the pages clutched in both hands. The people operations floor had gone too quiet. The kind of quiet an office should not have, even after hours. No elevator cables, no air conditioning, no distant traffic through sealed windows. The building seemed to be holding its breath with the practiced patience of a manager waiting for an employee to fill an uncomfortable silence. Then her phone vibrated. A calendar alert. Harriet Vale Trust conversation. Now, conference room 3. She did not move. The notification disappeared. Another replaced it. Attendance is required. From the stairwell came the soft sound of a door opening above her. Harriet ran. She took the stairs 2 at a time. Not toward the lobby, but back up to her floor. It made no sense, except that the files were in her hands. The photos were on her phone, and some childish part of her believed evidence became stronger when carried toward the crime. The office floor was dark except for conference room 3. Its lights were on. The glass was no longer fogged. It was clear, bright, and perfectly transparent. Garrett sat at the table. Monique sat beside him. An empty chair waited opposite them. The plant filled the corner. No, Harriet thought. Not filled. Occupied. It had not grown larger in the simple way plants grew. It had unfolded into the room's proportions, revealing what had been compressed inside it all along. Stems braided over one another like cords under skin. Leaves spread against the walls, shiny and dark. Along the leaf edges hung teeth of different sizes, incisors, molars, canines, small childlike teeth, yellowed teeth, crowned teeth, teeth with silver fillings. They clicked softly whenever the overhead lights hummed. The pot was cracked. Black soil had spilled onto the carpet in a thick ring around its base. Embedded in the soil were badges. Not just a few, dozens. Blue lanyards curled through the dirt like veins. Harriet stood outside the glass, unable to enter, unable to leave. Garrett looked through the wall at her and gestured calmly to the empty chair. She did not open the door. Instead, she lifted the printed pages and held them against the glass. "I found the files," she said. Her voice sounded thin in the open floor. Garrett's expression did not change. Monique looked tired, not guilty, not frightened, tired. As if Harriet had arrived late to a meeting everyone else had attended for years. "You weren't supposed to go downstairs," Monique said. "No," Harriet said. "I suppose I was supposed to sit down and be rewritten." Garrett Seal. Nobody is being rewritten. Behind him, the plant's leaves shifted. The teeth clicked once. Harriet looked at them. And suddenly, the pattern of the last 2 days rearranged itself in her mind. Not like a revelation of something hidden far away, but like a sentence she had been reading upside down. The plant had not reacted to ordinary lies. People lied all day in that office. They said they were fine. They said they loved the new quarterly goals. They said they were excited to circle back, happy to help, grateful for the opportunity, thrilled about change. The plant did not bloom for every polite falsehood. It did not sprout teeth when someone praised a bad presentation or promised to respond by end of day. It fed when the lie became official. When Garrett said Owen had a choice, the tooth had shown. When Priya's resignation was announced as voluntary, the plant had grown fuller. When Harriet softened termination into transition, concern into miscommunication, fear into fit, the leaves had turned toward her. Not because she was witnessing the thing, because she was feeding it. The plant was not an infestation in the office. It was the office, not the desks or the beams or the coffee machines. but the appetite underneath them, the hunger for clean records, agreeable departures, harmless phrasing, conversations that left no blood on anyone's hands. The plant was what the system looked like when it stopped pretending to be abstract. Every tooth was a word made flesh. Every badge in the soil belonged to someone who had been converted from person into statement. Harriet looked down at the page in her hands. Harriet Vale has chosen not to continue. Chosen. The oldest tooth in the company. Garrett stood at last. "Harriet," he said, "you're good at this. That's why we hired you." Her mouth had gone dry. What did Evelyn refuse to write? Monique closed her eyes. Garrett smiled with something like regret. The truth. The plant's leaves parted behind him. For the first time, Harriet saw what grew at the center. Half hidden in the braided stems, not a flower, not fruit, but a dark opening lined with hundreds of small white teeth. A mouth made from every resignation she had ever polished. And from inside it, in a voice that sounded almost exactly like her own, Evelyn Shaw whispered, "Say it plainly." The words passed through the glass without distortion. Harriet knew the voice was not truly Evelyn's. Not entirely. It had Evelyn's shape. Perhaps the dry steadiness suggested by her emails. The restraint of someone who had learned how expensive bluntness could be. But beneath it was Harriet's own cadence, her own careful pauses, her own habit of pressing feeling flat so it would fit inside a sentence. Garrett opened the conference room door. Heat rolled out. Not ordinary heat. It carried the damp closeness of breath trapped under cloth. Harriet smelled metal, soil, coffee gone sour, and underneath all of it the faint mint of people operations candy. "Come in," Garrett said. Harriet did not move. "You can still leave well," Monique added. Harriet almost looked at her. "Leave well, even now." Monique spoke as if the room were a gift, as if disappearance were a benefit package. The plant's mouth widened between the stems. Evelyn's voice came again. "Say it plainly." Harriet lifted her phone. Her thumb found the photos, disposal box, dental envelopes, resignation statements, employee badges. Tomorrow's plant card. She opened her email app and began attaching them to a new message addressed to the whole company. Her hands shook, but the motion steadied her. Subject line. She typed, "Conference room 3. No. Too vague." She deleted it. Larkin Bellamy has been erasing employees. The cursor blinked after the final word. The plant hissed. Every tooth along its leaves trembled at once. A dry, chattering sound that ran through the room like applause from tiny mouths. Garrett's face changed for the first time. Not fear exactly, but calculation interrupted. "Harriet," he said, "before you do something impulsive, you should understand your position." The screen of her phone flickered. The draft vanished. In its place appeared another message, already composed. Subject, Evelyn Shaw. Harriet Vale is pleased to announce her promotion to Director of Internal Communications. Effective immediately. Harriet's first act in this expanded role will be to finalize legacy documentation related to Evelyn Shaw's voluntary resignation, allowing the organization to move forward with clarity, trust, and renewed alignment. Her salary was listed below, a number so large it made her breath catch. Then came equity, private office, leadership track, relocation support, executive mentorship, language she had once imagined receiving with clean joy. Monique stepped closer. "You don't have to be on the wrong side of this," she said. Evelyn was brilliant, but she couldn't accept how organizations work. She thought truth was always kind. "It isn't," Garrett said. "Sometimes truth destroys people who could have been protected by better wording." Harriet thought of Alice Keene standing in the rain outside the restaurant, hair plastered to her cheeks, pretending not to notice that everyone inside had forgotten to look for her. She thought of the investigation room at Redfern, the HR woman asking if Harriet had observed a pattern, and Harriet saying she lacked context while knowing exactly what context had been removed. The plant had not begun with Lark and Bellamy. That realization came coldly. No, perhaps this plant had this pot, this soil, these badges, but the appetite was older. It lived anywhere a harmful thing became acceptable once described elegantly enough. It had found Harriet before she had ever found it. Her phone screen changed again. A document opened. Evelyn Shaw. Final statement. Draft 7. Only one paragraph needed approval. Evelyn Shaw has voluntarily resigned following a constructive conversation about role alignment. Evelyn's recent concerns were reviewed with care and found to reflect a temporary misunderstanding of workplace norms. Lark and Bellamy thanks Evelyn for her contributions and wishes her continued growth. At the bottom were 2 buttons: approve and send, reject. The second button faded as she looked at it. Harriet touched the screen. Nothing happened. The plant's mouth pulsed. Garrett's voice lowered. "You can belong here." It was the cruelest offer because part of her wanted it. Not the money only. Not the title. Belonging. Safety. A chair at the table instead of a name in a folder. The right to turn away and call it maturity. The right to survive and let survival become proof of wisdom. Harriet looked through the glass walls at the open office beyond. Every desk was empty. No, not empty. At each workstation sat a badge on a chair. Lanyard coiled neatly. Name facing upward. Owen Marsh. Priya Nair. Leon Voss. Marcus Bell. Janine Ketter. Thomas Rook. Evelyn Shaw. And Alice Keene. Harriet stopped breathing. Alice had never worked at Lark and Bellamy. The plant's leaves rustled softly, pleased by her recognition. It had taken that name from her, from the place in her where she had sealed it safely away and called it a professional regret instead of a choice. Harriet raised the phone again. She could not send the email. The system owned the drafts, the printers, the records, the polished channels through which truth was permitted to travel. So she did the only unprofessional thing left. She opened the camera. Then she pressed record. "My name is Harriet Vale," she said, voice shaking. Lark and Bellamy Solutions has been forcing employees into closed-door meetings, recording their departures as voluntary, and destroying the evidence of what happens afterward. Evelyn Shaw tried to report it. Owen Marsh did not resign. Priya Nair did not resign. Leon Voss did not resign. The plant screamed without sound. The glass cracked. Garrett lunged toward her. But the soil moved faster. It spilled from the pot in a black wave, thick with badges and roots and teeth, spreading across the carpet toward the door. Harriet kept speaking. "And 3 years ago, at Redfern Media, I helped erase Alice Keene by saying I lacked context when I had seen enough. The lights went out. In the dark, Something wrapped around her ankle. The phone slipped from her hand. Still recording. Its screen glowing on the carpet. From conference room 3, Evelyn's voice whispered one last instruction. Now, don't soften it. The recording did not go viral. That was the first sign that Lark and Bellamy survived. For 3 hours after the lights went out, no message left the building. Phones showed full signal and sent nothing. Email drafts saved themselves and emptied. Printers warmed, clicked, and produced blank pages with only faint black soil along the margins. Security cameras recorded static. Access logs showed no irregular activity after 6:41 p.m., except for one note entered automatically beside Harriet Vale's badge number. Exit completed. By morning, the office had been cleaned, not restored. Cleaned. There was a difference. The carpets outside conference room 3 were darker in places where the fibers had been replaced. Several ceiling tiles were new. The glass wall had no crack, though in the right light a faint branching line showed beneath the surface, like a vein under skin. The printer on the people operations floor was gone, replaced by a newer model with no local memory and a cheerful green sticker that read, "Reduce waste. Support growth. At Opt, Census Presage M." Employees arrived, carrying coffees, laptop bags, gym clothes, lunches in square containers. They spoke softly about the strange power outage the night before, about delayed trains, about whether the quarterly town hall would still happen. A few noticed the smell near conference room 3 and assumed facilities had shampooed the carpet. No one mentioned Harriet Vale. By 9:30, her desk had been cleared. By 9:20, her email address returned an automated reply. Harriet Vale is no longer with Lark and Bellamy Solutions. For internal communication support, please contact People Operations. We thank Harriet for her contributions and wish her continued growth. There was no farewell card, no slack thread full of polite emojis, no small collection for flowers. That was unusual, but not impossible. Some people passed through companies quickly. Some never became real there. Monique told herself this while standing beside the empty desk. She held Harriet's gray notebook in both hands. The first pages were ordinary, meeting notes. Names, phrase from orientation, questions to ask later. Then, halfway through, the handwriting changed. It grew larger, pressed deeper into the paper. Owen did not resign. Priya did not resign. Leanh did not resign. Evelyn was telling the truth. At the bottom of the page, written so hard the pen had torn through, was one final line. Neither did I. Monique closed the notebook. For a moment, the office noise seemed to dim around her. She could feel the weight of the book in her hands. Small, but accusing. She could walk to legal. She could copy it. She could take a photograph. She could place it on every chair in the all-hands meeting and say plainly what the company had spent years translating into safer language. Instead, she carried the notebook into conference room 3. The plant was larger now. Everyone agreed on that. Though no one said it at the same time. It had been refreshed. According to facilities, a new wellness initiative was launching that quarter. Growth culture, more biophilic design, more living greenery, more spaces where employees could reconnect with purpose, resilience, and healthy communication. Conference room 3 had become the pilot room. The old matte black pot had been replaced by a rectangular planter built into the corner wall. Dark soil filled it to the brim. Several stems rose from it in braided clusters, supporting broad, glossy leaves that looked almost too healthy under fluorescent light. No teeth were visible, unless one stood close, unless one bent near the lowest leaves and listened. Monique placed Harriet's notebook on the soil. For 1 second. Nothing happened. Then the pages softened. The cover darkened. The whole notebook sank without resistance, as if the soil had opened beneath it. A faint clicking rose from under the leaves. Monique stepped back. The plant seemed to breathe. At noon, Garrett Pike led the town hall. He stood beneath the company values wall and spoke about resilience after organizational disruption. He announced the Growth Culture Initiative, the refreshed meeting spaces, and a renewed commitment to honest dialogue conducted through appropriate channels. His voice was calm. His shirt was white. His smile revealed no teeth except his own. In any thriving organization, he said, we must learn what to prune, what to preserve, and what to nourish. The employees applauded, not loudly. Enough. 3 weeks later, a new internal communications manager joined Lark and Bellamy Solutions. Her name was Celeste Ward. She was 29, recently relocated, eager in the careful way of someone who had not yet learned which questions cost more than they returned. Monique showed her the kitchen, the wellness room, the focus booths, the printer stations, and finally conference room 3. This is part of your role, Monique said, handing her a laminated card. Water every Wednesday, never on Fridays. Don't move the planter. If a leaf drops, place it back in the soil. Celeste laughed uncertainly. Is that a real rule? Monique smiled, trembled, then settled. It helps things grow. After Monique left, Celeste crouched beside the planter and read the new soil label tucked neatly into the corner. Proprietary organic blend. Ingredients. Not disclosed. Something under the soil shifted. Celeste leaned closer, between 2 lower leaves, where the light did not quite reach. A small white tooth was beginning to show, and from somewhere deep inside the planter, a woman's voice whispered, very softly, say it plainly. Some horror does not begin with a monster. Sometimes it begins with a phrase that makes cruelty sound reasonable. This story is about the danger of polished language when it is used to erase people instead of protect them. Harriet's gift was making ugly things sound clean, and the plant only revealed what that gift had been feeding all along. Maybe the most frightening systems are not the ones that force everyone to lie, but the ones that reward people for making lies sound professional. What would you risk to say the truth plainly? Story 4. The church bell rang the first night Elspeth Vale slept in her father's house. Though everyone in Hollowick knew the bell rope had been cut 15 years before. She had arrived just after dusk, driving slowly through lanes narrowed by hedgerows and the early summer dark. The village appeared by degrees. First the leaning sign with its faded white letters, then the stone cottages pressed close to the road, then the church tower rising beyond them like a black finger held to the sky. St. Oran's had always looked larger than the village deserved. Its tower was square and severe, built from dark local stone that held rain long after the weather cleared, even in childhood. Elspeth had thought the church looked less like a place of worship than a thing placed there to keep watch. Now it belonged to her. Not spiritually, not emotionally. Legally, her father, Reverend Amos Vale, had died 3 weeks earlier in the rectory bedroom, where he had spent his final months refusing nurses, pain medicine, and any conversation that did not end in scripture. His will had been brief, sour, and exact. The rectory went to Elspeth. The church, deconsecrated in all but local imagination, also went to her, along with its damp vestry, collapsing boundary wall, cracked grave markers, and an obligation to handle the sale with reverence. Elspeth had read that line twice in the solicitor's office and almost laughed. Reverence had been her father's favorite word for obedience. The rectory smelled as she remembered it: cold ashes, beeswax polish, old wool, and something faintly mineral from the churchyard soil. Dust lay on the hall table in a smooth gray skin. The coat hooks were empty except for Amos Vale's black clerical hat, hanging exactly where it had hung when she was a child. She left her suitcase by the stairs and walked through the rooms without turning on many lights. The sitting room still held his narrow chair by the fire. The kitchen still had its iron latch, its cracked blue tiles, its view toward the churchyard. Beyond the glass, leaning stones stood in the moonless dark, like people waiting for permission to move. Elspeth had spent years teaching herself not to be sentimental about buildings. She appraised them, measured them, photographed rot, listed structural concerns, and spoke calmly to clients about what could be saved and what ought to be removed. A church was only stone, timber, lime mortar, lead, glass, and money someone was willing to spend. St. Oran's would sell eventually. Perhaps not as a church, perhaps as a private residence, an events hall, an artist's studio for someone wealthy enough to call loneliness character. Elspeth did not care. She intended to clear the property, meet the estate agent, sign whatever needed signing, and leave Hollowick before the village began, remembering her in detail. At 11:10, she found the envelope on the mantel. It had not been there when she entered the room. For a moment she only looked at it, her hand still resting on the brass switch of the lamp. The envelope was cream-colored, thick, and old-fashioned, the kind her father had used for parish notices when he wanted bad news to seem formal. Her name was written across the front in his hand. Not Elsie. He had not called her that since she was 9. Elspeth. She picked it up. The paper felt dry and fibrous, as if it had been stored somewhere too warm. Inside was a single sheet folded once. Do not sell the bell. That was all. No signature. No blessing. No apology disguised as one. Elspeth stood very still, listening to the rectory settle around her. Somewhere in the walls, old pipes ticked softly. A branch scraped once against the window, though there was no tree close enough to touch it. She read the line again. Do not sell the bell. The absurdity of it should have comforted her. Her father had left many instructions in life and evidently intended to continue from the grave. He had once written a 3-page note about the correct order in which altar candles should be extinguished. He had labeled cupboards. He had corrected hymns in red ink. Death, Elspeth supposed, had not improved his sense of proportion. She folded the note, placed it back in the envelope, and set it beside the cold fireplace. Then the bell rang. It did not begin with a swing or a gathering vibration. There was no warning shiver through the air. No first uncertain note. One moment the village was silent. The next, St. Oran's bells struck once, deep and iron-throated, with such force that the kitchen window trembled in its frame. Elspeth stopped breathing. The sound rolled over the rectory roof, through the chimneys, under the doors. It entered the room like weather. Dust lifted from the mantel. The old clerical hat stirred on its hook. A second toll followed, then a third. She crossed to the kitchen window and looked toward the church tower. Nothing moved in the churchyard. No light showed in the belfry. The tower was only a blacker shape against the dark, square and blind and waiting. The bell rang again. Elspeth counted without meaning to. 5, 6. But after the sixth toll, the sound changed. It did not become quieter. It became narrower, as if the enormous metal throat above the village had learned to shape itself around something smaller than sound. The seventh toll stretched strangely, thinning in the middle, and beneath its iron note Elspeth heard what she first took for wind pressing through a crack. Then it happened again. A tone inside the tone. Not a word exactly. A shape. Her hand tightened on the windowsill. The wood was damp beneath her palm. The bell struck once more, and this time the sound seemed to lean toward the rectory, carrying through the glass with a terrible intimacy. Margaret. Elspeth stepped back so sharply her shoulder hit the dresser. The village remained dark. No doors opened. No lights appeared. If anyone else had heard the bell, no one came outside to wonder at it. She stood in her father's kitchen, under the yellow bulb, with the envelope waiting in the other room and the name still trembling in the air. Then, from somewhere beyond the churchyard wall, a woman began to scream. The scream did not last long. That was what made it worse. It rose from somewhere beyond the churchyard wall, thin and human, and then stopped as if someone had placed a hand gently over the mouth that made it. Elspeth remained in the kitchen with one shoulder pressed to the dresser, listening for footsteps, voices, any ordinary consequence of terror. None came. Hollowick stayed dark. Only the bell's final vibration moved through the village, sinking slowly into stone. By the time Elspeth forced herself outside, the lane was empty. The cottages facing the rectory showed no lamps in their windows. No curtains shifted. No dog barked. The air smelled of nettles, damp earth, and cold smoke from chimneys that had gone out hours before. She crossed the yard without a coat, the gravel biting through the thin soles of her shoes, and stopped at the low wall between the rectory garden and the churchyard. St. Oran's stood before her with its narrow windows blackened by night. The tower was silent now. At the far end of the lane, a door opened. A woman stepped out holding a candle lantern. Then another door opened. Then another. People emerged not hurriedly, not with confusion, but with the grim coordination of villagers answering a custom. They did not call to one another. They moved toward the churchyard in coats, pulled over night clothes, boots unlaced, faces pale in the candlelight. Elspeth recognized some of them by shape before name. Old Mr. Tallow from the post office, thinner now, his spine bent like a question mark. Bethan Croft, who had once slapped Elspeth's wrist for laughing during harvest prayer. A broad man with a graying beard who might have been one of the Price boys. None of them looked surprised to see her. They looked, instead, as though she had arrived late for something she should have known. Elspeth Vale. Bethan said, Her voice was almost kind, which made it colder. "I heard someone scream," Elspeth said. "Who was it?" No one answered immediately. The villagers gathered near the lich gate, their lanterns making brief gold rings on the wet stones. Somewhere in the churchyard, hidden among the leaning graves, blackbirds rustled in the yew trees, though it was deep night. "Who is Margaret?" Elspeth asked. Several eyes moved away from her. Mr. Tallow lowered his head. Bethan crossed herself. Though Elspeth could not remember her ever being Catholic, Hollowick had always borrowed whatever gesture fear required. "Margaret Wren," Bethan said at last. "She lives above the bakery." Then, someone should check on her. "We will," said the broad man. Elspeth looked from one face to another. "Now, no," Bethan said softly. "In the morning." The old anger came back so quickly it embarrassed her. That was how Hollowick had always worked. First the rule, then the silence, then the explanation no one was permitted to question. Her father had built his sermons from that order. He had taught the village that doubt was a door left open for the devil, and he had taught his daughter that obedience was what love looked like when it stopped smiling. "She screamed," Elspeth said. "She heard her name." Mr. Tallow murmured. The villagers stood still in their night clothes and boots, watching the church as if the stone might overhear them. Elspeth almost laughed again. But this time, there was no humor in it. "That bell cannot ring." The rope was cut. Bethan looked toward the tower. "Ropes are for hands." No one spoke after that. By morning, Elspeth had slept less than an hour. She rose before 7, dressed in the same clothes she had worn the night before, and went to inspect St. Oran's with her survey case. Camera, torch, tape measure, damp meter, and the hard professional expression she used when clients tried to describe rot as character. In daylight, the church looked smaller but not safer. The west door stuck in its frame before giving way with a swollen groan. Cold air breathed out around her ankles. Inside, the nave smelled of stone dust, candle smoke, old hymn books, and the faint sourness of water trapped where water should not be. She began where she always began: roofline, walls, floor, drainage, signs of movement. The south aisle had active damp. The plaster bloomed in pale blistermas. Several pews were worm-eaten. A crack ran from the chancel arch down toward the memorial plaques, splitting one name cleanly through the middle: Amos Valley. Rector, not dead, not buried, only commemorated early, as if the church had been waiting for him while he was still alive. Elspeth photographed it, then deleted the photograph without knowing why. She told herself she was tired. As she worked, villagers came and went through the open door. None asked permission. Bethan placed fresh candles near the altar. Though the church had officially ceased services years ago, Mr. Tallow touched the font and whispered something into the dry basin. A young mother led a child down the aisle and made him bow his head toward the tower. Elspeth watched them with irritation tightening behind her ribs. "It is a building," she said. When Bethan found her measuring the vestry wall, Bethan smiled without warmth. "So is a coffin." The words slipped under Elspeth's skin because they sounded like something her father would have said. Amos Vale had believed every object had a moral use. A chair was for sitting properly. A bed was for rising early. A mouth was for prayer, apology, and silence. When Elspeth was 11, he had made her kneel for an hour on the cold vestry tiles because she had asked why God needed bells if he already knew everything. He had stood above her in his black coat, not angry, only disappointed, which was worse. Some questions, he had said, are only pride wearing a child's face. She had not asked him about the bells again. Near noon, the bakery did not open. By 1. A crowd had gathered outside the shop with the red-painted door. Elspeth reached it just as the broad man from the night before came down the stairs, carrying his cap in both hands. Bethan was waiting on the pavement. "Well?" she asked. The man looked once toward the church tower. "Margaret Wren is dead," he said. Nobody gasped. Nobody cried out. Several villagers closed their eyes. Not in shock, but in confirmation. Elspeth felt the morning tilt around her. Behind them, from the high dark tower of St. Oran's, the bell began to ring again. The bell rang 12 times. Elspeth counted each toll because counting was easier than believing. The sound filled the narrow street outside the bakery, shaking loose flour dust from the striped awning and sending a row of blackbirds up from the church roof in one dark scatter. No one spoke while it rang. The villagers stood with their faces turned toward St. Oran's, eyes lowered but listening, as if the iron voice above them were not interrupting the day but completing it. On the 13th note, the bell changed. Elspeth felt it before she heard it. A tightening in the air, a pressure at the back of her teeth. The deep metal tone thinned into that impossible almost word. The same narrowing sound she had heard in her father's kitchen. This time, there were too many people around her to pretend it was grief, exhaustion, or old glass vibrating in its frame. Thomas. The name carried over Hollowick with terrible clarity. A man near the bakery wall gave a small, breathless sound. Not a cry. Not quite. More like someone struck gently in the stomach. Elspeth turned toward him. He was perhaps 50, with reddish skin, a narrow mouth, and a butcher's apron folded over one arm. The others had already moved away from him. Not far, just enough to make a space. "Thomas who?" Elspeth asked. The man looked at her as though she had done something indecent by asking. Bethan Croft stepped between them. "Thomas Alder." "Then get him help." Thomas Alder stared down at his own hands. They were broad and clean, the nails trimmed short. There's no help for a name once it's rung. That is insane. Several villagers flinched at the word, but no one contradicted her. Their silence had weight. It pressed against the shop fronts, the closed bakery door, the upstairs window where Margaret Wren's curtains remained half-drawn. Elspeth felt suddenly and sharply that Hollowick was not shocked by death because it had been rehearsing death for years. She pushed past Bethan and crossed the street. "Elspeth," Bethan called. There was warning in it, but also something like pity. Elspeth did not stop. She went back to the church because anger had always been the only emotion. Hollowick could not easily turn into prayer. Inside St. Oran's, the cold met her with the stale intimacy of a held breath. Candle smoke drifted near the altar, though she had seen no one light anything since morning. The nave lay quiet under its ribs of dark timber. She walked straight to the vestry. Her father's old keys had been in the rectory desk, each labeled in his careful hand. Vestry, south door, choir cupboard, tower stair. The last one had been polished smooth by use. The vestry smelled of mildew, brass cleaner, and dead flowers. Cassocks hung in a wardrobe like emptied bodies. On the desk stood an ink bottle, sealed, beside a stack of parish newsletters yellowed at the edges. Elspeth opened drawers one after another, telling herself she was looking for maintenance records, insurance documents, proof that the bell mechanism had been altered by some village idiot with access and a taste for cruelty. The bottom drawer was locked. The key was not on the ring. She almost left it. Professional instinct told her not to damage property she was preparing to sell. Childhood instinct told her locked things in her father's church were never locked for safety, only for power. Elspeth took a brass candlestick from the shelf and struck the drawer just above the lock. The wood cracked on the third blow. Inside was a ledger bound in black cloth. It had no title. Dust clung to its spine. But when she lifted it out, she saw the cloth beneath the dust had been handled often. The front cover opened with a soft, reluctant sound. Names filled the pages. Not baptismal records. Not funerals. Not marriages. Just names. Written one beneath another in columns, each followed by a date and a short notation. Agnes Pelly, 14 October 1000. 987 River Path. Martin Shale, 3 February 1000. 991 Stable Beam. Cora Whitcomb, 19 June 1998 Fever Before Dawn. Elspeth turned pages carefully, her mouth drying. Some names she remembered from childhood as absences adults refused to explain. Some were older, some were recent. Each date had been written in her father's exact hand. The letters narrow and upright, the ink dark where he pressed too hard at the beginning of each line. Then she saw Margaret Wren. The entry was dated yesterday. Margaret Wren, 11 June 2026 Stairs. Elspeth sat down slowly in the vestry chair. The room seemed to dim around the edges. Margaret had died that morning above the bakery. Elspeth did not yet know how, but she knew, with a sick certainty, that when someone finally said it aloud, they would say stairs. She flipped to the final written page. Thomas Alder's name waited there. Thomas Alder, 12 June 2026 Knives. The ink was still wet enough to shine. The shine of the ink frightened Elspeth more than the name. Wet ink meant hands. Wet ink meant someone had opened the locked drawer, written Thomas Alder's death into her father's ledger, and closed it again before she arrived. It meant the bell was not prophecy or village madness or an old superstition repeated until it became weather. It meant action, agency, a person with access. That thought steadied her. People could be exposed. She tore a blank parish notice from the desk, pressed it gently over Thomas's entry, and lifted it away. A faint mirror of the words came with it. Black and broken but readable enough. Thomas Alder Knives. Evidence. If anyone in Hollowick still understood the word, then she shut the ledger, tucked it beneath her arm, and walked out of the vestry. The nave was not empty. Thomas Alder stood near the font. He had removed his butcher's apron. Without it, he looked smaller, almost boyish in his checked shirt and brown work trousers. His hands were clasped in front of him, fingers pressed so tightly together the knuckles had gone pale. "You should go home," Elspeth said. He looked toward the tower door. That would not matter. Of course it would matter. Lock away your knives. Stay with someone. Call a doctor if you think you might hurt yourself or have some kind of episode." At that, Thomas turned. "You think I'm going to do it to myself? I think fear makes people suggestible." The word sounded professional enough to comfort her. Suggestible. Hysteria. Communal delusion. A village isolated too long around one dead rector and one theatrical bell. Margaret Wren had been elderly. Stairs killed old people every day. If she had heard her name at midnight, panic might have made her careless. Or perhaps she had died first, and someone had rung the bell afterward. Even the ledger could be explained by timing, by conspiracy, by a living hand. Elspeth gripped the book harder. Thomas gave a small, tired smile. "Your father said the same sort of thing when Arthur Bell heard his name." "My father encouraged this." "No," Thomas said. "He managed it." The distinction chilled her. Before she could answer, Bethancroft entered through the west door, carrying a basket covered with a white cloth. She saw the ledger beneath Elspeth's arm, and the candle flame in her other hand trembled, though there was no draft. "That book should not be out," Bethan said. "It was locked in a church I own." "Ownership," Bethan said, "is not permission." Elspeth laughed once under her breath. "You all speak in inscriptions. Do you know that?" Bethan set the basket down on a pew. Under the cloth, something gave off a warm, meaty smell, food for a condemned man. Elspeth realized, and the thought made her stomach turn. "We are trying to keep order," Bethan said. "You mean obedience?" "I mean fewer deaths than there might have been." Thomas closed his eyes. Elspeth stepped toward him. "Come with me." He opened his eyes again. "Where?" "Anywhere with witnesses and no knives." The butcher glanced at Bethan, then at the tower. And for one fragile moment Elspeth thought he might agree. Then the bell rang. Not from above this time. From inside the church. The sound moved through the nave at floor level, low and resonant, vibrating in the pews. The flagstones, the font bowl. Elspeth clapped a hand over one ear. Bethan dropped to her knees. Thomas did not move at all. 1 toll, 2, 3. The ledger jerked beneath Elspeth's arm. She nearly dropped it. The book seemed to pulse against her ribs. Each toll answered by a faint shifting inside the pages, like dry leaves being stirred by fingers. On the 4th toll, the candles at the altar went out. On the 5th, blackbirds struck the clerestory windows from outside, one after another, their bodies making soft, blunt sounds against the old glass. On the 6th, Thomas Alder whispered, "Please." The 7th toll bent inward. "Thomas." The name filled the church. Not loud, but close, as if spoken directly behind every ear. Bethan began to pray. Elspeth seized Thomas by the sleeve and pulled. This time he let her. They crossed the nave together, shoes slipping slightly on damp stone, and burst out into the afternoon glare. For 3 hours, Elspeth kept him in the rectory kitchen. She made tea neither of them drank. She took every knife from the drawers, every pair of scissors, the bread saw, the rusted garden shears from beneath the sink, and locked them in the boot of her car. She telephoned the police in Market Dern, speaking carefully, saying a man in Hollowick had received a credible threat. The line crackled badly. The constable who answered promised to send someone when available, which meant nothing before evening. Thomas sat at the table with his hands flat before him. "I never liked killing animals," he said suddenly. Elspeth looked up. "My father did. His father did. I learned because the shop needed hands." He swallowed. Reverend Vale used to come by after closing. He said blood made men honest if they knew what it cost. My father said many things. Thomas looked at her then, and she saw pity in his face. At dusk. The police had not come. At 9:30, Thomas insisted on using the outside privy because he said he could not bear the low rectory ceiling another minute. Elspeth stood by the kitchen door and watched him cross the yard under the weak security light. He was gone less than 2 minutes before she heard the sound. Not a scream. A wet, chopping scrape. She ran outside. Thomas Alder lay beside the old chopping block her father had used for firewood, his throat opened by the heavy, splitting axe that Elspeth had forgotten in the shed wall. By morning, the ledger had added one neat notation beneath his name. Confirmed before witness. By sunrise, Thomas Alder's blood had dried black between the cobbles of the rectory yard, but no one from Hollowick tried to wash it away. They came instead to look at it. Not openly, not all at once. A woman carrying milk paused at the gate longer than necessary. Mr. Tallow crossed himself beside the churchyard wall and pretended to inspect the lichen on a headstone. 2 boys on bicycles stopped at the bend in the lane until Bethan Croft appeared and sent them off with a sharp word. Their faces held no shock, only relief that the name had finished what it had begun. The police arrived late in the morning. 1 constable took photographs. Another asked Elspeth the same questions in slightly different ways while standing carefully away from the chopping block. Yes, Thomas had been frightened. Yes, she had brought him to the rectory. Yes, she had removed knives from the kitchen. No, she had not remembered the axe. When she told them about the bell, the ledger, the wet ink, Margaret Wren, and Thomas's name written before he died. The younger constable stopped taking notes. The older one, Sergeant Hobb, looked toward St. Oran's Tower with a tired expression. Villages have their ways of talking about things, he said. This is not talking. No, that book predicted his death. Hobb glanced at the ledger where it lay wrapped in a towel on the kitchen table. He did not touch it. Or someone wrote it after. I saw the ink before he died. He gave her the same expression villagers had given her the night. Margaret's name rang, a look that did not argue, because argument required both people to stand in the same world. By noon, the police had taken Thomas's body away and left Hollowick exactly as they had found it. Elspeth spent the afternoon trying to begin the sale. She rang the estate agent in Market Durn. The line went dead every time she said the church's name. She sent photographs to a structural surveyor, only for the files to arrive corrupted, black rectangles, blurred stone. One image of the nave filled with birds she had not seen when taking it. She placed St. Oran's keys on the rectory table, turned away to make coffee, and found only 3 when she returned. The tower key was gone. She checked the floorboards, her coat pockets, the sink, the mantel, the hall table, then the drawer where she had first found them. Nothing. When she went to the church, the west door stood open. Inside, the nave was wet, not flooded, sweating. Moisture glistened on the walls, running in thin lines down the old plaster. Droplets clung to the memorial plaques, and gathered beneath carved saints' eyes before falling to the floor with patient, irregular ticks. The flagstones shone as if the church had been breathing hard from within. Her damp meter screamed before she touched it to the wall. Then it died. Elspeth stared at the blank screen, feeling something inside her professional certainty crack more deeply than fear had managed. Instruments did not believe in legends. They failed for reasons. Batteries, cold, moisture, impact. She changed the battery with fingers that had begun to shake. The meter remained dead, above her. Wings rustled. She looked up. Blackbirds lined the rafters. Dozens of them sat shoulder to shoulder along the dark beams, their yellow eye rings bright in the dimness. More perched on the rude screen. The pulpit, the backs of pews. One stood on the dry lip of the font, head tilted, beak slightly open, as if waiting to repeat a lesson. No bird should have been able to enter. The windows were intact. The doors had been closed when she arrived, except for the one already open. Elspeth backed toward the aisle. The birds did not fly. "Get out," she whispered. Their heads turned together. The west door slammed shut behind her. She spun, crossed the nave too quickly, and seized the latch. It lifted easily. The door opened onto daylight, the churchyard, and Bethan Croft standing on the path with 5 villagers behind her. Bethan's face was hard. "You need to stop disturbing what your father kept balanced." Elspeth stepped outside, the cold church air still clinging to her clothes. Balanced. 2 people are dead. 2 people were named. They were killed by fear and by your obedience to it. Mr. Tallow's mouth tightened. "Careful." "No," Elspeth said. That word lived too long in this village. Careful, quiet, reverent, obedient. "What did my father do to you all?" A murmur passed through the group. Bethan moved closer. "He taught us to survive the bell. He taught you to wait for people to die." Bethan slapped her. It was not a hard blow, but it stunned Elspeth more than violence should have. For a moment she was 11 again, kneeling on vestry tiles, the skin of her palm stinging where her father had struck it with the edge of a prayer book because she had written her mother's name in the church visitor register after being told not to speak of her during Lent. Her mother's name. The memory opened like a door inside her. Ruth Vale, who had died when Elspeth was 12. Fever, her father had said. Weak heart, the doctor had said. God's timing, the village had said. Elspeth turned toward the tower. "No," she whispered. The bell rang. 1 toll. The villagers froze. 2. Bethan's face emptied. 3. The blackbirds inside the church began beating themselves against the windows, filling the nave with frantic wings. 4. 5. 6. Elspeth stood in the churchyard with her hand against her burning cheek, knowing the next sound before it came. The 7th toll bent low over Hollowick and spoke the name she had not heard aloud in 27 years. Ruth. The name did not echo. That was the worst of it. Ruth should have rung through the village, struck the cottages, scattered birds from the hedgerows, and faded like any other sound. Instead, it seemed to settle into the churchyard soil. It entered the graves. It entered the wet stone of St. Oran's. It entered Elspeth through the bruise rising on her cheek and stayed there. No one moved. Bethan Croft's hand remained half raised from the slap, her fingers trembling now, not with anger but with fear. "She's dead," Elspeth said. Her voice sounded very small beneath the tower. "Mr. Tallow lowered his eyes. "She has been dead for 27 years. Bethan swallowed. "Sometimes the bell names what was never properly given. That is not an answer. It is the only kind this place allows." Elspeth looked at the villagers gathered outside the church, and in their faces she saw something worse than superstition. She saw recognition. They knew Ruth's name. They knew it mattered. They had always known more than they had said. The tower key was still missing. That no longer mattered. Elspeth returned to the rectory and came back with a crowbar, a torch, and her father's black clerical hat crushed in one fist without remembering she had picked it up. The villagers watched from the path but did not stop her. Perhaps they believed the bell had already chosen its subject for the day. Perhaps they were afraid of what would happen if hands touched her now. The tower door stood at the north side of the nave, half hidden behind a curtain stiff with dust. As a child, Elspeth had never seen it open. Amos Vale had kept the key on a chain beneath his shirt. And when she had once asked what was above, he had looked at her with that calm disappointment that made punishment feel like weather. "Sound," he had said. Only that. Sound. Now the door was locked, swollen, and cold to the touch. Elspeth set the crowbar between latch and jamb and pushed until pain shot through her shoulder. Wood creaked. Something inside the door groaned as if disturbed in sleep. She pushed again. The lock tore loose. Air came out. It smelled of rust, old rainwater, candle smoke, and something sweeter beneath, like flowers left too long in a closed room. The stair beyond was narrow enough that her shoulders brushed stone on both sides. Her torch beam found steps worn into shallow bowls by centuries of feet. Moisture ran down the walls in threads. With every step, the village sounds behind her fell away. No murmuring, no birds, no wind, only her breath, the scrape of her shoes, and the memory of her mother's name spoken by iron. Halfway up, she found the first rope. It hung behind the curve of the stair, coiled on an iron hook, hidden from below. Not the thick public bell rope that had once descended into the nave, but a narrower one, dark with age and handling. It passed through a hole in the stone and disappeared upward. A second rope hung 3 steps above it, then a third. Elspeth touched one with the tip of the crowbar. It swayed slightly, and somewhere above her, metal answered with a faint, sleeping murmur. Not a miracle. Then, not entirely. Her father had lied with ropes. The thought should have brought relief. Instead, it made the stair seem tighter. At the top was another door, lower than the first, reinforced with old iron straps. Scratches marked the wood around the latch, some fresh, some darkened by years. Someone had once tried to get out or in with bleeding hands. She could not tell which. This lock broke more easily. The bell chamber opened around her, and Elspeth stopped on the threshold. The great bell hung in the center of the room, blackened bronze green at the lip, its mouth suspended above darkness. Wooden beams crossed overhead, furred with dust and bird droppings. Slatted openings showed the village in narrow gray pieces, rooftops, churchyard, lane, the pale oval faces of villagers looking up. But the chamber was not empty. Ropes ran through pulleys fixed to the beams, some leading to the bell, others to smaller hammers arranged around its rim. Each hammer was labeled in her father's handwriting with strips of yellowing tape: toll, passing, warning, watch, name. On a table beneath the east opening lay tools, pliers, hooks, a mallet, a whetstone, rusted shears, and a doctor's old leather bag gone stiff with age. Beside them were folded vestments, black and white and green, their collars stained brown where hands had gripped them too often. Against the far wall sat a small oak chest. R.V. had been carved into the lid. Elspeth crossed the chamber as if the floor might object. The chest was locked with a brass clasp. She lifted the crowbar, struck once, twice, and on the third blow, the clasp snapped. Inside lay bundles of letters tied with black thread, a cracked pair of spectacles, a child's blue hair ribbon Elspeth recognized with a sudden pain. And beneath them, wrapped in altar linen, a glass jar sealed with wax. Something pale rested inside. Not bone, not cloth. A tongue, preserved in cloudy liquid, pressed gently against the glass as if it still remembered the shape of a name. For several seconds, Elspeth could not understand what she was seeing. The thing in the jar was too intimate to be evidence and too human to be an object. It floated in the cloudy liquid with a pale, soft heaviness. Its surface wrinkled, its root darkened. The sealed wax around the glass marked with her father's neat black cross. She set it down on the table so carefully that the jar made no sound. Only then did she vomit into the corner of the bell chamber. When the sickness passed, she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and forced herself to look again inside the chest. The tongue was not alone. Beneath the altar linen lay a flat bundle wrapped in oilcloth, tied with more black thread. Elspeth untied it with fingers that did not feel like hers. Letters spilled out. Her mother's handwriting appeared first. Ruth Vale had written in a quick, forward-slanting hand. The letters impatient, almost crowded. As if she had always been racing against interruption, Elspeth remembered that hand on birthday cards, shopping lists, hymn sheets corrected quietly after Amos marked them wrong. The first letter was addressed to a woman named Miriam Fallow, though it had never been posted. Miriam, if anything happens to me, it will not be because the bell knew. It will be because Amos has taught them to mistake his hand for God's. Elspeth read the line 3 times. Below it, Ruth had written of ropes hidden in the tower, names entered before sermons, villagers warned into fear, and deaths that followed not prophecy but pressure. An old man with weak lungs frightened into walking to the cold river for prayer. A stable boy accused from the pulpit until he hanged himself from the beam where Amos said he would be found low. A feverish woman denied the doctor because the bell had already rung and the village believed intervention would insult heaven. And then there were worse things. Arthur Bell, who had challenged Amos after his brother's death, found beneath a cart after refusing to leave the pub by the road Amos had named. Cora Whitcomb, who wanted to sell land the church needed, dead after medicine bottles in her cottage were confused. Margaret Wren's husband, years earlier, marked in the ledger before a fall from the mill steps. Elspeth's breathing became shallow. She reached for the next bundle. Death certificates, some official, some copied by hand, some annotated in Amos Vale's narrow script. Beside each name was a notation matching the ledger: river path, stable beam, fever before dawn, knives. But there were additions, private comments written in the margins like sermon notes. Fear softened resistance. Community accepted necessity. The bell must ring before doubt spreads. No one questioned a death once it had been given a name. Elspeth sat on the floor of the bell chamber with paper around her knees and felt the village below her change shape in her mind. Hollowick was not a place cursed into obedience. It was a place trained into it. Each cottage, each bowed head, each candle at the altar had helped build the lie until the lie no longer needed to shout. It only needed to ring. At the bottom of the chest, under the certificates, she found a small leather notebook, Amos's private journal. The earliest entries were ordinary parish complaints: damp in the vestry, unpaid tithes, gossip, weak attendance. Then came frustration. Hollowick, he wrote, was losing reverence. People trusted doctors, solicitors, weather reports, and their own appetites more than the church. They needed fear returned to its proper home. The first staged ringing had been after Agnes Pelly drowned. Accident first. Legend after. Amos had rung the bell and whispered her name through the tower speaking tube, letting grief do the rest. The village believed because it wanted death to have order. After that, belief became useful. Elspeth turned pages faster. Then she found Ruth. My wife has grown proud in suspicion, she asks, after keys. She has seen the secondary ropes. Worse. She speaks of leaving with the child. The next entry was dated 3 days later. Ruth heard her name tonight. Elspeth stopped reading. The bell chamber seemed to tilt. Outside the slats, Hollowick lay quiet under a gray sky. Harmless from above, slate roofs, garden walls, the bakery, the butcher's dark shop, the rectory where she had slept beneath her father's instructions. She remembered her mother in bed, skin shining with sweat, trying to say something while Amos stood at the door and told Elspeth not to upset the dying. She remembered Ruth's hand closing around hers. She remembered no words, because there had been no words. Elspeth looked at the jar. Her father had not preserved a relic. He had kept a witness. A board creaked behind her. She turned. Bethan Croft stood in the doorway to the bell chamber, one hand on the broken latch, her face wet with tears that did not make her look innocent. I told him not to keep that, Bethan whispered. Elspeth rose slowly, Ruth's last letter clenched in her hand. You knew. Bethan looked past her toward the jar. We all knew enough, she said. That was how we survived. Bethan's confession did not enter the room like truth. It entered like another kind of silence. Elspeth stood among the papers. The broken chest, the preserved tongue of her mother, and understood that Bethan had not come to explain. She had come because the tower had opened, because the old balance had failed, because someone had finally held the lie in both hands where the village could see it. You survived? Elspeth said. Is that what you call this? Bethan's mouth trembled. You do not know what it was like before him. Before my father? Before certainty. Bethan looked toward the bell. People died badly then, too. Children drowned. Men drank themselves into ditches. Women bled in childbirth. Fever took whole houses before anyone knew who to pray for. Death came without pattern, and grief made animals of us. So he gave you a pattern. He gave us warning. Elspeth lifted the notebook. No, he gave you permission. Bethan flinched as if struck. From below came the murmur of villagers gathering in the nave. Their voices rose through the floorboards in anxious threads. They knew Bethan had followed Elspeth up. They knew the tower had been breached. Still, none of them climbed after her. Even now, they waited for someone else to name what they feared. Elspeth turned another page in Amos's journal and found a diagram of the bell chamber. Ropes, pulleys, speaking tube, hammer positions, notes on how to create a toll without visible movement. Beside the drawing, in her father's exacting script, he had written, "The miracle must be heard from below, never examined from above." There it was, the entire faith of Hollowick reduced to mechanics and fear. You all heard him. Elspeth said, "Not God, not prophecy, him." Bethan's eyes had gone to the jar again. At first, the two words stopped Elspeth. The bell chamber seemed to tighten around them. What does that mean? Bethan clasped her hands together. The old village habit of prayer without prayer. At first, it was your father. He rang for Agnes after she was already dead. He rang for Martin after he had cornered that poor boy with shame. He rang for others before he made certain the village would not interfere. We knew, some of us, enough to understand that the bell was not clean. And you did nothing. We were afraid of him. He was one man. Bethan's face twisted. No, he was the rector. He was the ledger. He was the pulpit. He was every neighbor who would rather believe than be blamed for disbelief. The bell above them gave a soft internal sound, not a toll. A settling. Dust fell from its lip. Bethan whispered. Then Ruth found the ropes. Elspeth could not look at the jar, but she felt it there on the table, holding the shape of a voice her father had removed from the world. She tried to tell us, Bethan said, not loudly, not in the square. She came to houses one at a time, mine first. She had letters, notes. She said Amos had made the bell a mouth for his own cruelty. She said if we all spoke together, he would be finished. But you didn't. Bethan shook her head. Why? Because the bell rang her name that night. Elspeth stared at her. My father rang it. Yes, the word was barely sound. But after he finished, Bethan said, after the name went over the village, the bell rang again. A coldness moved through Elspeth that had nothing to do with the tower air. Bethan looked up at the enormous bronze shape hanging above them. No rope moved. Amos was standing in the churchyard with the rest of us. I saw his hands. Everyone saw them. The bell rang once. Just once. And from inside that note came Ruth's voice. Elspeth's hand tightened on the journal until the cover bent. What did she say? Bethan began to cry harder, but still quietly, as Hollowick had taught her. She said, You have used my name falsely. The bell gave another soft sound. This time the note seemed to come from inside Elspeth's bones. Bethan stepped back. That was when Amos changed. Before, he was cruel and proud. After Ruth, he was frightened. He still kept the ledger. He still rang when it suited him. But the church began answering. Not always. Not for every death. Only when a name had been spoken falsely under its roof. Elspeth remembered the ledger jerking beneath her arm. The wet walls. The blackbirds gathered like witnesses. The name Ruth settling into the ground instead of echoing away. Not prophecy. Judgment. Not a bell that predicted death, but a church that remembered lies told in the language of God. Her father had built a false miracle, and something older than him had accepted the instrument, not to bless it, to keep account. Below, in the nave, the villagers had gone silent. Elspeth looked through the slats of the bell chamber toward Hollowick, the roofs, the bakery, the butcher's shop, the rectory, every place where someone had closed a curtain and called fear survival. "What does it want?" she asked. Bethan's answer came at once, as if she had known it for years and spent those years hoping never to say it. The same thing Ruth wanted. The bell began to move without rope or hand. Slowly, almost gently. Bethan covered her ears. Elspeth did not. The first toll struck the chamber so hard the papers lifted from the floor. Amos's journal fell open at Ruth's entry. The jar on the table shuddered, and the pale tongue inside pressed against the glass. On the second toll, the bell did not speak a name. It spoke a command. Say it. The command did not fade. Say it. It remained in the bell chamber after the toll ended. Not as sound, but as pressure. It pushed at Elspeth's teeth, at her throat, at the place beneath her ribs where grief had once been folded so tightly she mistook it for strength. Bethan sank to her knees. "Elspeth," she whispered, "don't answer it up here." The bell hung above them. Still now, enormous and dark, its inner curve holding shadows like old water. Around Elspeth's feet, her father's papers stirred, though no wind moved through the chamber. Ruth's last letter lay open beside Amos's journal. The preserved tongue tapped once against the glass. "Say it." Elspeth looked at Bethan. "Why?" Bethan's face was gray. "Because if you speak it here, only the tower hears. And if I speak it below, then everyone does." For a moment, Elspeth almost laughed. Even now, Bethan did not say truth as if it were holy. She said it as if it were weather coming through the roof. Elspeth gathered the papers into her arms. Ruth's letters, Amos's journal, the death certificates, the diagrams, the ledger. She left the jar on the table because she could not bear to carry it, and because some part of her understood it had waited long enough in the dark. When she started down the stair, Bethan followed. The villagers stood in the nave. They had filled St. Oran's without making a sound. Men and women occupied the pews as if attending a service no one had announced. Some held candles. Some clutched coats around night clothes, though it was not yet night. Mr. Tallow stood near the font, his head bowed. Sergeant Hobb was there too, hat in hand, face tight with the discomfort of a man who had spent years calling terror custom. Every face lifted when Elspeth emerged from the tower door. She walked down the aisle, carrying her father's records like a ruined scripture. No one spoke. At the chancel step, she turned to face them. "My father made the bell speak," she said. A sound passed through the church. Low and frightened, Elspeth opened the ledger. Agnes Pelly was already drowned when he rang her name. Martin Shale was shamed from the pulpit until he killed himself. Cora Whitcomb was denied help. Margaret Wren's death was written before anyone checked on her. Thomas Alder was named and left to fear until death found the sharpest thing near him. That is not all. Bethan said from behind her. The villagers turned. Bethan stepped forward, trembling. Ruth Vale came to us. She tried to tell us. I closed my door. One by one. The faces in the nave changed. Not with surprise. With the pain of recognition escaping its grave. Elspeth lifted her mother's letter. Ruth heard her name because Amos rang it. But the church answered because her name had been used falsely. She looked up at the tower darkness above the nave. The bell was never prophecy. It was a lie taught until it sounded like God. The candles shuddered. The bell rang. Everyone cried out. One toll. 2. 3. The sound descended through the church as if the tower had opened into the sky. Dust fell from the beams. The font water, dry for years, darkened at the bottom with a wet shine. Blackbirds struck the windows from outside. Not frantic now, but rhythmic, like knuckles asking entrance. 4, 5, 6. Elspeth knew before the 7th. She felt the name forming in the bronze mouth above her, gathering itself from bloodlines, inheritance, silence, and return. Her father had left her the church. Hollowick had left her the lie. Perhaps there had never been any difference. The 7th toll bent over the nave. Elspeth. Several villagers moved away from her. The old space opened around her as it had opened around Thomas Alder outside the bakery. Named, marked, already halfway dead in their eyes. Mr. Tallow began to weep. Sergeant Hobb whispered, Miss Vale, perhaps you should come with me. But he did not step forward. No one did. Elspeth looked at them all and understood the final cruelty of the bell. It did not need to kill her. Hollowick would do what it had always done. It would wait. It would interpret every accident as fulfillment. It would make her death obedient before it happened. Bethan touched her sleeve. You can still leave. Outside, dusk had gathered behind the windows. By dawn, they would expect a body. If Elspeth drove away now, Hollowick would call it mercy or delay or unfinished judgment. The ledger would remain. The church would remain. Her father's lie would survive her absence as it had survived his death. Elspeth looked toward the tower rope that no longer hung in the nave. Then she saw the hidden cord. Thin, dark, almost invisible. It descended behind the pulpit where the old hymn boards leaned against the wall. Her father's secret mechanism had always reached lower than anyone admitted. She crossed to it. The villagers began murmuring. Elspeth, Bethan said. Frightened now. Don't. Elspeth wrapped the cord around her hand. For the first time since returning to Hollowick, she thought of her mother not as a woman in a sickbed, not as a silenced witness, not as a preserved horror in a jar, but as someone who had tried to speak before fear taught everyone not to listen. Then Elspeth pulled. The bell answered her with a force that split the air. And, above the roar, the church doors flew open by themselves. The sound did not leave St. Oran's. It struck the bell chamber, the rafters, the stones, the pews. The villagers lifted faces, and instead of rolling out over Hollowick, it turned inward. The church held the note in its walls until the air thickened with it. Candle flames flattened. The old hymn boards cracked across their painted numbers. The font filled with black water that smelled of rain and pennies. Elspeth kept pulling. The hidden cord burned through her palm. Somewhere above. Mechanisms her father had built shrieked in protest pulleys, hammers, rotted wheels, lies made from iron and patience. The bell swung harder, not with the clean rhythm of a church service, but with the furious unevenness of something finally tearing loose from human timing. Then the names began. They came not as separate tolls, but as voices inside the tolling. Agnes, Martin, Cora, Arthur, Margaret, Thomas, Ruth. More followed. Dozens. Older names. Village names. Family names. Names Elspeth did not know and names the villagers did. Judging by the way bodies bent under them, each one carried its own weight. A gasp from a pew. A choked apology. The small sound of someone hearing the dead restored to grammar. Mr. Tallow collapsed beside the font, sobbing into hands that had once folded parish notices warning families not to interfere with the bell's will. Bethan stood in the aisle and said Ruth's name aloud. Not whispered, not prayed. Said, Ruth Vale. The bell answered, and every window in St. Oran's burst outward. Blackbirds poured through the broken glass. They did not attack. They circled the nave in a dark wheel, wings beating candle smoke into ribbons. For one impossible moment, the church looked full of torn pages. Then they flew upward through the open tower door, vanishing into the belfry. The cord snapped. Elspeth fell backward onto the chancel step. Silence followed so suddenly that several villagers cried out from the absence of sound. The bell hung still. The font water drained through invisible cracks. The air smelled of wet stone, extinguished candles, and something bitterly clean, like a room opened after a long illness. By dawn, no one had died. That was the first scandal. The second was what Sergeant Hobb found in the tower after Elspeth led him up. The ropes, the labeled hammers, the speaking tube, Amos Vale's ledger, Ruth's letters, the jar. He did not touch the jar until Bethan told him whose witness it contained. After that, he carried it down with both hands and would not meet Elspeth's eyes. News came slowly at first. Then all at once, St. Oran's was closed by order of the diocese, though no bishop came to bless or condemn it in person. Reporters stood in the lane for 3 wet days, asking whether the village had been deceived by a mad priest, a cult, a hereditary delusion, or something less convenient. Hollowick gave them very little. The villagers had spent too long surviving by silence to become honest fluently. Amos Vale's memorial plaque was removed from the chancel arch. Behind it, carved into the stone by some older hand, workers found one word, account. No one could date it. The sale collapsed. Of course, no buyer wanted a church famous for false prophecy, manipulated deaths, hidden machinery, and a preserved human tongue. Eventually, the property passed into legal dispute between the diocese, the council, and several distant relatives who appeared only after the newspapers did. Elspeth did not fight to keep it. She returned to London with a scar across her right palm and Ruth's blue hair ribbon sealed in a small envelope. She gave statements. She attended inquests. She watched villagers contradict themselves, then break, then confess small pieces of larger truths. No single confession could contain Hollowick. The lie had been communal. So was the punishment. For months, Elspeth believed she had escaped. Then, one evening, while measuring damp in the crypt of a chapel outside Norwich. She heard a bell where there was no bell. Not loud, not outside. Inside, a name. A man on the parish council had lied about the identity of a laborer buried beneath the north wall. Elspeth knew it before he opened his mouth. She heard the false name first. Bright and hollow. Then the true one beneath it, heavy with soil. After that, the hearing never left her. In probate offices, she heard stolen names ringing faintly from wills. In hospitals, names miswritten on charts told beneath fluorescent lights. In family houses, she heard mothers call children by dead siblings' names. Husbands rename cruelty as worry. Daughters rename abandonment as peace. Every false name had a sound. Every lie spoken over a body wanted witness. Elspeth survived, as Hollowick had not expected. But survival was not acquittal. Years later, St. Oran's remained locked behind rusted gates. Ivy climbed the tower. Rain darkened the stones. Children dared one another to touch the churchyard wall, then ran away laughing too loudly. On the anniversary of Ruth Vale's death, the villagers woke before dawn to a single toll. The bell rope was gone. The hidden cords had been removed. The great bronze bell had been chained motionless since the investigation. Still, it rang once, and from the tower, in a voice Hollowick had not heard in years, came a name no one living had written down. Some lies survive because one powerful person tells them. Others survive because everyone around them decides silence is safer than truth. This story is about the terrible comfort of believing that guilt belongs to someone else, the priest, the church, the legend, the bell. But Hollowick's horror was never only in the tower. It was in every closed door, every lowered eye, every person who called fear obedience. If a lie protects a whole life, a whole village, or a whole history, would you still have the courage to name it aloud? Story 5. The first thing Laurel Vane noticed was that the horses had not rotted. Everything else at Starling Pier Carnival had surrendered to time. The ticket booths leaned sideways, their little windows cataracted with salt and dust. The ring-toss bottles were clouded green from rainwater trapped inside their glass throats. Plastic prizes hung in the game stalls like small drowned things. Their bright colors faded into the soft, shameful pastels of old bruises. Beyond the fence, the sea breathed against the rocks with a sound like someone trying to sleep through pain. But the carousel horses still shone. They stood under the round pavilion at the center of the carnival, trapped behind a chain-link barrier and 2 boards nailed in a cross over the entrance. Their painted eyes were glossy black. Their bridles still glittered faintly where cheap jewels had been pressed into the wood. One reared on golden hooves. Another stretched forward with its mouth open, teeth square and white, as if it had been laughing for 20 years and had never gotten tired. Laurel stood outside the fence with her camera hanging from one hand and told herself she had come for reference photos. That was partly true. Her publisher wanted a new picture book by winter. Something gentle and seaside. Something about a lonely child who finds a magical fairground and learns not to be afraid of growing up. Laurel had accepted the project because she needed the money and because her agent had said, carefully, that her last 2 books had been beautiful, but a little airless. Too many quiet houses. Too many children looking through windows. Too many animals that appeared kind until the 2nd or 3rd reading. Give them wonder, her agent had said. Not grief, wearing a rabbit mask. So Laurel had driven 6 hours back to Bellwether Coast, parked beside the boarded-up crab shack where teenagers used to buy cigarettes, and walked the cracked service road toward the Carnival she had not seen since she was 9 years old. She had expected it to be smaller. Childhood places were supposed to shrink when you returned to them. That was one of the polite lies adults told each other. The house was smaller. The hill was smaller. The school hallway was shorter. But Starling Pier Carnival seemed to have grown wider in its abandonment. As if every year without visitors had given it more room to spread into memory, the Ferris wheel crouched at the far end of the pier. Rim rusted dark against the pale sky. The bumper cars slept under a collapsed awning. A row of clown faces watched from a water gun game, their open mouths waiting for streams that would never come. Above everything, the old carousel canopy rose in faded red and cream stripes, its scalloped edges trembling, though the air was almost still. Laurel took one photograph of the carousel from outside the fence, then another. Then she lowered the camera. For a moment she had thought she heard music. Not clearly. Not a tune exactly. More like the memory of music passing through wood. A thin, chiming phrase, almost swallowed by gulls and surf. She stood still, listening, while the salt wind moved over her face and slid beneath the collar of her coat. Nothing. She laughed once, without humor, and looked at the locked gate. A yellow sign hung from it by one screw. Danger, unsafe, structure, no trespassing. Property of Harrow Amusements, LLC. Someone had written beneath it in black marker, "Some rides don't end." Laurel photographed that too. It would make a good texture reference, she thought. A good small background detail. Children in books liked warning signs because they meant adventure. Adults liked them because they meant the children had been told. She walked along the fence toward the carousel pavilion, stepping over weeds and broken shells that had blown in from the beach. Her boots crushed an old paper cup flat against the asphalt. Somewhere inside the arcade, a shutter tapped once, then stopped. The smell here was strangely sweet beneath the salt cotton candy, or mold pretending to be sugar. At the carousel entrance, the boards had warped enough to leave a narrow gap. Laurel should not have looked through. She knew that immediately, even before she bent closer. Some part of her body understood before thought arrived. Her fingers tightened around the camera strap. Her breath slowed. The old boards smelled of wet paint, though no one had painted them in decades. Through the gap she could see the carousel platform. The horses stood in their ring, each one fixed to its brass pole, facing the same direction. Their saddles were empty. Their shadows stretched behind them in long blue shapes. At the center, mirrors framed the operator's booth, reflecting broken light from the sea. Laurel counted the horses without meaning to. 12 on the outer ring, 8 inside, a swan carriage at the back, and one small horse near the middle, painted white with red flowers on its neck. Her stomach gave a slow, unpleasant turn. She remembered that horse, not in a clear way, not with a proper scene attached. Only a fragment, her brother Milo's small hand gripping the pole, his knees sticking out from yellow shorts. His smile too wide because he had lost a front tooth that morning and kept touching the gap with his tongue. Laurel stepped back from the boards. The sun had dropped lower. The carnival had gone copper at the edges. Shadows gathered beneath the booths and rides, making them look temporarily occupied. as if people were standing just out of sight with their faces turned away. She checked her phone. 6:47. The carnival closed forever in 2009. The electricity had been cut long before that. Laurel knew this because her father had said it after Milo disappeared. In the flat voice adults used when facts were easier than comfort. No power, no cameras, no witnesses. Just a summer night and a little boy gone from a place full of painted animals and bright bulbs. Laurel turned to leave. Behind her, something clicked. It was small but mechanical. A latch settling into place. A gear accepting its first tooth. Then the carousel lights came on. Not all at once. One by one. Bulbs flickered around the canopy. Dull amber through dust. The mirrors at the center caught the light and broke it into trembling pieces. Somewhere beneath the platform, machinery sighed awake. Laurel stood frozen outside the boarded entrance. The music began softly. A music box waltz. Warped by age. The carousel moved. Slowly at first. Then, with awful smoothness, the horses began their endless chase. Painted hooves lifted and fell. Brass poles slid through their bodies. The white horse with red flowers rose, dipped, and rose again. Laurel backed away until the fence pressed into her spine. There was no operator in the booth. No one stood near the controls. No cable ran from the dead arcade. And yet the carousel completed one full circle beneath the darkening sky. Then a second. Then, just as Laurel thought the music was fading, the white horse passed the gap in the boards. Something hung from its stirrup. A small red sneaker, child-sized, bright as a fresh wound. Laurel knew that shoe. She had tied it herself on the last day Milo was ever seen. Laurel did not sleep in Bellwether Coast that night. She drove back inland with both hands fixed on the steering wheel. The heater running too high. The smell of salt still caught in her hair. Twice she pulled onto the shoulder because she thought she heard the carousel music behind her. Thin and bright. Rising through the engine. Each time, there was only the road, the dark fields, and her own pulse making a small panicked rhythm in her ears. By the time she reached her apartment in Renford, the sky was the dull gray color that came before morning. She left her camera bag by the door and did not remove the memory card. She did not want to see the photographs. Photographs were worse than memories because they did not care what a person needed to forget. Her apartment was clean in the careful way of someone who lived alone and feared evidence of disorder. Books stood by height on the shelves. Jars of sharpened pencils lined her desk. On the wall above it hung framed spreads from her published books, soft rabbits in knitted scarves, fox cubs under blue umbrellas, children with round cheeks and steady smiles, walking through woods where every shadow was friendly. People called her work comforting. Parents wrote to say their children slept better after reading her books. Librarians described them as tender. Reviewers used words like luminous and healing. Laurel accepted the praise politely and never admitted that she painted safe children because she did not know what real children were supposed to do when no adult was watching. At 7:30, she made coffee and sat at her drawing desk. Her deadline sketches lay waiting beneath a brass lamp. A seaside carnival scene. A happy one. A little girl holding a paper flag. A bear in a striped vest selling lemonade. A carousel in the background with smiling animals and warm yellow lights. Laurel stared at the carousel she had drawn 2 weeks earlier. The horses were wrong now. Not wrong in the drawing. Wrong because she had made them too kind. She had given them lowered lashes, rounded muzzles, little flowered saddles. She had painted them as if a wooden animal's only purpose was to carry a child gently in circles until the music stopped. Her pencil moved before she meant it to. She darkened one horse's eye, then another. Soon every painted horse in the sketch was looking outward, away from the happy children, as if watching for someone beyond the page. Laurel dropped the pencil. Across the room, her phone began to ring. The screen showed her mother's name. For a moment, Laurel considered letting it go to voicemail. Calls with her mother were never long, but they left marks, like pressing a thumb into soft fruit. She answered. "Are you home?" her mother asked. No hello. No warmth, just the question. Yes. You went there. Laurel closed her eyes. I went to take pictures. You shouldn't have. It's been 20 years. 21. The correction arrived, sharp and immediate. Laurel opened her eyes again and looked at the carnival sketch. I know how long it's been. No, you don't, her mother said. You count years. That isn't the same thing. In the silence that followed, Laurel could hear a television murmuring in the background of her mother's house. Morning news, weather, traffic. The ordinary machinery of a world that had continued after Milo vanished from it. I didn't go inside, Laurel said. Her mother gave a small breath, almost a laugh, but without humor. That place doesn't need you to go inside. Laurel rubbed the heel of her hand against her forehead. Mom, don't say it like that. Like what? Like I'm the one making it strange. Laurel almost told her then. About the carousel lights. About the music. About the red sneaker swinging from the stirrup of the white horse. But some words were doors. Once opened, they did not close again. So she said, I barely remember that day. Her mother went quiet. Laurel had said the same sentence for years. In different rooms. To different people. Police counselors. Teachers. Her father before he stopped asking. Later, friends who learned the story too early and looked at her with soft, hungry sympathy. I barely remember. I was only 9. I turned around and he was gone. The words had become smooth from use. Her mother finally said, That's what you always say. Because it's true. No, her mother said, because it helps. Then the line went dead. Laurel kept the phone pressed to her ear for several seconds after the call ended. Her hand felt cold around it. She spent the rest of the morning trying to work. She drew waves. She erased them. She drew bunting across the carnival booths, then erased that too. Every curve became the rim of the carousel canopy. Every circle became a brass pole. Once, without noticing, she sketched a child's shoe beside a smiling rabbit. By afternoon, rain began tapping the windows. Though the forecast had promised clear weather, Laurel made tea and opened the old leather sketchbook she used for rough ideas. The one she carried everywhere but rarely showed anyone. Pressed leaves, color tests, fragments of overheard sentences, small faces that never became characters. Something fell from between the pages. It landed on the desk without sound. A carnival ticket. Laurel did not move. The paper was faded blue, softened at the corners, printed with a tiny starburst border and the words, Starling Pier Carnival, 1 ride only, across the back, in purple ink. Someone had stamped a date. August 14. Leanh Chen Lingwu. The day Milo disappeared. Laurel stared at the ticket until the rain blurred against the window and the room seemed to tilt around her. Then she saw the handwriting at the bottom. Small, uneven, childish letters. Laurel. Don't tell Mom. The handwriting on the ticket was Milo's. Laurel knew that before she allowed herself to know it. Recognition arrived first in the body, the tightening at the base of her throat, the prickling under her fingernails, the sudden coldness between her shoulder blades. Then, thought followed. Slow and unwilling. Milo had written his L's too tall. He had always done that. Even when he was 7. Even when his spelling wandered and his letters leaned into each other like children whispering in line. His L's rose above everything else. Laurel used to tease him for it. She used to say his words had flagpoles. Laurel, don't tell Mom. She sat at her desk until the tea went gray and untouched. There were explanations. There had to be. The ticket might have been tucked into the sketchbook years ago, hidden there by some half-conscious version of herself. Children kept things. Grieving children kept stranger things. Maybe she had found it after the disappearance and forgotten. Maybe Milo had written on it before they went to the carnival. Maybe she had carried it through half her life without remembering. But the paper smelled faintly of salt and sugar. Freshly. Not like something stored for decades between dry pages. By evening, Laurel had convinced herself of only one thing. She needed to go back before imagination became stronger than evidence. She packed her camera, the ticket sealed inside a plastic sleeve, a flashlight, and a small utility knife she used for sharpening pastel blocks. It was not a weapon. It only made her feel less foolish. The rain stopped as she drove toward Bellwether Coast, leaving the road black and reflective beneath the headlights. The closer she came to the sea, the more the sky opened into a bruise-colored dusk. Her phone lost signal 2 miles from the carnival, though the bars had never failed there before. At the old crab shack, she parked facing the road, as if that would make leaving easier. The carnival waited beyond the fence. In daylight, abandonment had made it sad. At night, it looked alert. The game booths stood in rows with their striped awnings sagging like tired eyelids. The Ferris wheel was a dark circle against a darker sky. Rainwater dripped from signs, from wires, from the open hands of clown cutouts. Every drop sounded deliberate. Laurel found the gap near the service gate where the chain link had pulled away from the post. She slipped through sideways, snagging her coat sleeve on rusted wire. It tore with a soft, accusing sound. Just pictures, she whispered. Her voice disappeared at once. She walked past the ring toss stall, past the milk bottle game, past a prize counter where moldy plush dolphins stared from behind cracked plastic. She kept her flashlight angled downward, watching her boots move through shallow puddles. The carnival smelled stronger tonight. Wet wood, old grease, seaweed, and beneath it that same sugary rot. Then the music began. Laurel stopped so suddenly that water sloshed over the toes of her boots. It came from the carousel pavilion. Not faintly this time, not like memory. The tune drifted through the closed boards in thin, bright notes, wavering but precise. A waltz, 3 beats turning over and over. Cheerful in the way old fairground music could become cruel when no one was laughing. The carousel lights were off. That made the sound worse. Laurel crossed the midway slowly, each step bringing the melody closer. The boarded entrance was ahead, crossed shut as before. No glow leaked through the slats. No machinery groaned, yet the music kept playing, patient and delicate, as if someone inside had wound a key and walked away. She raised her flashlight to the gap. Her hand shook badly enough that the beam struck the boards first, then slid through. Inside, the carousel stood still. The horses did not rise or fall. The platform did not turn. The brass poles hung motionless in the dimness. The mirrors at the center reflected nothing but thin strips of Laurel's flashlight and the black spaces between boards. Still, the music played. Laurel leaned closer. Something moved. Not the ride. Not the horses. A child. He sat on the white horse with red flowers painted along its neck, both hands wrapped around the pole, knees bent awkwardly because he was too small to reach the stirrups properly. His yellow shorts were damp at the hem. His striped shirt clung to one shoulder. One red sneaker was tied neatly to his right foot. The other foot wore only a gray sock. Laurel's mouth opened, but no sound came out. The boy turned his head slightly, as if he had heard her breathing. His hair was the same soft brown, cut unevenly above the ears because their father used to trim it at the kitchen table. His left cheek carried the little crescent scar from falling against the bathtub faucet when he was 4. His front tooth was missing. Milo. Not what Milo might have become. Not a man with Milo's eyes. Milo at 7 years old. The music slowed. The last notes stretched thin and faded into the damp wood. For 1 second there was only the sea, the dripping rain, and Laurel's breath breaking apart in her chest. Then the boy on the carousel smiled. It was a bright, gap-toothed smile, impatient and pleased. The smile he used to give when he had finished a trick and expected applause. He lifted one hand from the pole and waved through the slats. "Los," he said, using the name only he had ever called her. "You took forever." Laurel ran before she remembered deciding to run. She stumbled backward from the boarded carousel entrance, slipped in the wet gravel, caught herself against the chain-link fence, and tore her palm on a twisted barb of wire. Pain came cleanly, almost gratefully. It gave her something simple: blood, skin, rust, real things. Behind her, through the boards, the carousel remained dark. No music, no child's voice. Only rainwater dripping from the canopy in uneven taps. By the time Laurel reached her car, her breath had become a broken animal sound. She locked the doors, then locked them again. Her headlights washed over the empty service road. Nothing moved beyond the fence except a loose strip of ticket paper fluttering against the pavement. "You're tired," she said aloud. Her voice sounded too loud inside the car. Tired. Upset. You saw what you expected to see. She drove home with the windows cracked open, though the air was cold enough to numb her fingers. She needed the smell of wet asphalt and pine. Anything that was not sugar and salt. Halfway inland, she began building explanations with the desperate patience of someone stacking furniture against a door. Old machinery could start unexpectedly. Some backup generator. Some local teenagers playing a joke. A child actor. Maybe. Bellwether had always produced cruel children in summer. Bored and sunburned. Hungry for anything that made adults look foolish. The voice. Then, a recording. The face, A trick of distance, darkness, grief. The name Lo, she gripped the steering wheel harder. Plenty of people had called her that when she was young. That was not true, but it was close enough to rest against until morning. At home, Laurel washed the cut in her palm, wrapped it in gauze, and placed the old Carnival ticket in a kitchen drawer under a stack of takeout menus. Then she put a chair in front of the drawer, as if paper might climb out. She slept for 3 hours and woke with the carousel waltz inside her skull. Not in the room, not from outside. Inside, the little tune turned beneath every thought, cheerful and patient. It was there while she brushed her teeth. It was there while she made coffee. It was there when she entered her studio and found the drawings. At first, she thought someone had broken in. Every sketch on her desk had changed. The seaside carnival spreads were still there. The lemonade bear, the bunting, the gentle animals, the round-faced children waiting in line. But the children no longer had the faces Laurel had drawn. Their cheeks had narrowed. Their ears stuck out slightly. Their hair fell in the same uneven brown fringe. Each child smiled with one missing front tooth. Laurel stood in the doorway, coffee cooling in her hand. There were 7 children across the pages. A girl holding a paper flag. A boy reaching for cotton candy. 2 toddlers near the carousel. A child peeking from behind the lemonade stand. Even the little figure reflected in a painted mirror on the ride had been altered with impossible delicacy. All of them had Milo's face, not copied crudely, not as if someone had drawn over her work with a heavy hand. The changes matched her own line, her own shading, her own pressure where the pencil softened beneath the cheekbones. Whoever had done it had not invaded her style. They had used it. Laurel dropped the coffee. The mug struck the floor and broke in 2 neat pieces. Brown liquid spread across the boards, touched the leg of her desk, and stopped just short of the drawings. She backed away, whispering, "No." But the word had nowhere to go. By noon, she had photographed the drawings, sealed them in a portfolio case, and called her doctor's office twice without leaving a message. She searched symptoms of grief, hallucinations, delayed trauma, sleep deprivation, carbon monoxide exposure. Then she ordered a carbon monoxide detector online, because practical action felt like sanity wearing a coat. At 3, her mother called again. Laurel did not answer. At 4, her agent emailed asking for sample spreads. Laurel closed the laptop. At dusk, unable to bear the studio, she opened the kitchen drawer to look at the ticket again. It was gone. In its place was a photograph. Old, glossy, slightly bent at one corner. The colors had that sun-bleached quality of cheap prints from drugstore envelopes, too blue in the shadows, too yellow in the skin. Laurel knew the day before she recognized the image. August Pais Presece, Leanh Lingwu, starling pure carnival in full summer light. The carousel behind her, bright and whole, every bulb glowing, though it was still afternoon, families blurred in the background. A clown sign pointed toward the midway. Milo sat on the white horse with red flowers, one hand raised in a triumphant wave. And Laurel stood beside the carousel fence, 9 years old, thin knees, pink shirt, hair clipped back with 2 plastic butterflies. She was not running for help. She was not searching the crowd. She was looking directly at the camera. Her hands were pressed over her ears. On the back of the photograph, Someone had written in her own adult handwriting. This was before the extra lap. Laurel did not remember taking the photograph to her studio. She found it there the next morning, pinned to the corkboard above her desk with one of her own brass thumbtacks. The kitchen drawer was closed. The chair was still in front of it. Her bandaged palm throbbed gently each time she flexed her fingers. For several minutes she stood in the gray morning light, looking at the old image of her 9-year-old self with her hands over her ears. This was before the extra lap. That sentence had not been written by a child. The slant, the spacing, the small hook at the end of the letter F. It was Laurel's handwriting now. Not a forgery. Not an imitation. Hers. She called no one. There was no one to call who would not make the world smaller and crueler. Her mother would hear the fear beneath every word. Her agent would think deadlines had finally broken something in her. A doctor would ask whether she had been sleeping. A police officer would tell her Starling Pier Carnival was private property and then, if he was old enough, would stop speaking when she said Milo Vein. So Laurel did what she had always done with unbearable things. She made notes. Carousel activated after sunset. Music audible without power. Child resembling Milo visible inside ride. Ticket appeared in sketchbook. Drawings altered overnight. Photograph contradicts memory. Phrase, extra lap. The list should have steadied her. Instead, seeing the events arranged in clean pencil made them less deniable. A haunting could be dismissed in darkness. Evidence looked patient in daylight. By late afternoon, Laurel was driving back to Bellwether Coast. She told herself she was going to prove the carnival had been disturbed by someone human. Teenagers, squatters, a local collector, some trespasser with access to old photographs, old tickets, old grief. The idea was absurd, but still kinder than the alternative. The service road looked longer than before. Laurel noticed it after the first bend. The crab shack should have appeared within sight of the dunes, its roof sagging toward the sea. Instead, the road continued past dead beach grass and low black pines, curving through land she did not remember. Her headlights, though it was not yet dark, caught scraps of paper in the weeds. Tickets, hundreds of them. Blue, pink, yellow. Softened by weather but not destroyed. When she finally reached the parking area, the carnival fence stood open. Not broken, open. The gate that had been chained on her first visit now hung inward on rusted hinges, leaving a gap just wide enough for a person to enter without turning sideways. Laurel sat in the car with the engine running, watching it move slightly in the wind. Then she heard laughter. Children's laughter. It came from somewhere beyond the booths. Light and quick. Not ghostly at all. That was the worst part. It sounded like summer. Like sticky fingers and sunburned shoulders. Like children running ahead of their parents with too much sugar in their blood. Laurel turned off the engine. The laughter stopped. Inside the carnival, things had changed. The milk bottle game was standing upright again. Its pyramid of white wooden bottles waited under a striped awning that had not been there yesterday. The ring toss counter displayed rows of glass soda bottles, each one reflecting a piece of sunset. Plush animals hung from hooks. Not moldy now, but bright enough to look newly won. Bears, dolphins, rabbits, horses with stitched red flowers around their necks. Laurel moved slowly down the midway, every few steps. A booth seemed to open a little farther, canvas unfurled without hands. Small bulbs trembled awake under awnings. A sign for fortuned fish turned itself in the breeze, though there was no breeze beneath the game stalls. From inside a dark tent came the sound of someone giggling into their palm. "Hello?" Laurel called. The word traveled ahead of her and returned smaller. At the far end of the midway stood the carousel pavilion. Its lights were still off, but the canopy looked brighter than before, its red stripes less faded, its cream panels almost clean. The boards across the entrance remained nailed in place. The chain-link barrier stood untouched, and yet Laurel could see, through the slats, that the horses were not in the positions they had occupied the night before. The white horse with red flowers was closer to the entrance, waiting. Laurel checked her phone. "Šest, devetin trideset problem." She looked up. The carousel music began. This time she meant to cover her ears. She even lifted her hands halfway, but the first notes reached her, and something in her body softened with terrible recognition. The melody seemed to pass through her adult bones and find the smaller bones hidden inside them, the 9-year-old knees, the narrow shoulders, the hands clamped over ears while bright wooden animals went round and round. The platform moved behind the boards. One lap. Laurel watched the horses rise and fall. 2 laps. Her fingers loosened around her phone. 3 laps. The music brightened, and for a moment she smelled sunscreen, fried dough, warm coins in her father's palm, then silence. Laurel blinked. The sky was black. Her phone lay in the dirt at her feet. When she picked it up, the screen read 8:12 p.m. 93 minutes had vanished. The carousel was still now. The lights were off. The midway behind her had gone dead and sagging again. Every booth closed. Every prize limp with rot. But one thing had changed. A ticket booth near the exit, empty when she arrived, now had its shutter raised. Inside sat an old man in a brown Carnival jacket, his white hair combed flat to his skull. His hands folded on the counter as if he had been expecting her. He looked at Laurel through the dusty glass and said, "You finally came back for your ride." The old man in the ticket booth did not blink. For several seconds, Laurel could only stare at him through the dirty glass, waiting for the world to correct itself. He had the stillness of a photograph left too long in a frame. His brown Carnival jacket was buttoned neatly to the throat, with brass buttons darkened by age and salt. A name tag hung crooked above his breast pocket. Mr. Harrow. Laurel knew the name from the warning sign. Harrow Amusements, LLC. A company. A property owner. Not a person who should be sitting in a booth at an abandoned carnival after dark. "You finally came back for your ride," he repeated. His voice was dry and mild, almost kind. Laurel stepped away from the booth. "I'm calling the police. There hasn't been a working phone line on this pier in years. I have a cell. Do you?" She looked down before she could stop herself. Her phone screen was black. Not dead exactly. Worse. It reflected her face, pale and small, but showed no time, no battery symbol, no emergency prompt. When she pressed the side button, the glass stayed dark. The old man smiled with only one corner of his mouth. "You shouldn't listen too long," he said. "The music takes what it needs." Laurel's throat tightened. Where is he? Children are always where they were left. The words struck her so cleanly that she forgot to breathe. Behind the booth, beyond the midway, The carousel pavilion stood silent. The boards across the entrance looked black in the dark. Laurel imagined Milo behind them, still gripping the pole, still smiling as if she had only been slow returning from the lemonade stand. "That isn't an answer," she said. "It is the only one this place gives." The old man lifted one hand and pointed past the carousel, toward the shadow beneath its rear platform. Laurel followed the gesture and saw, for the first time, a narrow service door set into the base of the pavilion. It was half hidden behind tall weeds and a fallen panel painted with faded stars. A heavy padlock hung from its latch. "No," Laurel said. "Mr. Harrow lowered his hand. "Then go home." The offer should have comforted her. Instead, it made the dark around the carnival feel larger. Go home meant leave him. Go home meant repeat something. Laurel looked at the carousel. A faint light moved between the boards, as if something inside had turned its head. She crossed the midway before she could change her mind. The service door smelled of rust and damp wood. The padlock was old, thick, and furred with corrosion. Laurel took the utility knife from her coat pocket, knowing it would be useless, and touched the blade to the lock. The lock opened. Not broke. Opened. Its shackle lifted with a soft click, as if someone had unlocked it from the other side. Laurel pushed the door inward. Cold air breathed out. The space beneath the carousel was lower than she expected. She had to crouch to enter. Her flashlight came alive when she struck it against her palm, throwing a nervous white beam across joists, pipes, gears, and a central axle thick with black grease. The carousel platform groaned above her, though it was not moving. Beneath the ride, the carnival had kept everything it no longer wanted people to see. Boxes of prizes lined the walls. Plastic rings, cracked whistles, paper crowns, stuffed horses with one eye missing, rusted tools hung from nails. A bucket of old brass tokens sat beside a stack of maintenance manuals swollen with damp. The smell was suffocating. Mildew, machine oil, mouse droppings, salt, and the sweet rot of cotton candy gone bad. Laurel moved deeper, her back bent, her injured palm pulsing beneath the bandage. There were logs on a low shelf near the axle. Operator reports, incident, notes, ride, maintenance. Her hand hovered over them. The first book listed repairs, loose pole, replaced bulb, belt adjustment, music box lubrication. The next recorded weather closures and minor injuries, nosebleed, scraped knee, lost purse, vomiting child, power outage. Then, near the back of the shelf, she found a ledger with no label. Its cover was red once, though age had darkened it almost brown. The pages stuck together at the edges. When Laurel opened it, a dry smell rose from the paper, old and intimate, like a closet that had been shut since childhood. The entries were handwritten, not repair notes, names. Emma Litchfield, July 3. 1,978 stayed. Thomas Bell, August Nitten. 1,986 stayed. Grace Marden, June 27. 1,994 stayed. Elliot Price, August 2. 1,999 stayed. Laurel turned the pages faster. More names, more summers. Children recorded in careful columns beside dates. Weather, ride numbers, and short remarks. Afraid of father. Stayed. Would not stop crying. Stayed. No one noticed until closing. Stayed. Asked for one more lap. Stayed. Her flashlight trembled. Near the end. The paper changed. Newer ink. Familiar year. Milovane August 14. 2005 stayed. Laurel made a sound that did not become a word. Below his name, another line waited. The ink was fresh, glossy, still wet enough to catch the flashlight. Laurel Vane August Pais Presace. 2005 returned late. And under that, in smaller letters, reserved for final lap, the words seemed to move under the flashlight, not changing exactly, but deepening, as if the paper had absorbed more than ink. Her knees ached from crouching. Above her, the carousel platform gave a soft, wooden creak. Something shifted overhead, slow and circular, though the ride itself remained still. She closed the ledger. The moment she did, the music box inside the machinery clicked once. Laurel backed into the shelf behind her. Old manuals slid sideways and struck the floor with soft, rotten thuds. One burst open at her feet. Not a maintenance book, but a folder wrapped in cracked plastic and tied with gray string. Her flashlight found a label on the front. Vane. Milo. Aug. Shise. Leanh Chen Ling Wu. The folder should not have been there. Police reports belonged in offices. Evidence belonged in sealed boxes. Missing child files did not belong beneath a carousel beside moldy prizes and rusted wrenches. Laurel knelt. Her fingers resisted the string. The knot had tightened with age, or with something more stubborn than age. When it finally came loose, the folder opened across her lap. Spilling papers, ticket stubs, a small envelope of photographs, and a cassette tape with its plastic case cracked at the hinge. The first page was a police interview summary. Laurel recognized her mother's name, her father's, her own. Witness, Laurel Vane. Age Ni. Statement. Subject reports brother was present near carousel, then absent. Subject ran to mother after looking everywhere. Subject states she did not see ride move after closing. A handwritten note had been added below in blue ink. Child repeats same phrasing when prompted. Keeps hands over ears during questions. Becomes distressed when asked about music. Laurel swallowed. Her mouth tasted of dust and metal. She turned the page. Another report. This one was from a ride operator named Caleb Harrow, listed as owner and manager. Carousel, shut down at 7 p.m. due to approaching weather. Power disconnected. No children present on platform after closing inspection. Below it, in different handwriting, statement accepted despite inconsistencies. Owner declined further access to ride interior without warrant. Laurel's flashlight dimmed, then returned. She found ticket stubs next. 2 blue Starling Pier tickets, each stamped August 14. Down Qianlingwu. One was torn cleanly. The other had been folded into a tiny square, the way Milo used to fold gum wrappers and receipts until they became hard little secrets. On the back of Milo's ticket, in the same tall, childish letters, Lowe said one more if I'm brave. Laurel stopped reading. Something opened inside her. Not memory yet, but the place where memory had been kept pressed down. She heard her own child voice, sharp with jealousy. "You're not scared of anything? Fine. Go again." She heard Milo laughing. "Only if you don't tell." She pressed the back of her hand against her mouth. The bandage on her palm smelled faintly of rust. "No," she whispered. But the folder waited. Inside the cracked cassette case was a label. Midway, audio damaged. Recovered from security booth. Laurel almost left it there. She told herself there was no way to play it. No reason to listen. Nothing useful in a ruined strip of magnetic tape after 21 years. Then the operator's booth above her clicked. A tiny red light came on in the darkness beneath the carousel stairs. Laurel turned. A cassette recorder sat on a workbench she was certain had been empty moments before. It was old, black, dust softened, with one speaker grill dented inward. Its buttons were labeled in white letters worn almost away. Play waited, raised and square. She placed the cassette inside with fingers that no longer felt like hers. For a moment there was only static. Then carnival noise breathed through the speaker, distant laughter. Gulls, bells, the electronic chirp of game machines. The sound was thin and warped, but alive enough to make the crawl space feel suddenly crowded. A man's voice said, "Last ride. Folks, carousels closing." A child whined in the background. Then Milo, low-gowned. "Watch me." Laurel closed her eyes. Her own voice answered, closer to the microphone than his. "You look stupid." "I do not." "You do. Babies ride twice." "I'm not a baby." "Then prove it." The tape crackled. Wind struck the microphone. Somewhere, their mother called their names faintly. Already distracted. Already too far away. The carousel music began. At first, bright and normal. Then too slow. Milo laughed once. Then the laughter thinned. "Lo?" Laurel gripped the edge of the workbench. On the tape, her younger self said nothing. "Lone. It's not stopping." The carousel creaked louder. The music dragged, note by note, as if the tune had been pulled through water. "Lo?" There was a sound then, close to the microphone. Breathing. Not Milo's. Laurel's. Small. Quick. Hidden breathing. She remembered the space behind the prize counter. The hanging dolphins brushing her hair. Her knees tucked against her chest. Her hands clamped over her ears. Not because the music was loud, but because Milo was calling her name. "Lovrace. Tell Mom." The tape hissed. A man's voice entered. Low and urgent. "Stay down." "Girl." "Mr. Harrow." Not old then. Younger. Frightened. "If they see you, it'll take you too." Milo screamed once. Not in pain. In surprise. The music rose brightly. Almost joyfully. And then cut off. Static filled the crawl space. Laurel opened her eyes. Across from her, half hidden beneath the workbench, was one final police note. It had been folded around a photograph of the carousel entrance. Owner advised privately that child may have stayed. Refused clarification. Stated older sister was not meant to come back yet. Below it was a signature, Caleb Harrow. And beneath that, in a line of fresh purple ticket ink, She heard him the whole time. The sentence remained on the police note after Laurel blinked. After she turned the page over. After she pressed it flat beneath both hands as if pressure might force the ink back into whatever place it had come from. The carousel above her clicked again. A slow wooden sound passed through the platform. Not movement yet. Preparation. Laurel left the folder open on the floor and crawled toward the service door, hitting her shoulder against a beam hard enough to send pain down her arm. The air beneath the carousel had thickened. It smelled less like mildew now and more like summer heat, hot boards, spilled lemonade, sunscreen, sugar melting on paper. When she reached the door, it would not open. The latch lifted. The hinges groaned, but the door held fast against darkness, as if someone outside had placed a hand over it. Behind her, the cassette recorder clicked back to the beginning. Static breathed. Laurel turned slowly. The workbench was gone. So were the shelves, the tools, the prize boxes, the ledger. She was no longer crouched beneath the carousel. She was standing beside the prize counter at Starling Pier Carnival on August 14, Leanh, not remembering it. Standing in it. The midway blazed with late summer light. Bulbs glowed under striped awnings, though the sun had not fully set. The air was full of bodies and voices. The slap of sandals. The clink of coins. The thin squeals of children demanding one more thing before home. Laurel smelled fried dough and sea salt and the chemical sweetness of blue snow cones. Her hands were small. She looked down and saw scraped knees. White socks. Pink sneakers. The hem of her shirt printed with glitter butterflies. A child's body. Her body. No, she said. But her voice came out high and furious and 9 years old. The carousel music began behind her. Milo shouted, "Lo guide." "Watch me." She turned. He was on the white horse with red flowers. One hand lifted, his red sneakers bright against the polished platform. He was laughing because he had been allowed a second ride, because he was brave, because their mother had smiled at him when he begged and said, "Fine, one more, but then we're leaving." Laurel remembered the heat in her chest. It had not been fear then. It had been anger. Milo always got one more. One more ride. One more story. One more chance to be forgiven because he was small and sweet and missing a tooth. When Laurel cried, she was dramatic. When Laurel asked for anything, she was old enough to know better. When Milo reached, the world bent down. "You're not scared of anything? Fine. Go again." Her own words returned, not as an accusation, but as fact. The carousel began to slow after the first circle. Parents gathered near the exit. Children fussed, unwilling to leave. The operator reached for the lever. Then the music changed, only slightly. One note stretched too long. One brass pole gleamed too brightly. The white horse dipped and rose, dipped and rose, and Milo's smile faltered. Low, Laurel felt herself move backward, not toward their mother, away from her, toward the prize counter, toward the hanging dolphins and plastic horses. Loaming, "It's not stopping." She hid. The memory did not soften the way old pain sometimes did. It arrived with every sharp edge intact. The rubber smell of the counter mat under her palms. The tickle of plush fur against her cheek. Her own breath loud in the hidden space. Her hands over her ears. She had not covered them because of the music. She had covered them because she did not want to hear him. Leanh. Tell Mom. Above the counter, Caleb Harrow's younger face appeared. His hair was dark then, his eyes bright with a fear that was not surprise. He saw Laurel crouched between the prizes. He knew, not that a child had gone missing, that the carousel had chosen. Stay down. Girl, he whispered. If they see you, it'll take you too. The ride made its extra lap. Not faster. Not violently. Beautifully. That was what Laurel had never allowed herself to remember. The carousel had become beautiful. The lights sharpened into gold. The horses lifted higher than their poles allowed. The mirrors at the center opened into a sunset too wide for the pavilion. Laurel saw children there. Not dead. Not hurt. Not crying. They rode, laughing through a brightness that never aged. Their knees stayed scraped. Their baby teeth stayed missing. Their hands never grew thin. Never learned bills. Funerals. Apologies. Resentment. Loneliness. Milo saw them too. His fear changed. Laurel watched it happen. His face, wet with tears a moment earlier, became still. Wonder replaced panic. The white horse rose toward the impossible sunset. And Milo looked once toward the prize counter. Not at their mother. Not at Harrow. At Laurel. His expression said he knew she was there. Then he smiled. Not because he had been taken. Because he had been offered something. The final note rang out. The carousel stopped. The white horse was empty. The memory dissolved. Laurel was beneath the carousel again. Adult-sized, shaking on the damp floor. The service door stood open now. Beyond it, the present night carnival waited in darkness. Mr. Harrow stood outside, older again, smaller, tired in a way that looked almost human. It doesn't steal them, he said. Not the first time. Laurel crawled out into the cold air. Her mouth was wet with tears she did not remember shedding. He was 7, she said. Yes, he was scared. At first, Laurel looked toward the carousel boards. Behind them, a child laughed softly. Then another. Then many. Not mocking, playing. Harrow's gaze followed hers. Some children are dragged out of childhood. Some are pushed. Some are forgotten there. The ride only opens the gate. You let people believe he was kidnapped. I let them believe something they could survive. Laurel turned on him. You hid the truth. So did you. The words landed without force, because force was no longer necessary. The carousel music began again. But this time it was faint, almost tender. Through the slats, Laurel saw the white horse pass slowly. Milo seated straight backed on its saddle. One red sneaker and one gray sock. Unchanged by 21 years. He waved. Then he patted the empty space behind him. Mr. Harrow reached into his jacket and held out a blue ticket. It was fresh, uncreased, printed in purple ink. Starling Pier Carnival. One final lap. Laurel did not take it. Not yet, but her hand lifted before she told it to stop. Laurel's fingers stopped a breath away from the ticket. Mr. Harrow did not pull it back. He only held it there between them. Patient as a man, offering change at a booth on an ordinary summer night. One final lap. The purple ink looked wet. Beyond him, the carousel music threaded softly through the boards. It no longer sounded warped or mechanical. It sounded, as Laurel remembered it, before everything inside memory bent out of shape, bright, chiming, sweet enough to make a child believe the world had been built for pleasure and not consequence. Milo passed the slats again on the white horse. He had one hand on the brass pole. With the other, he patted the empty saddle space behind him. His face was not pleading. That made it harder. If he had cried, Laurel might have turned away. If he had accused her, she might have hated him enough to survive. But he only waited, like he had waited that night for her to tell their mother. Laurel. Mr. Harrow said. She looked at him. There are two ways to end a ride like this. Her throat felt raw. You said it doesn't end. I said some rides don't. He lowered the ticket slightly. But every door has a hinge. Even this one. The midway around them had begun to wake. Not fully. Not as it must have been in 2005. But in patches. A row of bulbs lit over the ring toss game. The prize tent exhaled the smell of warm plastic and cotton stuffing. Far down the pier, the Ferris wheel turned one compartment with a groan, then stopped. What happens if I break it? Laurel asked. Mr. Harrow's expression changed so slightly she almost missed it. Pity. Perhaps. Or recognition. The years come back. To Milo. To all who stayed. The laughter behind the carousel boards faltered, as if the children inside had heard him. Laurel looked toward the pavilion. Through the slats, she glimpsed movement beyond the horses. Small hands, pale knees, old-fashioned shorts. A girl's ribbon trembling in hair that had never grown longer. Decades of children circling in a summer that had not touched them. They would live? Laurel asked. They would arrive. That isn't an answer. It is the truest one. Harrow's eyes remained on the carousel. Some would be older at once. Some would not survive what time has been owed. Some would remember parents who died waiting. Homes sold. Names carved into stones. Bedrooms emptied. The world does not keep a place for children forever. Laurel thought of her mother's house. The silent hallway where Milo's room had become a sewing room. Then a storage room. Then a door nobody opened. She thought of her father's hands shaking when he packed away the dinosaur sheets. She thought of herself drawing safe children for strangers while the real child remained 7 because she had let him be. And if I ride? She asked. Mr. Harrow looked at her then. The midway lights reflected in his eyes. Small and gold. Then the carousel keeps what it has been promised. Laurel vein, she whispered, reserved for final lap. He did not deny it. From behind the boards, Milo called. Lo? The sound went through her like a hook. She walked toward the pavilion entrance. The crossed boards had loosened. One nail slid out with a faint metallic sigh and dropped into the dust. Then another. The boards lowered themselves gently, like arms unbarring a room. Behind them, the carousel glowed with impossible sunset. Milo sat waiting on the white horse. He looked exactly as he had when the ride took him. Except now Laurel saw what memory had hidden, the wet tracks on his cheeks before the smile, the gray sock dark with spilled soda, the small tremor in the hand that held the pole. He had been afraid. And then he had learned not to be. Laurel stepped onto the platform. The wood felt warm beneath her boots. Every horse watched her with glossy black eyes. The children seated among them had gone quiet. Some wore clothes from other decades. A boy in bell-bottoms. a girl with a plastic charm necklace, a solemn child in a sailor shirt whose hands were folded properly on the pole. None of them looked dead. They looked unfinished. Milo smiled up at her. "You came back." Laurel tried to say, "I'm sorry," but the words came apart before leaving her mouth. They were too small. They belonged to spilled milk, missed birthdays, broken toys. Not this. Mr. Harrow stood at the entrance with the blue ticket. He had punched it now. Laurel could see the time stamped through the paper in a neat purple wound. Sedem, 16, prok. The exact minute Milo had called her name for the last time. "If you want to break it," Harrow said quietly. "Tear the ticket before the music completes the lap." Laurel took it. The paper was warm. The carousel gave a soft lurch beneath her feet. Milo shifted forward, making room behind him. "Come on." Low, he said. "It's only one more." Laurel looked at the ticket in her hand, then at the boy who had never learned to hate her. The music began, and the horse started to rise. The first lap felt like flying. That was the terrible thing Laurel understood before she understood anything else. The carousel did not feel like punishment. It did not feel like death. The white horse rose beneath her with a smooth wooden strength, and Milo leaned back against her as naturally as if only a few minutes had passed since their mother bought the tickets. His hair smelled of salt, sugar, and summer sweat. Laurel held him with one arm. In her other hand, the blue ticket trembled. "Tear it before the music completes the lap." The instruction remained clear. Simple, almost merciful. The carousel turned through the impossible sunset. Beyond the pavilion mirrors, Laurel saw not the abandoned carnival, not the rotted booths and rusted rides, but Starling Pier as it had been on its brightest evening. Families moved along the midway in glowing fragments. Children ran barefoot across warm boards. Paper flags snapped in a breeze that smelled of fried dough and sea air. Then the mirrors changed. Laurel saw Milo older, not as a man, not exactly, more like a series of possibilities walking past one another. Milo at 12, awkward and long-limbed. Milo at 16, angry over nothing because growing up required practice. Milo at 21, with their father's tired eyes. Milo at 28, older than Laurel had ever allowed him to become in her mind. Each version looked unfinished in a different way. Each version hurt. Milo twisted slightly in front of her. "Why are you crying?" Laurel looked down at him. "Because I left you. Because I was jealous. Because I let everyone call it a mystery when it was also a choice. Because if I tear this ticket, you might have to become every age you missed at once. And I do not know whether that is rescue or cruelty." She said none of it. The music carried them past the entrance. Mr. Harrow stood beside the open boards, his face pale beneath the carnival lights. In his hand was the old red ledger. Pages fluttered though there was no wind. Children watched from their horses. Emma Litchfield, Thomas Bell, Grace Marden, Elliot Price. Names Laurel had seen as ink now had faces. Knees, hands, cowlicks, scuffed shoes, missing teeth. They looked at the ticket in Laurel's hand with something worse than fear. Hope. Milo touched her wrist. "Lo frond," he whispered. "Do we have to get off?" The ticket softened between her fingers. The perforated edge waited. The carousel was halfway through the lap, outside the pavilion. The present tried to return. The sunset flickered. For an instant Laurel saw the carnival as it truly was. Mold on canvas, weeds through asphalt, the Ferris wheel frozen against a black sky. She saw her own adult hand clutching the pole. She saw Milo's small hand beneath it. Then the brightness came back. "You can stay," Milo said. His voice was gentle, not tempting like a demon, not commanding like a curse. Gentle, which was worse. Here, Laurel understood. There would be no mother refusing to speak his name. No father packing dinosaur sheets into boxes. No phone calls with silence inside them. No books full of safe children drawn by a woman who had never forgiven herself for being one. Here, the worst moment had already happened and could be made beautiful forever. The carousel neared the entrance again. Mr. Harrow's voice came from somewhere beyond the music. "Laurel." The ticket began to split under her thumb. Milo stiffened. All the children held their breath. Laurel looked once more into the mirrors and saw herself at 9 behind the prize counter. Hands over ears, choosing not to hear. Then she saw herself now, doing the opposite, and still unable to know which choice was mercy. She lowered her hand. The ticket remained untorn. The music completed the lap. For a moment, everything stopped. Then Milo laughed. Not because he had won, not because she had failed, because the horse rose again beneath them, and the sunset opened wider, and Laurel felt the first lightness of forgetting move through her like warm water. It began at the edges, rent, deadlines, grief, the cut in her palm, the sound of her mother's voice. Her adult fingers shrank around the pole. Her boots slipped from the stirrups and became pink sneakers with glitter butterflies at the sides. Outside, Mr. Harrow closed the boards across the carousel entrance. By morning, Starling Pier Carnival was abandoned again. The police found Laurel's car near the old crab shack 3 days later. Her camera was on the passenger seat. The memory card contained photographs of empty booths, a rusted Ferris wheel, and one blurry image of the carousel pavilion at sunset. Though locals insisted there had been heavy rain that evening, no body was found. Her mother received a package 6 months later from Laurel's publisher, an advance copy of a children's book called Times One More Lap. There was no author photograph on the jacket. No biography, only a blank, cream-colored square where Laurel's face should have been. Inside were soft, watercolor drawings of 2 children riding painted horses beneath a sunset that never ended. One child wore a red sneaker and a gray sock. The other wore pink glitter shoes. On the final page, all the horses faced forward except one. The white horse with red flowers had begun to turn its head toward the reader, and if the book was opened after dark, very softly, beneath the paper, carousel music began to play. Some horrors do not ask whether we want to be punished. They ask whether we want to be forgiven without ever changing. Laurel's tragedy is not only that she lost her brother, but that part of her longed for the same escape he was offered, a childhood without consequences, without age, without the need to answer for what happened. The carousel is frightening because it is beautiful. It does not drag people screaming into darkness. It gives them one more lap. And perhaps that is the most dangerous temptation of all. Story 6. The mailboxes at Whitcomb Arms had been crooked for as long as Orla Fenwick had worked there. They occupied the left wall of the entrance vestibule. 48 small brass doors set into dark wood. each with a narrow glass window and a nameplate held by two tiny screws. The brass had gone the color of old tea. Some doors stuck in wet weather. Some tenants never emptied their boxes until folded advertisements and final notices pressed against the glass like trapped hands. Every Monday morning, Orla wiped the fingerprints from the wood, straightened the loose labels, and told herself that a building began falling apart the moment people stopped caring how names were kept. That morning, rain trembled against the lobby windows. The light outside was the gray of dishwater, and the vestibule smelled of damp coats, radiator dust, and the sour little breath of the recycling bins waiting to be taken out. Orla came in through the side entrance at 6:40, shook the rain from her umbrella, and paused the way she always did beside the mailboxes. There was one extra name. She did not notice it immediately. The wrongness reached her before the fact did, the way a person might sense a picture hanging slightly tilted before they looked directly at it. She stood with her keys still hooked around one finger and stared at the row. The building had 12 apartments on each of 4 floors. No basement units. No illegal subdivisions. Despite what the fire inspector had once implied, no hidden servant rooms. No converted storage closets. No mystery lofts under the roof. 48 tenants at capacity, though at present there were only 41 leases signed. Orla knew every mailbox by position. First floor on the top left, second floor beneath, third floor beneath that, fourth on the bottom row, because whoever had installed the boxes in 1931 had apparently believed stairs should continue even on a wall. The new nameplate sat between 3B and 3D, not taped, not slid under the glass. Screwed in, E, Larkspur, 3C. Orla leaned closer. There was no 3C. There had never been a 3C. The third floor had 3A, 3B, tread, and 3E because the central shaft swallowed the missing number. The dumbwaiter had once run there. Or, so the oldest repair plans claimed, before it was bricked over decades ago. Tenants still joked about it when deliveries went missing. Orla did not joke. Empty spaces in old buildings were rarely empty for no reason. She touched the nameplate with one finger. The brass felt cold enough to ache. Very funny, she said, though no one was there to hear it. The vestibule answered with the familiar slow click of pipes behind the wall. Orla crouched and checked the mailbox door below the new plate. It matched the others exactly. Same scratched brass. Same cloudy glass. Same little keyhole worn silver at the rim. But there had been no door there yesterday. She was certain of that. Yesterday she had pulled 3 pizza flyers from Mrs. Bell's box, wedged a parcel slip into Mr. Chow's, and left a handwritten warning for the students in 4F about bicycles in the hall. There had been nothing between 3B and 3D except a vertical strip of dark wood, polished, smooth by 95 years of being nothing. She straightened and looked toward the security camera above the inner door. The red light was off. Of course, Orla muttered. The owner, Lionel Foss, had promised to replace the camera in January. It was now October. He had also promised to fix the elevator gate, repaint the rear stairwell, and address the spreading stain above 1D that looked, depending on the hour, either like a map of an unknown coastline or a person bending forward with their hair over their face. Promises, in Orla's experience, were what landlords gave instead of money. She set her umbrella in the stand and unlocked the office. Her office was a converted cloakroom just past the vestibule, barely large enough for a desk, filing cabinet, kettle, and the narrow shelf where she kept labeled jars of spare screws, mailbox tabs, fuse caps, and keys whose purpose had been forgotten by everyone except her. She hung her coat, switched on the lamp, and opened the tenant directory. There was no E. Larkspur. No Larkspur under current residents, former residents, rejected applicants, forwarding addresses, maintenance dispute, deposit claims, noise complaints, or legal correspondence. Orla searched twice. Then she searched old scanned files on the desktop computer, which made a grinding sound whenever it was asked to remember anything before 2008. Nothing. By 7:30, tenants began coming down. Mr. Chow from 3B passed first, carrying a canvas grocery bag and smelling faintly of menthol cigarettes. He nodded at Orla through the office doorway. "Morning, Mr. Chow," Orla called. "Did anyone tamper with the mailboxes last night?" He stopped. "Tamper? Add anything?" He looked toward the vestibule, not curious enough to step back. "Kids? Maybe. There are no children in the building." He gave the small shrug of a man who believed children were possible anywhere as long as walls were thin enough. "Then not kids." He left. At 8:10, the postman arrived with rain shining on his cap. Orla met him at the vestibule before he could begin sorting. "Hold on. Gary." Gary Peake had delivered to Whitcomb Arms for 9 years and had the permanently resigned face of someone bitten by too many small dogs. He glanced at her, then at the mailboxes. "What now? Do you have anything for any Larkspur?" He shuffled the bundle against his chest. "Probably." Orla felt something unpleasant move under her ribs. Gary drew out 3 envelopes and a small cream card. All were addressed in different hands. E. Larkspur, Apartment 3C, Whitcomb Arms, 119 Bellwether Street. The first envelope was a water bill. The second was from a dentist. The third had no return address. The cream card was sealed with a silver sticker shaped like a key. Orla did not take them at once. Gary raised his eyebrows. "Problem. There is no apartment 3C. He looked at the mailbox wall. His eyes passed over 3B. Then the new plate. Then dried. "Looks like there is." "No," Orla said, more sharply than she meant to. "There isn't." Gary's expression flattened into the careful politeness people used when deciding not to argue with a woman who held too many keys. He slid the letters through the new slot. The sound they made landing inside was soft, ordinary, and final. After he left, Orla stood alone in the vestibule while rain tapped at the glass behind her. She took out her screwdriver from the office drawer. The screws resisted at first, then turned with a thin metallic squeal. She removed the nameplate and held it in her palm. Behind it, pressed into the wood where no plate had been the day before, was a clean rectangular patch untouched by dust. And beneath that pale outline, carved lightly into the wood, were 4 words, "Put her back first." Orla did not put the nameplate back. She wrapped it in a paper towel, placed it in the top drawer of her desk, and locked the drawer with the small brass key she kept on a chain beneath her blouse. The words carved into the mailbox wall remained where they were, pale and thin beneath the morning light. But by 9 o'clock she had covered them with a strip of brown packing tape and one of her own printed notices. Mailbox repair in progress. Do not touch. It looked official enough to stop questions. At Whitcomb Arms. Official-looking things had a power almost religious in nature. A cracked ceiling could go unnoticed for months. But a notice printed in 12-point Arial and laminated at the corners made tenants lower their voices when they passed it. Orla had learned that early. People did not respect rules because they were right. They respected rules because they looked as if someone might punish them for ignoring them. Her workdays were built from such things. At 10, she logged rent payments and updated arrears. At 10:30, she called a plumber about the slow leak in 1D, though she knew Lionel Voss would complain about the call-out fee. At 11, she sorted spare keys on the pegboard behind her desk, each dangling beneath a paper tag written in her careful hand. 1, affront. 2, E, backup. Laundry room. Roof access, do not issue. The keys comforted her. So did the files. Every tenant at Whitcomb Arms had a folder. Lease. Identification copy. Emergency contact. Deposit record. Inspection checklist. Incident reports, if any. Orla kept the current folders in the cabinet and the former tenants boxed alphabetically in the basement archive. She liked the weight of paper. She liked the way a person became harder to deny when there were signatures, dates, stamps, forwarding addresses, photocopied face. That belief had started long before Whitcomb Arms. When Orla was 8, she had come home from school to find her mother standing on the pavement outside their flat with 2 bin bags, a broken suitcase, and a look of exhausted embarrassment that made Orla feel she had done something wrong just by witnessing it. The landlord had changed the lock. There had been a notice. Apparently, there had been missed letters. Apparently, there had been a conversation with someone from the council. Apparently, her mother kept saying, "They said we weren't listed properly," as if being improperly listed could turn beds, dishes, school shoes, and a blue plastic hairbrush into things belonging to nobody. For 3 weeks they slept in a room above a pub where the carpet smelled of beer and old smoke. When Orla went back to collect her exercise books, a new family was already inside their flat. A boy she did not know was eating toast at their kitchen table. Her bedroom curtains had been taken down. Her mother knocked once, very softly, and the woman who answered said, "I'm sorry, love, but we were told it was vacant." Vacant. That was the word Orla remembered. Not lost, not stolen, not cruel. Vacant. Since then, she had trusted paper more than people. People forgot, lied, softened facts, chose convenience. Paper at least had to be destroyed before it could abandon you. By noon, she had convinced herself the Larkspur nameplate was a tenant prank with unusual effort behind it. Perhaps the students in 4F, though they were more careless than clever. Perhaps Mr. Chow, whose face was too unreadable to trust entirely. Perhaps one of Lionel's men had installed it by mistake after visiting another property. There were explanations. None explained the carved words. But Orla placed those in a separate mental drawer and did not open it. At 1:15, she made tea in the office kettle. The rain had thinned to a dirty mist, and the lobby held that damp wool smell of old buildings pretending they were dry. From somewhere above, a radiator knocked 3 times, paused, then knocked once more. The front door opened. A young woman in a yellow raincoat stepped into the vestibule carrying a square envelope between two fingers. "Is there a manager?" she asked. Orla came out of the office. "I'm the manager." The woman smiled with the strained cheer of someone doing an errand for someone else. "I think this got delivered to our building by mistake. We're 119 Bellwether Court. Your Whitcomb Arms." "Right. Yes. It was in our lobby. Different street entrance. I suppose." She handed over the envelope. "Looks like someone's birthday card." The envelope was pale blue. The handwriting was round and elderly. Each letter pressed deep into the paper. Evelyn Larkspur, Apartment 3C, Whitcomb Arms, 119 Bellwether Street. In the upper left corner, there was no return address. Only a small sticker of a birthday cake with pink candles. Orla felt the vestibule become colder around her ankles. "Do you know her?" the woman asked. "No," Orla said. The answer came too quickly. The young woman glanced toward the taped-over mailbox, then back at Orla. Funny. It looked like an old card, like it had been posted ages ago. Orla turned the envelope over. The flap was sealed. The postmark was blurred by rain, but the date was legible enough. October 14. Today. She thanked the woman, shut the door after her, and stood alone in the lobby with the card in her hand. From behind the strip of packing tape, inside the mailbox that should not exist, something shifted. Not loudly, just the soft slide of paper settling against paper. Orla looked at the blue envelope again. Then, through the cloudy little glass of the covered mailbox door, she saw a shape pressing from inside. A card, the same pale blue, already waiting there. Orla did not sleep properly that night. She had placed the blue birthday card in the locked drawer beside the Larkspur nameplate, then checked the mailbox again before closing the office. The strip of tape still covered the carved words. The impossible brass door still sat between 3B and 3D. Through its cloudy glass, she could see the pale rectangle of the duplicate card inside, tilted forward as if it had been waiting for her to look. She did not open it. At 7, before leaving for the evening, she used the narrow master key from the restricted ring and unlocked the mailbox instead. There were 6 pieces of mail inside. The duplicate birthday card, a folded advertisement for window replacement, a bank statement, a brown envelope from the council, a magazine wrapped in plastic, and an old postcard with a seaside pier on the front. Its colors faded to the softness of bruises. All addressed to Evelyn Larkspur. All addressed to Apartment 3C. Orla carried them into the office, laid them on her desk, and lined their edges precisely. Then she removed the packing tape from the wall, took out her screwdriver, and unscrewed the mailbox door itself. It came away too easily. No splintering, no resistance from old wood, no scrape of hinges forced into a space where there had been none before. The little brass door simply lifted free, leaving behind a dark rectangular cavity between 3B and 3D. Inside was not wiring, plaster, or the back of the wall. Inside was darkness. Not shadow, not the ordinary unlit hollow of a mailbox. Darkness with depth. Orla stood there with the brass door in one hand and the screwdriver in the other, listening. Far inside, too far for the thickness of the vestibule wall. An elevator bell chimed once. Then the darkness breathed out a smell of old dust, boiled cabbage, and lavender soap. Orla stepped back so quickly her shoulder struck the opposite wall. "Enough," she whispered. She replaced the door, screwed the nameplate back beneath it, then immediately hated herself for doing so. The words carved into the wood vanished behind brass. E. Larkspur 3C sat neatly where it had no right to sit, catching the lobby light as if polished from the inside. By morning, she had decided the sensible course was documentation. At 6:35, she photographed the mailbox wall with her phone. At 6:37, she photographed the tenant directory. At 6:41, she photographed the third-floor landing, showing the blank wall between 3B and 3D where 3C would have been if the building had obeyed numbering like a normal place. She emailed the photographs to herself with the subject line, "Mailbox error record." Paper could vanish. Digital records were supposed to be safer. At 7:12, she entered the vestibule carrying a mug of black tea and stopped so abruptly that some spilled over her fingers. The mailbox wall had changed. Not the Larkspur box. That remained. The nameplate for M, Bell 2A, was gone. So was the mailbox door. Not open. Not broken. Gone. The space where Mrs. Bell's box had always been was now a plain, uninterrupted panel of dark wood, old and polished and seamless, as if no door had ever been cut there. No screw holes, no dust outline, no tiny scratches where Mrs. Bell's arthritic fingers had fumbled her key each morning. The boxes jumped from 1F to 2B in a tidy arrangement that made Orla's stomach turn cold. She set the mug down on the floor. Mrs. Bell had lived in 2A for 11 years. Mariana Bell, 73, retired school secretary, paid rent by check on the 3rd of every month, always in blue ink, complained about the radiator clanging after midnight and the young man in 3D dropping shoes above her head, kept a rubber plant on the inside sill of her front window, and once sent Orla a Christmas card containing £5 for looking in after the freeze. Orla hurried to the office and opened the tenant directory. There was no Marianne Bell. No Bell in current tenants. No Bell in former tenants. No Due. The apartment list went from 1F to 2B. Her breathing came shallowly, as if the room had lost half its air. She yanked open the filing cabinet. The folder should have been in the second drawer, between Baxter, Hov 4C, and Birch, Thumbsin, Sadui. Instead, there was only a tight space where paper had settled naturally against paper. No folder, no lease, no emergency contact, new rent checkers, nothing. Orla ran upstairs. The second-floor corridor smelled faintly of polish and yesterday's cooking. At the far end, where 2A had always been, there was a blank wall, not a locked door. A wall. The wallpaper pattern continued across it perfectly, faded cream vines climbing toward a ceiling stained by old leaks. The baseboard ran unbroken along the floor. The brass number 2A, once crooked no matter how often Orla straightened it, was gone. She touched the wallpaper. It was dry, cold, and real. Behind her, a door opened. Mr. Chow stood at the entrance to 3B on the landing above, looking down through the stairwell. Something wrong? Orla turned. "Where is Mrs. Bell?" He frowned. "Who?" "Marianne Bell. Second floor. 2A. "There's no 2A. The words were calm, mild, almost apologetic. Orla climbed the stairs toward him. gripping the rail. You spoke to her last week about the noise from your television. I don't own a television. You helped carry her groceries during the snow. Mr. Chow's face tightened with polite concern. Miss Fenwick, that wall's always been there. By 8 o'clock, Orla had asked 5 tenants. No one remembered Marianne Bell. No one remembered apartment 2A. Mrs. Bell's rubber plant was gone from the window. Her name was gone from the rent ledger. Even the Christmas card was missing from the office drawer where Orla kept small, sentimental things she pretended not to keep. Only one object remained. On Orla's desk, beside the Larkspur mail, lay a blue birthday card she had not put there. This one was open, inside. In the same elderly handwriting from the envelope, someone had written, "Thank you for making room." Orla read the words in the birthday card 3 times before she closed it. The handwriting was gentle, almost affectionate. The kind of careful script that belonged in recipe books and condolence notes. It made the sentence worse. A cruel message should have looked cruel. It should have been scratched, rushed, angry, unmistakably threatening. This looked like gratitude. She placed the card flat on the desk, set a stapler on top of it, and stood very still until the room stopped tilting. There were explanations. That was what she told herself first. There were always explanations if one was willing to work hard enough to find them. Buildings had old records. Tenants moved in and out. Memories mixed with habits. Age made people invent certainty where none existed. Stress could fold days together. Poor sleep could put faces in wallpaper and meanings in coincidence. Mrs. Bell, Orla decided, must have moved out months ago. The thought was absurd the moment she formed it, but she held it anyway. The way a person might hold a chair in front of a locked door. Perhaps Marianne Bell had been a former tenant and Orla's mind had misplaced her in the present. Perhaps the Christmas card had come from a different resident. Perhaps the rubber plant belonged to someone else. Perhaps apartment 2A had been sealed before Orla ever started managing Whitcomb Arms. And her memory had constructed a door where there was only wall because the numbering had always bothered her. By 10, she had turned the explanation into a routine. She called Lionel Voss. He answered on the 5th ring, with the impatient breath of a man already annoyed that the world contained other people. Orla, if this is about the camera, I've got someone pricing it. It isn't about the camera. It's always about the camera, eventually. I need the original unit plans for Whitcomb Arms. A pause. Paper shifted on his end. Or perhaps a newspaper. Why? Numbering issue. What sort of numbering issue? The mailboxes don't match the building records. They never do in old places. And I need confirmation of whether there was ever an apartment 2A. Lionel laughed once. What are you talking about? There's no 2A. Load-bearing wall. Isn't it? We've had this discussion. Orla gripped the receiver. When? When we talked about converting the storage recess. Years ago. You said it would be a fire problem. I said that about the basement laundry. Did you? His voice had already begun to drift away from interest. Look, I don't keep all that in my head. Check your files. My files are missing. That brought silence. Then, Lionel said, lower. Missing how? Missing as in not there. Well, find them. And don't use words like missing. We've got inspection in 6 weeks. He hung up before she could mention Evelyn Larkspur. Orla kept the receiver pressed to her ear until the empty tone became unbearable. The rest of the day arranged itself around denial. She walked the corridors with her clipboard, made notes about peeling paint and loose stair rods, and spoke to tenants in a voice so normal it felt borrowed. Mrs. Iqbal in 1C complained that someone had left wet footprints outside the laundry room again. Hugh Baxter from 4C wanted to know why the elevator had stopped at a floor that was not there. The students in 4F swore they had not touched the mailboxes and looked genuinely frightened when Orla asked, "You sure you're okay?" one of them said. "I am perfectly okay," Orla replied. The lie sounded official enough to pass. At 2:30, she checked her email. The message she had sent herself that morning was there. Mailbox error record. Her hands steadied when she saw it. Digital proof. Date stamped. External. Not memory. Not feeling. She opened it. The attached photographs loaded slowly. The first showed the mailbox wall. There was the Larkspur box, clear as a wound between 3B and 3D. But there was no Mrs. Bell's mailbox in the picture. The second photograph showed the tenant directory. No Bell. No Douay. The third showed the third floor landing, a blank wall between 3B and 3D. Orla stared until the screen blurred. The proof had changed itself before it could prove anything. By late afternoon, rain began again. Not heavy. Only a fine ticking at the vestibule glass. The lobby lights flickered twice, and the elevator bell chimed from somewhere above, though the elevator cage remained visible through the gate on the ground floor. Orla went to the mailboxes. She had not meant to. Her feet simply brought her there. The Larkspur nameplate was warm now. Inside the box, behind the cloudy glass, something white leaned against the door. Orla unlocked it with the master key and removed a single envelope from Bellwether Utilities. The paper smelled faintly scorched. She opened it with a letter knife from her desk. It was a utility bill addressed to Evelyn Larkspur, Apartment 3C, Whitcomb Arms. The billing period covered 7 days in February. Orla knew those dates. Everyone in the building knew those dates. A substation fault had cut power to the whole block during the cold snap. Tenants had slept under coats. Pipes had frozen. Lionel had refused to pay for temporary heaters until Orla threatened to call the council. For 1 full week. Whitcomb Arms had been dark, dead, and bitterly cold. According to the bill, Apartment 3C had used electricity every night. Not much, just enough for 1 lamp, 1 kettle, and an electric heater running from midnight until dawn. At the bottom, beneath the amount due, someone had written in blue ink, "She was cold because you left her that way." The words were not printed. They had been written by hand. The ink pressed hard enough to bruise the paper. Blue ink. The same color Marianne Bell had used on her rent checks. The thought came so cleanly that Orla nearly dropped the bill. She set it on her desk beside the birthday card and forced herself to breathe. There were still explanations, but they had become thinner things now. Paper held against rain. A hoax could explain a nameplate. A malicious tenant could explain a card. An old billing mistake could explain an impossible address if one was generous to the point of stupidity. Nothing explained Mrs. Bell. Nothing explained a wall where a door had been. That afternoon, Orla began knocking on doors with the official smile she used for inspection notices and water shutoffs. She carried her clipboard, because people were calmer when she carried a clipboard. It suggested purpose. It suggested that the strange conversation had already been approved somewhere. Et Anu. Mrs. Iqbal opened the door with her reading glasses on a chain and flower on one wrist. Just updating tenant contact details. Orla said, Mrs. Iqbal Sihil. Again, routine. She confirmed her phone number, her son's number, and the fact that she had lived in 1C since 2016. When Orla asked whether she remembered Mrs. Fine. Bell? Her expression went blank in a way Orla had started to dread. Bell? Second floor. Older woman. Rubber plant in the window. There is no window on the second floor front anymore. Mrs. Iqbal said. Orla looked down at her clipboard. The building had 6 front windows across every floor. It always had. From the street. Whitcomb Arms was symmetrical enough to look stern. She went outside into the rain. The front of the building had changed. At first, her mind refused the shape of it. The brick facade still rose 4 stories above Bellwether Street, darkened by weather and soot. The iron fire escape still climbed the right side. The old stone lintel still carried the carved name Whitcomb Arms, the letters softened by nearly a century of rain. But the second floor front window, where Mrs. Bell's rubber plant had once leaned toward the light, was gone. Not boarded. Not bricked recently. Gone into old brickwork that matched everything around it. Orla stood on the pavement with rain gathering in the collar of her coat. Pedestrians passed behind her. A delivery van hissed through the gutter. No one looked up. No one stopped to notice that the building had swallowed a window. Inside, the elevator bell chimed. Once. Then again. She turned back toward the entrance. The elevator at Whitcomb Arms was a narrow iron cage thing with a folding gate and buttons worn smooth by decades of anxious fingers. It was supposed to serve 4 floors. Ground. 1, 2, 3, 4. The basement had no elevator access. Now there was another button. It sat between 3 and 4. Small and round and faintly brighter than the others. Back. Orla stared at it. The label was not scratched or handwritten. It was engraved into the old black button face. The white characters slightly yellowed with age. Behind her, the lobby door opened, and Hugh Baxter from 4C entered carrying 2 paper grocery bags. His hair was wet. His face had the gray, pinched look of someone who wanted to complain before being spoken to. Elevator's doing it again, he said. Orla did not turn. Doing what? Stopping where it likes. When? Just now. It opened on 3. But it wasn't 3. His voice dropped. There was a corridor. Orla looked at him then. Hugh swallowed. Longer than it should have been. Dark at the end. Smelled like someone had left soup boiling too long. Did you see anyone? He shifted the bags in his arms. I thought I did. Woman standing near a door. Back turned. Gray cardigan. Orla's fingers tightened around the folded utility bill in her coat pocket. What door? Hugh glanced at the elevator panel, then frowned. Sorry. What were we talking about? Orla went very still. The elevator. He looked irritated. Is it broken? You just said it stopped on the wrong floor. I said that. Yes. Hugh gave a short laugh, but his eyes moved away from hers. Well, I'm sure I didn't. I took the stairs. You're holding grocery bags. And you never take the stairs with groceries. His irritation sharpened into embarrassment. "You keeping notes on how people walk now?" Before Orla could answer, the elevator bell chimed again. The new button, back, lit up. On the mailbox wall, something clicked. Orla turned. A nameplate on the bottom row slid loose from its screws and fell, striking the floor with a small, bright sound. H. Baxter. Hugh looked at it without recognition. "Someone dropped something?" he asked. Orla ran to the wall. The slot where his mailbox had been was already smoothing over, brass softening into dark wood as if swallowed by slow water. Hugh's grocery bags rustled behind her. She heard him make a confused sound. Then nothing. When she turned back, he was gone. The lobby door was closed. The floor was dry where he had stood. On the elevator panel, the button labeled 3C remained lit, and from somewhere above them, behind a door that had not existed that morning, a kettle began to whistle. The kettle whistled for nearly a full minute before it stopped. Not because anyone took it off the heat. It stopped the way a mouth stops making sound when something presses over it. Orla stood in the lobby with Hugh Baxter's nameplate in her hand and listened to the silence that followed. The building seemed to be holding itself still around her. No pipes knocked. No radiator hissed. No footsteps moved overhead. Even the rain at the windows had softened into a private, patient tapping, as if it too had learned to wait. Then the elevator gate rattled open. The cage was empty. The button marked 3C was no longer lit. Orla did not step inside. She went to the office instead, locked the door, and took out the restricted key ring from the metal cash box hidden beneath the bottom drawer of the filing cabinet. Most of the keys were ordinary things: roof hatch, boiler cupboard, electrical room, old bicycle store. One key was longer than the others, black with age, its paper tag so brittle that the ink had faded into a brown blur. Basement archive owner only. Lionel Voss hated the archive. He hated anything below ground. Anything that smelled of old, damp, and older responsibility. As far as he was concerned, records existed only to be produced during disputes and denied during inspections. The archive had been sealed for 3 years after a leak warped several shelves and loosened plaster from the ceiling. Orla had been told to keep out until proper remediation, a phrase that meant nothing would happen unless someone threatened legal action. She had obeyed. Mostly. Now she took a torch from the office shelf, placed Hugh Baxter's nameplate beside the Larkspur mail, and paused only once before leaving the office. On her desk, the blue birthday card lay open. The message had changed. "Thank you for making room." She remembers the cold. She remembers who signed. Orla closed the office door. The basement stairs began behind the laundry room, past the humming machines and the cracked sink where tenants rinsed paintbrushes, muddy trainers, and occasionally things Orla preferred not to identify. The air changed halfway down. It thickened. Warm laundry soap gave way to wet brick. Mildew, rust, and that deep paper smell of records no one had touched in years. At the bottom, her torch caught the archive door. The padlock was still there. So was Lionel's old warning notice. Unsafe, do not enter authorized personnel only. But beneath it, someone had added a second notice. Not printed, written in blue ink directly onto the flaking paint. Authorized by absence. Orla's throat tightened. She fitted the black key into the padlock. For one awful second, It would not turn. Then something inside gave with a soft, reluctant click. The archive door opened inward. Cold air moved across her face. The room beyond was larger than it should have been. That was her first thought. And it was so calmly impossible that she nearly laughed. The archive should have been a low rectangular chamber beneath the lobby and office, lined with metal shelves and boxed files. She had seen it before. She knew its limits. Now her torch found rows extending farther than the basement allowed. Shelves vanished into darkness. Cardboard boxes sat stacked to the ceiling, each labeled in fading marker, Leases 1,984, 1,989. Repairs unsorted. Evictions. Deposits withheld. Complaints closed. Vacantunits. Missing keys. Water dripped somewhere with metronome patience. Orla stepped inside. The door eased shut behind her. She turned at once, but the door remained there, damp and real, its handle cold under her hand. She forced herself not to run. Panic made people careless, and carelessness was how things got lost. She began with the lease shelves. Larkspur was not under L. The first box contained Lambert through Lewis. The next, Louise through Lowe. No Larkspur, no Evelyn, no Tree. She checked former tenants, rejected applicants, forwarding addresses, legal notices, insurance claims. Nothing. The archive breathed around her. A faint smell of boiled cabbage drifted between the rows. Then lavender soap. Orla froze. At the far end of the aisle, a drawer stood open in a filing cabinet she did not recognize. Its metal face was older than the others, painted a dark institutional green. A strip of masking tape across the front read, "Removed from record." The drawer was full, not with folders arranged alphabetically, but with names cut away from other documents. Lease pages with tenant names sliced out. Mailbox labels peeled from brass. Photocopied faces torn neatly from identification forms. Rent receipts missing signatures. Complaint letters with the first line removed, so that every page began in the middle of a sentence. Orla lifted one scrap. Reported again that the wall behind the third-floor shaft is warm at night. Another said she could hear crying through the bricked space, though no unit exists there. Another advised Ms. Larkspur that repeated complaints may affect tenancy renewal. The torch shook in Orla's hand. At the back of the drawer sat a gray folder tied with cotton tape. The label had been typed, not handwritten. Larkspur, Evelyn Unit, 3C. Below that, stamped in red so hard the ink had bled through the card, were 3 words, "Removed from record." Orla set the folder on top of the cabinet and untied the tape. Inside was a lease, a photograph, a maintenance complaint, and a vacancy form dated 13 years earlier. At the bottom of that form, beside the line confirming that Unit 3C had been unoccupied at the time of inspection, was Orla's own signature. For several seconds, Orla could not understand her own name. It sat at the bottom of the vacancy form in blue ink, narrow and slanted. The F in Fenwick drawn with the same sharp crossbar she still used on notices and rent receipts. She stared at it as if it belonged to a stranger who had borrowed her hand. The date beside it was 13 years old. The paper had yellowed at the edges. Damp had feathered the stamp in the corner. but the signature remained clear. O. Fenwick. She tried to remember signing it. Memory did not come. What came instead was the elevator bell, impossibly distant through the basement ceiling. One soft chime, then another. Orla spread the documents across the top of the filing cabinet. The lease was real, older version of the form. Lionel Voss's father's company name at the top, before the property transferred fully to Lionel. Tenant, Evelyn Ada Larkspur. Unit, 3C. Occupancy, single. Employment, seamstress. Later amended in pencil to alterations from home. Emergency contact, none provided. There was a photograph clipped to the first page. Evelyn Larkspur had been a small woman in late middle age. Perhaps 60. Perhaps older. The photograph was poor quality, taken against the lobby wall for tenant identification. Her gray hair was pinned back. She wore a cardigan buttoned unevenly over a dark dress. Her eyes looked slightly away from the camera, not shyly, but as if someone had called her name from another room at the exact moment the picture was taken. Orla had never seen her. That was what she told herself. Then she noticed the cardigan. Gray wool. Pearl buttons. The same one Hugh Baxter had described before, forgetting he had spoken at all. Beneath the lease were maintenance complaints. Dozens of them. Some were written on official forms, others on lined paper torn from notebooks. The earliest were polite. There is a persistent warmth behind the west wall of my sitting room. It becomes stronger after midnight. I worry there may be wiring in the old shaft. Then, less polite. The plaster has begun to crack. The wall sounds hollow when tapped. There is movement behind it. I am not imagining this. Please send someone who will actually open the space. Then frightened. The floor near the wardrobe has sunk another inch. I woke to find black dust on my pillow. I believe something structural is failing between my unit and the sealed shaft. If no one comes, someone will be hurt. The last complaint had no date stamp. The handwriting shook across the page. I can hear the bricks shifting at night. I can hear someone breathing when the building is quiet. If this is still being ignored because Mr. Voss does not want an inspection, then I am putting it in writing again. Apartment 3C is unsafe. I am unsafe. Orla turned the page. There were internal notes attached. Not Evelyn's handwriting. Lionel's. Tenant is elderly. Difficult. Likely exaggerating. Avoid opening shaft unless legally necessary. Inspection risk. Another. Shorter. Offer transfer only if she signs non-disclosure. Otherwise proceed with non-renewal. Another. Written on a pink message slip. Orla handled this quietly. Need 3C treated as storage, vacant for inspection. No tenant on paper. No problem. L. V. The basement air pressed against Orla's face like wet cloth. She remembered Lionel's voice from years ago. Smoother, then. Almost kind, because she had been newer and more afraid of losing the job. A difficult resident, a confused woman. An inspection that could close the building and put everyone out. Wasn't it better, he had asked, to protect 40 people from one person's campaign of complaints? There had been forms already prepared. Maybe Orla had not read them closely. Maybe she had. She lifted the vacancy form again. Unit 3C certified unoccupied. No active tenancy. No hazard reported by resident. Her signature. Below that, a second form. Mailbox removal request. Her signature again. Below that, a handwritten note from Evelyn. Folded so many times the paper had almost split. Miss Fenwick. I know he has told you I am troublesome. I know you do not like trouble. But you have seen me. You know, I live here. Please do not let them make me into a room. No one has to enter. The words blurred. Orla gripped the cabinet edge until the metal bit into her palm. She had seen her. The memory returned, not as a scene, but as sensations. Lavender soap in the lobby. A gray sleeve brushing the office door. A woman's voice asking whether a complaint counted if the form was never filed. Orla's own reply. Brisk and tired. Only file documents, create obligations. Mrs. Larkspur. Mrs. Larkspur. A sound came from the far side of the archive. Paper sliding from a shelf. Orla turned her torch. At the end of the aisle stood a door she had not seen before. Painted the same dull green as the cabinet. A brass number hung at eye level. Back, beneath it, in blue ink on the door itself. Someone had written, "You filed the absence. Now open it." Orla did not open the door at first. She stood in the basement archive with the torch shaking in her hand, looking at the brass number 3C, as if enough attention might make it admit itself as a trick. The green paint was blistered around the edges. The handle was the old black porcelain kind used on the upper floors before Lionel replaced half of them with cheaper metal ones. Around the keyhole, the paint had been worn away by years of use. Years, not minutes, not one impossible night. The door had been touched, opened, closed, lived with. Behind it, something moved softly across the floor. Orla heard the hush of slippers, then a drawer being opened, then the faint clink of a spoon against china. It was not the sound of a monster waiting to spring. That made it worse. It was domestic, patient, a life continuing behind a door everyone had agreed not to see. "Mrs. Larkspur?" Orla said. Her voice seemed too small for the archive. The room answered with paper, somewhere among the shelves. Files loosened and slid forward. Folders dropped open. Names fluttered across the floor like trapped moths. Orla stepped back as a rent ledger fell from a high shelf and landed at her feet. It opened by itself. The page was not arranged by date or unit. It was arranged by absence. Marianne Bell 2, a window restored. Hugh Baxter, 4C, heat restored. Is Wilkes, L. Moreno, P. Hall 4, F. Laughter restored. Amina, Iqbal, 1C, kitchen restored. Orla stared at the last line. Mrs. Iqbal. No, she whispered. A sound came from above, muffled by brick and floorboards. The brief scrape of a chair being pulled away from a kitchen table. Then silence folded over it. Orla turned and ran back through the aisle. The archive stretched as she moved. Shelves that had been 3 steps away retreated into a dim corridor of cardboard and rust. Complaint files brushed her shoulders. Mailbox labels clattered underfoot. Every box she passed bore a name she recognized. And with each name came a small, ordinary memory. Mrs. Iqbal pressing warm flatbread into Orla's hands after the boiler failed. Hugh Baxter complaining about noise he secretly liked because it meant he was not alone. Marianne Bell asking whether Orla would mind changing a bulb because her hands hurt that day. People reduced to documents. Documents reduced to room. The archive door finally appeared ahead of her. She shoved it open and stumbled into the laundry area. One washing machine spun by itself inside the round glass door. Not clothing, but envelopes tumbled in dirty water. Blue ink bleeding through the foam. Orla climbed the stairs 2 at a time. The lobby had changed again. She knew it before she saw the mailboxes. The air was different, warmer. There was a smell of soup from somewhere above, thick with onion and cabbage. The elevator stood open, and its panel glowed softly. The button marked 3C was not between 3 and 4 anymore. It was at the center. All the other buttons had shifted around it. Ground. 1, 2, 3, 4. Smaller now, less certain. On the mailbox wall, Mrs. Iqbal's nameplate was gone. The space for 1C had become smooth wood. Orla gripped the edge of the vestibule table. A stack of post sat there. Freshly delivered, though the postman had already come. She spread it with both hands. A gas bill for Evelyn Larkspur. A catalog for sewing supplies. A hospital appointment letter. A birthday card. A council tax notice. Each item carried the same address, apartment 3C, but the details were changing. The gas bill included a standing charge for a kitchen. The catalog was addressed to Evelyn Larkspur. Alterations and mending. The hospital letter mentioned a respiratory condition worsened by damp and cold. The council tax notice listed prior arrears transferred from units 2A, bunk, Fear F, and 1C. Not stolen, transferred. Orla understood then with a clarity that made her knees weaken. The building was not inventing Evelyn Larkspur. It was reconstructing her. A window from Marianne Bell. Heat from Hugh Baxter. Noise. Movement. Proof of habitation from the students in 4F. A kitchen from Mrs. Iqbal. Piece by piece. Name by name. Apartment by apartment. Whitcomb Arms was giving Evelyn back the life Orla had helped certify did not exist. Every missing tenant had become an answer to a form. Every vanished door had become part of 3C. Orla turned slowly toward the stairwell. Above her, from the place between the 3rd and 4th floors, yellow light spilled through the railing where no landing should have been. The smell of lavender soap drifted down with the warmth. A woman's voice called softly, not angry, not kind. Miss Fenwick. Orla could not move. You always said only filed documents create obligations. The elevator bell chimed. The doors opened wider. Inside, where the rear wall should have been, hung a framed tenant directory. Most of the names were gone. At the bottom, in fresh blue ink, one empty line waited beneath Evelyn Larkspur's. Oh, Fenwick. Orla backed away from the elevator. The cage stood open, warm yellow light spilling from within, though the bulb overhead had always been white and cold. Beyond the rear wall that should have been solid metal, the framed tenant directory hung in impossible depth, as if the elevator had become a corridor lined with administrative proof. She saw her own reflection in the glass, rain-damp hair flattened to her forehead, face pale, keys hanging from one hand like a useless weapon. From above, the woman's voice called again. Miss Fenwick. It was not loud. It did not need to be. Orla ran into the office and locked the door behind her. The first thing she did was gather everything. The Larkspur lease, the maintenance complaints, the utility bill, the birthday cards. The vacancy form with her signature, the note from Lionel, Hugh Baxter's fallen nameplate, the photograph of Evelyn Larkspur. Every piece of paper that proved someone had existed, complained, been denied, and then removed. She laid them on the desk in neat piles because her hands needed order or they would begin to shake too badly to function. Then she called emergency services. The line rang once. A soft click followed. "Whitcomb, Arms," said a woman's voice. Orla Frosa. It was her own voice, but flatter, more distant, as if recorded years before and played through old wiring. "Who is this?" Orla said. "Whitcomb Arms," the voice repeated. "How may I direct your call? I need police. Fire. Building control. Anyone." One moment while I checked the directory. There was a rustle of pages. Orla slammed the phone down. She tried Lionel next. No service. She tried the council number from the inspection notice taped beside the desk. The call connected. A man answered. "Housing compliance." "My name is Orla Fenwick. I manage Whitcomb Arms at 119 Bellwether Street. I need to report falsified occupancy records and dangerous structural concealment. A tenant named Evelyn Larkspur was removed from tenancy documents, and people are missing from the building." The line remained silent long enough for hope to become pain. Then the man said, "Could you repeat your name?" "Orla Fenwick." "I'm sorry. I don't have you listed as the registered manager." Her mouth dried. "Check again." "I have Lionel Voss as owner." Site contact. Paper clicked. "Evelyn Larkspur." Orla gripped the receiver. "That's impossible." "Is this a tenant complaint?" "It is a confession." The word changed the office. The lamp flickered. The filing cabinet gave a low metallic pop as one drawer slid open by itself. Orla turned. Her personnel folder lay inside. She could see the tab from where she stood. Fenwick. Orla staff. It was thinning. Not burning. Not tearing. Thinning. As though the paper inside were being inhaled sheet by the dark space behind the drawer. She dropped the phone and lunged for it. The first page came away in her hands. Employment contract. Dated 14 years ago. Her signature at the bottom. As she watched, the ink paled. Letters loosened from the paper like dust disturbed by breath. Orla Fenwick became O. % W, then blank. "No," she said. She pulled out the rest. Payslips, maintenance logs, key register authorizations, incident reports, her copy of the fire inspection checklist, her emergency contact form, where she had once written none and hated herself for how true it was. Each page was fading. In the office window, her reflection dimmed until the room behind her became clearer than her own face. The phone receiver swung at the end of its cord. From it came the council officer's voice. Smaller now. "Hello, miss, are you still there?" Orla picked it up. "Yes," she said. "Listen to me. Write this down. Your name?" She looked at the fading contract in her hand. For one moment, terror nearly made her choose silence. She could burn the documents. She could put Evelyn back into the drawer marked removed from record. She could let the building take someone else. Mr. Chow, perhaps. The students, the young couple in 1E, one by one. Enough lives might rebuild a woman already lost. Perhaps Orla could remain manager. Perhaps she could continue as she always had, maintaining clean records after dirty acts. Then she remembered her mother on the pavement with 2 bin bags and a broken suitcase. Vacant. No one listed properly. No obligation. "My name is Orla Fenwick," she said. "I signed a false vacancy form for Unit 3C at Whitcomb Arms 13 years ago. Evelyn Ada Larkspur lived here. She reported structural danger. Lionel Voss ordered the record altered. I complied. The office door unlocked behind her. Not opened. Unlocked. The click was gentle. Official. Orla kept speaking. I removed her mailbox. I filed her absence. I told myself paperwork was neutral. But it wasn't. It was a weapon. I used it because I wanted to keep my job. The council officer said something, but the words warped into static. The filing cabinet slammed shut. Every key on the pegboard began to turn at once. A draft passed through the office, lifting papers from the desk into the air. They did not scatter. They arranged themselves into a spinning column. Names and signatures circling Orla like evidence in a court where the building itself had become judge. The office door opened inward. Beyond it was not the lobby. It was a corridor with faded cream wallpaper, a warm strip of light beneath a door, and the smell of cabbage soup and lavender soap. At the far end hung a mailbox. New brass. Fresh glass. No nameplate yet. The phone cord tightened around Orla's wrist, though she had not moved from the receiver. Her own recorded voice whispered, calm and professional. Only filed documents create obligations. Then the final page in her hand changed. It was no longer an employment contract. It was a tenancy application. Unit requested 3C. Applicant name, Orla Fenwick. Status, pending removal. The inspection took place 6 weeks later. On a dry Tuesday morning, with a weak winter sun shining across Bellwether Street. Whitcomb Arms looked almost respectable. The brick had been pressure washed. The lobby windows gleamed. The damp stain above 1D had been painted over in a shade of white that did not quite match the ceiling but looked clean enough from a distance. The elevator gate opened and closed without complaint. The vestibule smelled faintly of polish, old wood, and something warm from upstairs. Soup, perhaps. Lionel Voss arrived 15 minutes late wearing a navy coat and the expression of a man prepared to be bored by safety. He shook hands with the inspector, a brisk woman named Ms. Harrow, and introduced the new site manager. "This is Evelyn," he said. "She's been invaluable." Evelyn Larkspur stood beside the mailbox wall with a ring of keys resting in her palm. She was small, gray-haired, and neatly dressed in a dark skirt and cardigan with pearl buttons. Her posture was slightly stooped, but her eyes were bright and steady. She greeted Ms. Harrow politely, offering a folder of printed maintenance logs, tenant contact sheets, and recent repair receipts. Everything was in order. The inspector walked the corridors. She checked fire doors, stair rails, emergency lighting, smoke alarms, and the basement laundry area. She asked about occupancy numbers. Evelyn answered without hesitation. 48 units. 41 currently occupied. Several under maintenance. No illegal conversions. No concealed flats. No unresolved structural warnings. When Ms. Harrow asked about the old shaft between 3B and 3D, Lionel coughed into his fist. "Historic feature," Evelyn said calmly. "Sealed before my time." Ms. Harrow shone a torch along the third-floor wall. The wallpaper was faded but intact. No door, no crack, no warmth beneath the plaster. "Any complaints from residents?" the inspector asked. "Nothing outstanding." Evelyn smiled. Behind the wall, very softly, keys turned. "Ms." Harrow paused. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" Lionel asked too quickly. Evelyn's smile did not change. "The pipes can be noisy in cold weather." The inspector listened another moment, then made a note on her tablet. By noon, Whitcomb Arms passed. Not perfectly. Of course, old buildings never passed perfectly. There were recommendations, minor repairs, follow-up dates, and polite warnings printed in official language. But there was no closure order, no emergency evacuation, no investigation into falsified tenancy records, no mention of Evelyn Ada Larkspur beyond her role as site contact. Lionel was relieved enough to be generous. "Good work." He told her after the inspector left. "Honestly, I don't know how we managed before you." Evelyn looked toward the mailboxes. "No," she said softly. "I don't suppose you do." The tenants adjusted. People always did. Mrs. Bell was not missed. Because there had been no Mrs. Bell, Hugh Baxter had never lived in 4C. Though sometimes a parcel arrived for him, and Evelyn would hold it a moment too long before marking it return to sender. Mrs. Iqbal's kitchen was now part of a renovated communal storage space that smelled inexplicably of cumin and warm bread on damp evenings. The students in 4F became a story told by neighbors who could not remember where they had heard it, something about noisy young people. A party. An eviction, maybe. Though no one could place the year. Apartment 3C remained difficult to locate. It was not on the floor plan. It did not appear on rental listings. Visitors could not find it, and delivery drivers left frustrated notes saying the address was incomplete. But mail came for it every day. Bills, catalogus, hospital letters, birthday cards, sewing patterns, council notices. One small envelope containing £5 and a Christmas message written in a trembling hand. Evelyn sorted all of it carefully. She never threw anything away. Sometimes, late at night, residents heard movement inside the walls, the scrape of furniture, a kettle beginning to boil, a woman humming under her breath. Sometimes the elevator stopped between floors and opened onto a warmly lit corridor with faded cream wallpaper and a blue umbrella in the stand. Anyone who saw it forgot by morning, except for a slight reluctance to use the lift alone. 3 months after the inspection, a young man named Caleb Price was hired as assistant manager. He was practical, cheerful, and too new to know which silences were structural. On his first Monday, Evelyn showed him the office. The keyboard, the maintenance log, and the mailbox system. Names matter here, she told him. Caleb nodded, smiling as if this were merely a professional standard. After Evelyn left for the afternoon, he stayed behind to straighten the vestibule. There were fingerprints on the mailbox glass and a few flyers curled on the table. He polished the brass doors one by one, moving down the rows until his cloth stopped on a nameplate he did not remember seeing during the tour. It sat between 3B and 3D. The brass was clean. The engraving was fresh. Oh, Fenwick 3C. Caleb frowned. He checked the tenant directory. No Fenwick. He checked the office files. No Fenwick. He checked the employment binder, because the name sounded oddly administrative, like someone who might once have worked there. Nothing. From behind the mailbox wall came a faint metallic sound. One key turning, then another, then many keys, all turning together in locks too deep inside the building to reach. Caleb stepped back. The little glass window of the mailbox clouded from within, as if someone on the other side had breathed against it. A folded notice slid into view behind the glass. It was written in narrow blue ink. Only filed documents create obligations. Above him, somewhere between the third and fourth floors, a woman began knocking from inside the wall. Not loudly, just enough to be counted. Some horror stories are about monsters entering our world. This one is about a system so ordinary that it becomes monstrous before anyone notices. A nameplate, a lease, a missing form, a closed complaint, small things, until they decide who is allowed to exist. Orla believed paperwork was neutral because that belief protected her from guilt, but records are never neutral when people use them to erase responsibility. Maybe the most frightening question is not whether a building can remember the forgotten. It is whether we would recognize the moment we helped someone disappear. Thank you for being here with me tonight at chilly midnight. Whether you listened from the beginning or simply drifted in for a little while, I'm truly grateful for your company. This quiet space feels warmer because you're part of it. So as you close your eyes, leave the weight of today behind. Let your room feel safe. Let your heart feel calm, and let the night wrap around you like a soft blanket. You've done enough for today. Now, you deserve to rest. Sleep peacefully. My dear friend, may your dreams be gentle, your body feel light, and your morning arrive with a little more hope than yesterday. Until we meet again in the quiet dark. Good night.